News channel after news channel after news channel. Ever wonder why they report the same news? This is Wake Up America.
Brought to you by Citizen Stringer.
The media has become absolute lunacy. What makes us different? We just tell the truth. Daily headlines, politics, social issues, focusing on headlines that the mainstream media ignores. Conservative to the core and honest, sometimes to a fault. Unapologetically American. Welcome to Wake Up America with your host, Stephen Oatley.
What's going on, everybody? Hey, so I'm doing something different today. I'm going to actually talk a little bit now. Right now, I'm live only on social media. We're not live on Citizen Stringer or our Rumble feed because we currently have a show that's going on now, Pizza and Tilly in the mornings. So I will interrupt that at 10 o'clock when the trial actually starts. But I gotta kind of rant a little bit. I think it's important that I do this. And what I ask is that you guys share this video out because I spent a lot of time on social media last night. I spent a lot of time on Facebook, spent a lot of time on Twitter, spent a lot of time on YouTube. I spent a lot of time on the different social media channels that we have just to kind of get, a perspective on where we are as a country. Granted, and most of us know from sitting here up every day covering the news, we know what's going on. But I got to say, I was very surprised at one thing, and that's how many people are seemingly blind to what's actually happening in this country. And whether or not they're blind, or I don't know. It's this perception that things are always, what's the right word for it? I don't even know where I'm trying to go with this. I was let down. Let's just say that. I was let down on social media yesterday by people that are exerting their opinions. Do you know how many people right now still believe that Kyle crossed state lines, or that his mother drove him to these riots, or that he crossed state lines from Illinois into Wisconsin with a firearm? These are all people that have never watched a moment of this trial, that are passing judgment based on the narrative that has been set by the media. The media yesterday, Chris Matthews and everybody else on the left-leaning media they are inciting right now. If you turn on CNN, you turn on MSNBC, you turn on NBC News even, they are inciting that what is going to happen. And make no mistake, my firm belief in what's going to happen on this, because I have a firm belief that Kyle Rittenhouse is going to be acquitted of everything if they don't declare a mistrial with prejudice. He's going to be acquitted. Even the left believes that he's going to be acquitted. Now, they're blaming it on other things. They're not blaming it on the fact that this kid may or may not, or that he's innocent of these murder charges because he was being attacked. They're not saying that. They're blaming white supremacy, and they're blaming the judge and saying the judge is a white supremacist because he flashed an OK symbol. Okay, everyone can look up. Joe Biden has done it. Barack Obama has done it. Kamala Harris has done it. Everybody's done it. But if your skin is this color, which is white, and you do that symbol, it means white supremacy. It doesn't matter what you're doing or what the context of that is. That was one of the photos that they tried to have introduced, the prosecution tried to have introduced yesterday. Why? Because the ADL says that this is a white supremacy signal, which it's not. It means okay. It's meant okay since I was a little kid. It hasn't changed just because other people want to say 3%er. It's so dumb. What's going on in this country is completely mind-bogglingly idiotic. And you have people that are out there stirring fear already. You have, right now, there's projected, let's just call it what they are going to be. There's going to be violent riots in Chicago. They're already canceling days off and calling in police and doing all this in prep for a verdict next week. We've heard this in cities across the United States where they're preparing for potential unrest because someone made the decision to go out and protect a community. I think it's Chris Matthews on MSNBC gave a big dialogue yesterday where he was talking about how, what was he saying? He said something about, like, is this the America or is this the country that we want to live in where people go out and fight with guns, and it was just the most mind-bogglingly stupid analogy. And he even said he believes Kyle Rittenhouse will be acquitted based on the prosecution's poor job and the fact that the prosecution has literally been admonished twice yesterday. There's allegations of prosecutorial misconduct. You know, there's some serious stuff that's happening with this trial, and everyone is using that to scapegoat. Even, grifter in chief Ben Crump just got out and made made a tweet a few minutes ago where he talks about how the judge is, can you imagine if this was a black guy that killed two people? Well, the fact is, it's not a black guy that killed two people. It was a kid that decided that he wanted to protect his community. You can't make an analogy and say, oh, well, you got to convict him because you convicted. No, you got to look at the actual case. That's the whole purpose of a trial. Now everyone's starting to freak out because, well, the facts are coming out. These are facts that the majority of America already knew, or the minority of America, let's just say that. The silent majority already knew about all the Kyle Rittenhouse facts. We knew that he was getting attacked by a serial sex offender, child sex offender. Rosenbaum's background isn't allowed in this trial. How many people that are watching this right now did not know that Rosenbaum was arrested 3 times for effing with children, sexually assaulting young children? How many people knew that? How many people knew the other guy that was killed? I forgot his name. That guy was also a predator. Most people probably didn't know that. And you could make the assumption that, okay, well, still, even if they're a sex offender, they don't deserve to die, which I 100% disagree with, because I firmly believe that we shouldn't waste any taxpayer dollars, rehabilitating people that can't be rehabilitated, that are sick in the mind. But that's my personal belief. But even if you believe that, people could change and blah, 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 and all those stupid myths when it comes to sexual recidivism, sexual crime recidivism, let's pretend like that there is a possibility that these offenders won't go back out and offend. It doesn't give them the right to try to attack people. I saw comments yesterday on social media that said, yes, it appears that he was hitting him with a skateboard. That's not a deadly weapon. What the hell is going on in people's brains where they think that it's acceptable for someone to, which there's a term for it, it's called truck effing. That's what it's called, truck effing. And I'll be honest, I was in San Francisco years ago. I got mugged. They hit me in the back of the head with a skateboard. One of the few times in my life that I've ever been knocked out. It does damage. And you know what? They mugged me. They took the money that I had, the cell phone, everything. Because that's what happens when you get hit in the back of the head with a skateboard. It does happen. People say, well, that's not a deadly weapon. And that, Kyle, and a lot of these people are the same people that say, well, police should be trained to shoot people in the legs because, well, that doesn't stop a threat. This whole case has been eye-opening to me on a personal level because of just, it shows how gone we are as a country. And I said that yesterday in my comment, and I thought long and hard before I actually tweeted that. I firmly believe America is not going to come back from this divisiveness that we have now. I really don't. I think conflict is the only possible end game for what's going on in this country. We have too many people that have been flat out lied to on both sides. We have people on the right that are completely batshit crazy and think that all this weird shit happens all the time and it's a big conspiracy. And then we have people on the left that believe that the right is a big conspiracy and all that stuff. There's so much misconception in what's going on in America. Here's the easy way to think about it. And I keep saying this, and I don't know why it's not resonating with some. Well, I suppose the people that need to hear this are not the ones that watch this. I suppose that's the major issue. The people that need to hear what I have to say and the people that need to hear a conservative perspective on this trial, they're not looking for these answers. They're not looking to say, oh, I see, I get this perspective. They don't understand that. Last night, we had 4,000 people, or, before we ended the trial, we had 4,000 people watching the live feed on social media. And I asked in social media how many people knew that Rosenbaum was released from a mental hospital after trying to kill himself the same day that he was running around yelling, shoot me, shoot me, shoot me, to all these armed people with guns. How many people knew that? It was a sea of people that did not know. Does that necessarily change their opinion that he should have been shot? Probably not. But imagine if Rittenhouse was your brother. Would you want your brother to be attacked by a serial pedophile? And I'm not everyone can fact check that. There's some facts that are not being, even some facts that are admissible, they're not admitting into this. Rosenbaum was a serial pedophile, convicted. He received 10 years for his first criminal conviction. He spent the majority of his adult life behind bars for being a pedophile. This is very important for people to understand, especially when you look at how this has all happened. Now, you could still make the argument that he didn't deserve to be shot. He wasn't... you can't allow people like that to go out and chase people and do all this. And I know a lot of people right now are like, well, I saw protesters outside the courthouse last night. All the media was jumping on them, and you had all these people talking about if Kyle was black, if Kyle was black, if Kyle was black, it would be different. The majority of people that are watching this every day don't even understand that the shooting victims, the people that died as a result of this, and the guy that had his arm blown off, they didn't even know that they were white. They were not BLM supporters. They're not people. I mean, tell me how a BLM supporter, a guy that truly believes Black Lives Matter, is walking around using the N-word. A white guy. Tell me how that's acceptable and how that man truly cares about Black Lives Matter. Tell me, because you can't, because it's not true. He didn't. This wasn't about it. These people didn't care about Black Lives Matter or anything like that. They didn't, and they still don't. The majority of these people, I've said it a lot. People don't understand. People think that there's this. What's the right way to say this? My personal beliefs on Black Lives Matter are that Black lives do matter, just like every other life. I don't believe a single life matters more than anybody else unless it involves a child or a woman or an elderly person. That's it. Everybody else is equal. That is my personal belief. I don't care about whether a child is black or white and who gets. We should be doing everything we can to protect those groups and above and beyond everybody else, because that is how I feel. That is the way I was raised. Actually, it's not. It's the way I decided that I was going to be. I wasn't raised that way at all. I think we're lost as a country in terms of how to wake up. And how to say, oh, crap, we've steered wrong. You know what I mean? I saw these comments yesterday, and even when presented with actual facts that countered the narrative, like one woman was talking about how Rittenhouse's mother drove him to these riots, and she needs to be charged. And I'm like, that's not true. Other people said it. It's not true. She didn't drive him there. The only place she drove him was to the police station once he got back home. That's it. And she's like, well, it doesn't matter. It doesn't matter. She's still guilty. She raised him. She raised a serial killer. Like, and all these allegations that people just don't even understand. You have major news networks lying. NBC News, flat out lying. Everyone, I challenge you to look at the article by David Lee. I put it out yesterday. And you know what? I'll do it right now while I'm on the air. And I'll see if he's edited that article, which had flat out lies in it. No, still there. Still says that man, Gage Grossowitz, a licensed paramedic from suburban Milwaukee. I've emailed him. People have tweeted him. People have tweeted NBC News. They don't want you to know the truth. If you are someone that aligns with the left and you think Kyle Rittenhouse is guilty, please do some research, because here are the facts. Should he have been there? My opinion is yes, because Americans have a duty to protect their neighbors. And when the government didn't step up, and when I say government, I mean local police and local government, did not step up to stop the violent rioting that took place the night before and that day and continued on the next day, when local police didn't do it, the community has to. And I use the example all the time. If you saw your neighbor's house on fire, would you try to put it out? If you say yes, then there's nothing different than what Kyle Rittenhouse did versus you, up until the point of the shooting. You would do that. That's normally, like, if you see a car accident in front of you, do you stop to try to offer help? If the answer is yes, then you are an American. If the answer is no, you need to take a good hard look in the mirror. You can rest assured that there are good people that'll do it. I've never once driven by a car accident that I didn't stop and try to help. I've never once, I was a firefighter. That was my job. I don't understand how people can be so close-minded not to understand. You can make the argument that he was a kid. He's a kid with a long history of civic duty. You know, he was a fire cadet. He was a police cadet. You know, the kid might as well, I wouldn't be surprised if he said he was a damn Boy Scout. And here's what's important, too, for people to realize. Talk about gumption and all that stuff with this kid. The kid he's facing 2 counts of murder and 4 other charges as well. And he's a full-time college student going for nursing, a career to help people. Even after everything that has happened and this kid's life being ruined because of choices he made, he's still out there trying to do the same thing and follow in the same path that he had projected that he was going to go. How people can just say, well, he's evil. I mean, there's no factual basis to say he was a white supremacist. No, none whatsoever. The people he killed didn't care about black lives. They were, connected. Gage is connected to a revolutionary anarchist group. You know what I mean? He was not a licensed paramedic, or he is not currently a licensed paramedic, and he perjured himself on the stand when he said he was. A simple, a simple check with the National Registry of Emergency Medical Technicians shows that he doesn't have his national certification, which is required for Wisconsin licensure. Everybody could check that. NBC News could have checked that. Everybody. And to me, that was the first part of the trial because he was listening and he was talking about it. And I'll be honest, I watched the trial with all of you. I've seen all the videos because of who I am and because of the fact that my rib cage season. This problem with being a big dude. I get muscle spasms all the time. And that was one. But it goes away. You just know how to deal with it. But I was listening to his testimony, and I was like, holy shit, he's lying. He's just flat out lying. And I guess the reason why I ended up checking and the reason why I decided that I needed to check to see is because he was talking about stuff and my impression of who he was based on the videos that I saw before. And then him on the testimony on the stand giving testimony, my impression started to change on him based on what I value, and I started looking at him favorably. So I started doing my research. I started looking into the things because I noticed there were gaps in his testimony, and then I realized that he was lying under oath, and the defense knows this at this point. The screenshot that everyone has been sharing of the National Registry of Emergency Medical Technicians, where it shows his name and shows his license expired in March of 2017, that's my screenshot. It's the one I initially shared out 2 days ago. People just copied it and pasted it and shared it out. That's fine. But they know it, and the defense didn't bring it up to impeach that witness testimony. It's very odd. This case, when you look at it from the perspective, and I'm very surprised that they put Kyle up on the stand myself. I'm extremely surprised they did it. I don't think they needed to. And I'll be honest, I was a little, surprised that they did it. I was a little nervous that they did it based on what we've watched. And then we watched more of it, and then I realized that he did a great job on the stand. You have people coming out. LeBron James even tweeted about Kyle's crocodile tears. You had Merriam-Webster. The official Twitter page for Merriam-Webster tweets out the definition of crocodile tears. I want everyone to understand, if you live in a city, your city is going to come under attack. When this verdict, when he is acquitted, which I firmly believe he'll be acquitted, or possibly a hung jury, if that occurs, they are going to riot. If a mistrial is declared, they are going to riot. And now some on the left are calling for a mistrial, not with prejudice, just a mistrial. Not because the prosecutor is a shady scumbag that was admonished twice in the courts and there's allegations of prosecutorial misconduct. Not because of that, because of the fact that they're viewing the judge as sympathetic to Rittenhouse. Because yesterday, remember, he had a song, Let's Go, God Bless America by Les Greenwald. That was his ringtone. So his phone rang. And now the left media jumped all over it. And they're saying that that is not acceptable, and that you can't be proud of your country anymore, especially if you're a judge sitting on a trial. And they called that song, a God Bless America. They said that's a MAGA theme song. And therefore, this judge is a MAGA person, and therefore needs to be immediately, there needs to be a mistrial because of that. That's real. That is real. There are real articles about that. Les Greenwood. What'd I say? Greenwald? Greenwood. There's going to be trolls because right now this is day 8 of the Rittenhouse trial, day 9 of the Rittenhouse trial, sorry. And everybody's looking for feeds. So, and I don't think that they're trolls. I'm not even going to say that the people in here that disagree with me are trolls. You just don't know what's really going on. And I challenge you to ask questions. I challenge you to watch the trial today. That's what I challenge you to do. I challenge you to sit and pay attention to what's gone on during this trial. You can go to citizenstringer.tv and for free and watch all the previous days' testimony. All of it. All not 8 days, previous days. We have the full, transcript up or the full videos, 8 hours a day, Monday through Friday. Today is not going to be any different. We're going to continue covering it. The only thing that we're going to do probably on Facebook during lunchtime, the lunch recess, I'm going to restart that feed because Facebook only allows 8-hour live streams. And because I started a bit early today, it would cut in and we'll lose that latter half of the day. So depending on how the trial is going, we'll cut it. But I want everyone to watch. If you disagree with something I'm saying or you didn't think Kyle had any business going out there, again, I would just ask you, if your house was burning down, would you want your neighbors to try to put it out? And if you say yes to that answer, then you have to understand why Kyle was there, because he saw his community. Everyone doesn't know, and I understand that if you haven't been watching the trial, you don't realize that Kyle worked in Kenosha and that his dad lived in Kenosha, and he often traveled to stay with his dad. What everybody says is that, oh, he traveled from out of state. He wasn't from there. Well, he had family there and he had ties there and they went there quite often. He didn't live 6 hours away. I know people tried to do that and say he lives 6 hours away. No, he lives 35 minutes away, less than 30 miles away. There's a lot of misconception about what really happened that night. A lot of misconception. And you're not going to know it unless you actually do some research and find it. That's the only thing. That's the reason why I wanted to go live, is I wanted people to just pay attention to what's actually going on and what the real story is, and stop blindly following the left and stop blindly following the media. Because I'll be honest, I am a member of the media. I own a news outlet. The media lies, even or they're biased. We don't lie here, but are we biased? Absolutely. As much as we try not to be, we can't not do it. Because, I mean, we're biased in the sense of common sense. Do you know what I mean? That's it. But we are definitely a biased news organization. As much as we don't want to be, and we say we're unbiased, we can't, especially on the commentary. We have to, because there's no other way to get a story across, because the truth is so fractured now. You know? You don't have two variations of the truth. You have someone that's being honest, and then you have a complete and utter lie. Those are not variations of the truth. One person is lying. And the problem is it used to be easy to find. Now it's not easy to find. Now you really have to search out. I used to say, when we did fact checks initially, when we started this organization, we would do fact checks for 3. So we backed up everything in rules of 3. So basically, if we had a quote, we had to verify that quote 3 times with 3 separate people in order to print that quote. That was the way we do it. Now, shit. I mean, we pass on more articles than we even write, more stories. We had a whistleblower send us something the other day. We can't verify anything. We can't write it because we just don't write things that we can't verify a million times. And the problem is that there's so much of this misinformation out, and it's frustrating, man. Someone said trial today. Yeah, the trial's going to be starting. It starts in a little bit. Keystone News Now with a super chat already, starting it off this morning, saying Thomas and Binger tears. Yeah, Thomas Binger tears. But the trial begins in about 8 minutes, and we'll start, our live coverage there. I just wanted to talk. I wanted people to pay attention to what's actually going on. I wanted you guys to listen and say, got it. I'm not right all the time. Like, listen, I'll say that. A lot of people want to say that Kyle was crying or fake crying and all that stuff. Maybe it's just because you haven't seen it before. I mean, that was a kid that just was overwhelmed. Clear signs of PTSD, and it resonated with me just because of things I've gone through in my life, and it resonated with a lot of other people. You could see it and surprisingly, a lot of veterans on social media. They're like, I've seen the biggest, hardest dudes you could ever imagine have that same reaction, and it comes suddenly, But That's what I'd always ask. If you are new to this page and you are going to hang out with us, we just ask no hate speech in the chat. You'll be kicked off. Also on social media, I do something different than everybody else because that's why we're still up and we haven't had our platforms removed. I throw up a overlay if they're showing dead bodies or they're showing the shootings. I quickly throw this up on the screen. And usually when I do that, I try to put the link to Rumble. We're running a uncensored feed on Rumble, and we're also running our uncensored feed on our own OTT streaming platform, citizenstringer.tv. If you want to sign up for that, we have 24-hour programming and all that, and you can watch everything on demand. So do that. But someone said many young people have zero experience, just kids forgive them. Yeah, freedom for Kyle. On time served for minor firearm charge is proper and lawful. Kyle, clear and concise, courageous with all emotions, words. Yeah, I mean, someone else said you suffer from PTSD and you saw that reaction and you know it was authentic. Yeah, I mean, it's frustrating because I think a lot of people are. It's so easy for people just to blame. You know what I mean? It's so easy for people to just say, well, he's faking. You don't even know if he's faking. You don't know anything. I mean, the majority of you guys think he's guilty, even though you see video where people are chasing after him. I mean, how many of you guys saw those videos? And you could say, well, child predator number one was not a threat. He didn't have a firearm. Well, I mean, he was a threat to the little kids that he raped. I mean, you know what I mean? Maybe I'm biased. I am biased in that regard. I don't think that dude deserved to live even before he was shot. That's my personal opinion. If you sexually assault children, you're a horrible, horrible person. And I'm not going to shed any tears over it. You know, they had his girlfriend up on the stand. The defense wasn't allowed to ask whether or not Rosenbaum kicked the shit out of her, which we know is true because we watched the previous testimony. We know he had a temporary restraining order, or she had a temporary restraining order against him for him violently beating her up. I mean, we know that, but the jury doesn't know that. So everyone tries to portray Rosenbaum as this nice angel. They don't know he was a child sex predator, and they don't know he was a woman beater, and they don't know he spent the majority of his life in jail, and he was bipolar and yelling at people to shoot him. And it's mind-bogglingly crazy how much information is just not allowed. You know, it's absolutely bonkers. But I'm going to try to find this trial real quick, so bear with me a second. And so we can get this, because it should be starting here in a minute. Now, the way they do this, they actually start it usually right at 10. It's already getting ready. Found one, so we'll make this our backup feed because I don't change. For anyone that doesn't know, sorry, it's a lot to do this. Get everything all how it has to be. Ah, shit. A lot of times they have that closed captioning thing, so I like to get that off before we video. So we're just waiting. We'll have the trial here in just a few minutes as soon as it starts. I try not to interrupt too much during the live testimony. Yesterday I was kind of amped up, but I try not to interrupt too much, and I'm still shipping out all these Patriot boxes and all that stuff. We're getting them all packed up. Got the small and mediums done. Have to do the large and extra large today and all the coffee orders. They're not going to ship today because I didn't realize the post office isn't open.
Semicolon closing parenthesis.
Holy wow, Minnie with 10,000 stars. Thank you so much. Thank you so much. 10,000 stars on Facebook. That's a lot, you know, so that's awesome. Thank you so much. But yeah, we're just going to wait for this trial to begin. As soon as it does begin, we'll go. And the only thing I ask is if you're new here and you haven't watched this stuff before, our chat, I mean, people get kind of worked up in the chat. Just sit and watch. And people that are in the chat, be nice. allow people to actually be here and find out what's actually going on. That's what we want. That's what we need. We need people to understand why a verdict is going to happen the way it's going to happen. They're not going to know that if they come in here and everyone's like, oh, he's a hero, blah, blah, blah. I mean, whether or not you think that, that's your prerogative. But allow people to be in here, allow people to watch these and make up their own mind on what's going on. And if you're someone that thinks he's guilty, allow other people to have a difference of opinion. I'll be honest, it's probably one of the most liberal things I've ever said in my life. And do I honestly believe it? I don't know. I think people need to just shut the hell up and do some research. It's a lot easier just to say it that way. Some people only make a comment about lunch plans and drink orders. Lame. LeBron James mocks Kyle for crying in a tweet. Yeah, we talked about that already. Someone said Rumble chat is better than the other one. Yeah, and Rumble I haven't kicked over. I'll kick over Rumble in 1 minute, actually. 10 o'clock, 2 minutes, according to my server time. And then we'll kick over Rumble and Citizen Stringer. So right now, Rumble is playing the Pizza and Tilly Morning Show. Scott B with a $5 super chat. Thank you, bro. But I don't know. So I can't hear Pizza and Tilly. So someone said, "Yay, Pete's talking about us." I'm not sure, but hopefully I got to get with him and try so we can do segues. Because when I cut in for the trial at 7 or 10 o'clock, or when I cut in to do my normal show at 8 p.m., we gotta do transfers. We got to figure out how to do that. But yeah, if Pete, you hear me, we'll see you, because I'm cutting over to our live stream here. It's 10 o'clock. All right, everyone that's now joining us with Citizen Stringer and Rumble, how the hell are you? Today is, what is it? The 11th of November, 10 o'clock Eastern time on the dot. We are going to bring you the trial as soon as it begins. Obviously, it hasn't started yet. We do have a trial cam on, so we're making some progress already. We do have camera feeds inside that we're ready to bring up as soon as they come back on. And going from there, get these telemarketing calls like 5 million times a day. It's super annoying. I hate it. And what is this? I thought I just got a text message, or I thought I got a tweet that said I'm a horrible human being. But I guess maybe it wasn't to me. Maybe it was to somebody else. But because sometimes when they send like notifications on your phone for Twitter, I don't know how. But yeah, Chicago is preparing to have riots. I mean, they're calling in police and canceling days off and all that stuff. It's going to be interesting. It's going to be interesting. I've said I've made the mistake and said that people should go and protest. I mean, I believe Kyle. I don't even know, man, what I believe. I think everyone should stay home, protect yourself, protect your family, and protect your businesses. You know what I mean? That's what I think. Because people are going to go and the majority of them are not going to care about a verdict. The majority of them are anti-government anarchists. That's what they are. They're not. This has nothing to do with Black Lives Matter. This wasn't a Black Lives Matter protest. This was a riot. They were destroying property. This wasn't. I mean, tell me how that helps Black lives? It doesn't. That's why the majority of the people that were there were anarchists dressed in black bloc and lighting fire to everything. Everyone says that this was all, as a result of the Jacob Blake shooting. Well, I mean, Jacob Blake probably shouldn't have sexually assaulted someone, violently fought police, and tried to get into a car that wasn't his with 3 kids in the back while he was wanted for a felony sexual assault. Because honestly, the reason why that cop was acquitted of that is because he potentially saved the life of 3-year-olds. You know what happens when people speed from police, typically, and there's a police chase? they get into an accident. And you know what happens when they get in an accident? People can die, including 3 little children who are in the back of that vehicle. Nobody talks about that. The only thing they talk about is the fact that a white police officer shot a black man 7 times, not the fact that the black man was accused of raping the children's mother and taking those children when he had a restraining order against him when he went to that house. I just don't understand why people can't see the bigger picture. Are you saying that women deserve to be raped? If you defend Jacob Blake, that's what you are literally saying. And it's disgusting. If you defend Rosenbaum as someone that is Rittenhouse should have just taken a beating, then you are defending someone that has sexually assaulted and molested children. I mean, pick your battles, guys. No matter what you believe, understand who you're defending there. Understand who you're defending. A career criminal that sexually assaults children, or a child that's devoted his life thus far into civil service. It's fucking very odd, dude. It's very odd. The arguments that people come up with. It's very odd. And if you're watching on YouTube, do me a solid, hit the thumbs up button or something. I think that helps. We do accept super chats and all that. We don't really get, yesterday we did get a lot of super chats, which I really appreciate. We don't normally get that many. Not anymore. When we covered all the riots and stuff last year, we did. And we likely, unfortunately, if riots do start again, which I said it a couple of months ago. I said riots are going to happen anyway. Look at where we are politically as a country. Look at where we were in 2020 as a country politically. We are, if not more divisive than we were then, on the same wavelength. They need riots. They need protests. The only thing is, I think they tried to do these vaccine mandates as that catalyst so they could go after all these anti-vaxxers, except that's not working, because the people that are truly affected by these mask or anti-vax mandates, the people that are really affected are the highest percentage of people that are unvaccinated, which is African Americans. So you want to talk about a disadvantaged population, the people that are being most disadvantaged by vaccine mandates are African Americans. And they know it. And so that's why you see a lot of these protests. You saw them in New York City a couple of weeks ago where they were actually marching side by side with Trump supporters. I was watching and I was like, what the fuck is going on? But they were marching together because they had a common enemy, which is government overreach. And that's what's going on. The problem is we're going to have to wait and see what happens with this and what kind of... in my personal belief is that Owens, or whatever the guy's name is from MSNBC that gave a speech yesterday, he should be arrested and charged with incitement. That is what he's doing. Minnie Allen with 5,000 stars. Holy cow, Minnie. Thank you so much. Also, anyone, if you do realize when you buy those many stars, and I'm not trying to say don't buy stars on Facebook. If you buy stars on Facebook, they charge you a lot of money for them. The simpler solution, if you want to contribute directly to us, is just by visiting citizenstringer.com/support. You could do credit card, you could do Cash App, Venmo, PayPal. Just don't mail a check. The address is wrong. But you could do all that by visiting that website. Or if you want to do it and say F you Antifa, you can do so by visiting f-antifa.live. I'm live right now, right? Okay. All right, bye. That was my technical director, but he's on an assignment somewhere. So I can't tell you because it's a secret. But he is somewhere right now and working on a mini documentary we're going to put out. But again, and I have no complaints if you want to use Facebook, go for it. We do get the money. So you're also feeding it to them a little bit. They have a subscription plan, which actually benefits us pretty good, the subscribers thing. I'm going to start using our Facebook supporter group because we have a group that's only open to the supporters on Facebook. So if you're not a supporter on Facebook and you want to be, do that, because we have our own Facebook group that I'll start utilizing quite a bit more. I'm still waiting for the trial to begin. It hasn't opened up yet. They do have cameras turned on inside, and here we go, actually. We'll see you soon.
In the jury room. And yesterday I misspoke. It takes its toll. I thought yesterday was Thursday at the end of the day. Maybe it was just because it seemed like a longer day, but in any event, So anything I said about schedule is somewhat compromised. It would be ideal if we could finish on Friday, but let's see what happens. Anything else before we get started?
Two things, Your Honor. One, my next witness is going to be Dr. John Black, and his testimony will involve a computer program and demonstrative evidence with all videos that have already been entered into evidence, and how he establishes the times that he'll testify to. And what I'm asking the court to allow is to have him testify at this witness stand to my left, so that he can be hooked into the cord and manipulate his computer.
Any objection to that?
Yeah.
Okay.
And then there's the Armstrong report. There's been new photographs, and there's already been testimony about some old I shouldn't say photographs, enhancements of video evidence would be the correct statement. It's my understanding that Mr. Armstrong testified that the video program he uses is Amped, and Amped has an internal printout of everything that the operator does on it. So if I do X, X is documented, you push the button, it says he did X. My understanding is that there should be a report for that, and then the new photographs today. And our question comes into, on testimony, on cross-examination, when he was testifying to what he did to the video, there's a definite discrepancy between the aspect ratios and the amount of pixels, so I'm asking for that report. And then the new photographs, which the state intends to introduce in the rebuttal case, I would like the report from Amped for that, so that we can check that. I spoke to Mr. Binger, he said he would try to do that. I don't know if he can or he can't.
Are you saying the program is named Amped?
Yeah.
He needs a microphone on.
Yeah.
My understanding from Senior Examiner Armstrong's testimony is that he used a program known as Amped, A-M-P-E-D, the number 5. If he did use that program, Amped 5, which is a gold standard of forensic analysis, Amped 5 does produce a report of all manipulations or actions taken upon the start to the finish. That's the report I think we're talking about right now.
Okay.
I just like that, those reports. There should be two of them.
I didn't hear the last thing you said.
There should be at least two of them, one for each
Okay.
change.
Anything else?
Well, I mean, we don't have to, I don't believe we have an obligation to provide that.
To the finish. That's the report I think we're talking about right now.
Okay.
I am not saying that they do. He'd have to go back he's on his way here now. He'd have to go back to the crime lab and get them.
Well,
So-
can you reach him? And
I can certainly try.
why don't you do that? I'm not going to worry about anything till it happens. Well, let's see what can be done on that. And then, were you done on that?
Yes.
Then I did get Mr. Binger's transmission of last night, which unfortunately was not. Was there, other than the initial minute or two, was there actual video, or was it black screen?
It's like a 20-some minute compilation video with the defendant's voice.
Well, let me try it. Let me try opening it here, because at home it was there. I was able to hear the audio, but the video was all black. So I don't know what the significance of that is until I look at it. And hopefully it'll open here. I guess that's it. All right. Anything else?
No, Your Honor.
I'm about to, I guess, forward an email that we just received a phone call from someone who supposedly spoke to a juror spoke to someone who spoke to a juror. I don't think it's anything, but it's just for the, just to
That's
be,
pretty, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I'm sorry, just to be transparent. When we get these communications, we are giving them to the court.
Excellent, and appreciate it. And we've gotten inundated, as you would expect with the case with this degree of publicity, and all kinds of wild things are said, and as long as you folks are aware of them and can deal with it, or ask me to deal with it to the extent that I'm able, we'll do it. I would hate to be someone who got caught doing some of this stuff. All right. Anything else?
I'm just going to go call Mr. Armstrong. I just want to verify.
Yeah, go ahead.
So you want for the...
Pardon me? Go ahead, what you have to do
Well, they
to...
might be moving the witness.
Just because he
Oh.
won't be able to see the TVs from so far away.
Oh, okay, so you're going to stay... Go ahead, what you have to do
Well,
to...
they might be moving the witness.
Just because he
Oh.
won't be able to see the TVs from so far away.
Oh, okay, so you're going to stay in the usual place?
I
Oh,
think it really work it out.
bless you.
All right, so I guess we're just waiting for them to do something. I don't know, but he's playing on his phone, and I don't really know what's going on here. So we're just waiting for them to begin. There is no audio yet. They may be calling in the... I was on the phone, so I don't even know what was happening. And they're not... There's no audio. So don't worry, we can't hear them. Someone said, how do you turn on the sound? Well, you don't, because I control the sound, sir. And the sound's not on yet. I think it's just because they're getting everything set up. They're getting their expert who's going to be sitting in a corner witness stand, which means he's probably not going to be on camera either. Wicked Way with a $5 super chat saying, thank you, Steve. Well, you are very welcome. Dude was calling the witness who was on his way.
How long will that take to move your cameras? Okay. I guess that's the plan, so.
So now they have to move all their cameras, which is kind of what I suspected. So Court TV has to move their cameras so they can get a full accounting of everything. So that's going to take 5 minutes. So tell you what, I'll put my wonderful face back on the camera. We'll just talk. You know, I'm doing pretty good, right? Some of you guys right now may be watching saying, Steve, you just got some horrible news. How come you're not like smashing your head against the wall or something? And it's not really horrible. It's not like life ending or anything like that. We just wasted some time. But you know what? Shit happens. I've come to the conclusion that when you're a business owner and you run a media company, shit happens. We got to figure it out and figure out ways to make sure it doesn't happen again. Like tattooing something onto the back of your hand so you never fucking forget. Oh, man. Sean with a $50 super chat. Thank you, bud. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for that. Someone said, you got time to order breakfast from the place that makes Italian subs? I'll be honest. I had a burger. Thank you, dude. I had a burger this morning for breakfast. You know the Costco, like, Angus burgers that they make that are frozen? You microwave them for a minute and a half and they're good. So I ate that for breakfast, and then I'm going to get a sandwich for lunch today because that sandwich is very good, and I didn't know they deliver it. So I'm excited. You guys can't see it right now, but Court TV, they're running all the new wires, getting all the stuff back set up because they have to switch their camera. So it's showing, because instead of this witness testifying in the witness booth, he's going to be testifying in another side witness booth where he could be plugged into their system so he could show all the screens and images and shit that he's going to be showing, that he can tie that all in. Someone said, it's 7:30 a.m. here. I only want caffeine. Yeah, I'm actually drinking a soda first thing in the morning because I have a coffee pot. I'm not quite sure about the water here. I haven't tasted it yet. Normally, I like to try water before I make coffee. And we sell our own coffee, so I have plenty of coffee here. I just haven't made it. The coffee pot is still in the box, so I would have to do all that. What else? Someone said, your two arms are almost done being tattooed. My sleeves are almost done. Same with the neck and back piece. You know, for a long time, I wanted to get my neck done. And then I decided, you know, from the corporate world, it probably wasn't the best bet. And now it would be acceptable, but now I'm too old. Don't even care anymore. You know what I mean? Don't even care. My back is still messed up a bit. I don't really know why. Someone said, we on Citizen Stringer are wondering what horrible news is. None of your damn business. I would have said it. It's not really horrible. It's just, you know, we wasted some time. We messed something up. Someone messed something up. So we'll figure it out. But I'm not going to say it just in case we figure out what the issue is. But everybody is good. Everybody is where they are to shoot this new thing that we're doing. So April, Lauren, Adam, they're all in a secret special location that we're not saying, especially not on the air, but they are shooting a mini documentary. And no, it's not Portland, Oregon, but they're shooting a mini documentary down there for us and doing some interviews, and it should be pretty good. Again, just waiting on them to get all the camera equipment set up. Watching the audio monitor, so when they turn on the audio, I'll know it's back and ready to go. What else? Someone said I used to detest coffee and took a job running a 255-pound Pro Boat roaster for 14 years. Drink coffee all day now. I'll be honest, I didn't drink coffee until college. I remember I was tired and everyone's like, everyone drank coffee. My wife drank coffee. At that time, she was a girlfriend, all that stuff. And I was like, fuck it. I went and bought coffee. And it's been I love coffee now. Someone said deep tissue massage for your back. Yeah, and I don't do the massages. I got married in hopes that she would give me massages, but not really. I don't like it when other people touch me. The whole not big on the huggers. Don't like it. My wife actually went and got a massage the other day. She didn't like that either. Justin with 2,235 stars. Thank you, bro. I'm also going to be leaving that up for the course of the day because it is a motivator for other people to send super chats and all that. Plus, you can read your messages. So that'll be live on YouTube where you can read messages. So it'll read the messages. I think you have to send $5 or more on YouTube, and then it will read your messages on the air. And it just kind of adds some fun to it. Don't add anything bad because I'll ban you. French vanilla creamer can't even taste coffee. I like French vanilla creamer too. Like Pilot Truck Stops and Loves, they got a good French vanilla that I just like with their regular coffee. Someone said only shows past videos, nothing live. I don't know what you're talking about. They are still moving the cameras. They are not live yet, which is why I'm still talking. Iced chai tea? No. Is the sound off for now? What? So people are delayed in their videos, right? I guess. You can all blame me for the $5 minimum super chat audio with text. God rides. I think it is because of you, isn't it? You would send $1 in this long ass message. Put up a mini window of the court on YouTube. No, I mean go watch somewhere else, guys, if you want. That's your call. Because the way I do this is I'm using two computers, so you can't see because I was working on because I'm gonna have a green screen over here. You can't see, but I'm running two separate computers because we're running two outgoing feeds here. We're running a feed that goes to social media. That's a censored feed. And then we run Rumble and Citizen Stringer. So instead of just telling me how to do it, you can either go watch CNN if you want it your way or just stay here and shut up. Shut up. It's not on yet. They're standing around getting everything ready. And I could just put that up and have silence, but then people in the chat are like, oh, why is there no sound over and over and over? So right now it's just here. And as soon as I see the audio meter spike, I'll switch back over there. Go from there. Someone said, this is Steve's show. I know, a lot of people don't remember that. Do I still have the goat sheep sound? I'll have to find it. Someone said, oh man, don't get salty. We understand. No, I'm salty as hell. We're on day 9 of the Kyle Rittenhouse murder trial. He shouldn't even be on trial. I'm salty as hell. I know our country's going to riot in the next couple of days. I'm salty as hell. I know people forgot to turn on the camera during the fucking broadcast. I'm salty as hell. So anyway, trial's on. See you, bye.
Ready for the jury?
Yes.
Oh, one more thing. I have now opened again the link that you sent me from the Washington Post, and it won't open now. I was doing better before. Oh, wait. Yeah, okay. Okay.
During a summer marked by protest.
All right, the jury's coming in. I'm going to say this real quick because my sound wasn't on. I vape. It's a horrible habit. You shouldn't do it. But if you do it, maybe you can help me with something. With this new vape that I bought a while ago, I had to replace the top because I broke it. I'm getting like a burnt thing from it, like burnt cotton or something. And I don't know why. Filter's good. The oil is good. Does anyone in the chat know why? And they're seating the jury now, so I'll be back. I don't interrupt when they do the live feed. The next time you'll hear from me is during the recess, and we'll go from there. See ya. Bye.
Good morning, and good morning, everyone. And you're seated a little differently for convenience purposes. Some technical reasons have dictated this temporary change, and it makes no other difference in the case. And then I wanted to just observe that it's Veterans Day, and any veterans in the room? On the jury or anywhere else? Well, that's unusual not to have at least somebody in here. But Dr. Black is what branch?
Army, sir.
Okay, and I think we give a round of applause to the people who've served our country. Okay, so you may proceed.
Defense will call Dr. John Black to the witness stand.
Raise your right hand. Do solemnly swear the testimony about to give in this matter with the truth, the whole truth, and the truth so help you God. You may be seated.
Doctor, I'm going to hand you a series of documents and then ask you to testify and authenticate to them, please. First document I'd like you to look at is Defense Exhibit 140.
Yes, sir.
And what is that?
This is the curriculum vitae of me, Annex A, that was tendered with my expert report.
And how long is that document?
43 pages, sir.
And does that include your life and professional experiences?
It includes the highlights of them, but yes, sir.
And what I want to get into is a little bit of your background as it applies to this case. Have you ever worked in a law enforcement capacity?
Yes, sir, I have.
How long?
Approximately 23 years.
Where?
Washington County, Oregon.
Is there a city around there that we...
It's the first county to the sort of, if you're looking at it, between the coast and Portland.
Okay. And what were your duties in that department?
My duties range from a lot of stuff. I started as a patrol officer. It would be actually a deputy. From there, I was a corporal. I became a sergeant, again in patrol or operations, what you commonly think about as patrolling. I was also a training sergeant. I then became a lieutenant, and there's 4 divisions in there: corrections, patrol, investigations, and support, sort of you think the way it operates. And then I was a lieutenant and in some cases acting commander, which is the person who oversees all the operations within those individual divisions. Additionally, I oversaw professional standards, which is the unit that oversees if things are done right, if things can become better, to include internal affairs. And then I was also the person that oversaw and designed the use of force program within that agency.
At any time in the employment in law enforcement, did you have an opportunity to work with videographic evidence?
Oh, absolutely. As a deputy coming up, we would commonly use video type of evidence in our investigations. I mean, think about robberies or anything else, and you have ATM video or similar type of things. When I oversaw such things in the jails are commonly monitored with cameras, and if there was allegations of complaints, and for a period of time, as the jail operations lieutenant, I oversaw every allegation of a complaint. We would review evidence to include the video evidence. That would have been the time frame for that. As I oversaw the detective division, detectives which oversaw sex crimes, homicides, car task force, fraud, you name it, it was underneath the detective division. Again, video evidence is pervasive. It's used throughout, and then we would have to make sure that the examination of such video evidence would withstand challenge in court, and more importantly, that we were doing it correctly. So I would commonly be, as the head of the unit on the big cases, make sure that sort of a quality control, I guess would be the best way to put it.
And in your military experience, did you have any occasion to work with videographic evidence?
Yes, sir. In the military, what the branch I was in, the service, the Army, my entire time was in what's called special operations. And because of that, I have several what they call military occupational specialties, or MOSs. One of the MOSs I have, I think the last count was about 7 of them. One of them is specifically about intelligence, just like you think about intelligence to gather information. As part of being an intelligence qualified officer, or non-commissioned officer, is we would routinely look at surveillance video. We would use surveillance video to plan operations. We would covertly make sure video is happening, drone video. We used video in our how we operated. Body-worn cameras were with the military long before they were with police. And we would have to make sense of this video, or when it came in from another thing, you have intelligence units. There was an entire portion of that unit designed to focus on what's called IMINT, or imagery intelligence, IMINT, Manticore Report. And then so because of that, we routinely both used it, operated with it, similar type of things.
And in the intelligence capacity, did you analyze, enhance, and do things to video?
When required.
Okay. When it was
when required.
And in the course of your profession, let me back up a second. I apologize. What was the highest rank you achieved in the military?
I retired from the military after 30 years with the rank of Sergeant Major, which, to put it lateral to other services, is an E9, or enlisted rank 9, which is, you have a command sergeant major, which I did as a, we'll call it a temporary duties, but I remained primarily an operations sergeant major, which is the highest non-commissioned rank in the military.
Now, in this case, I engaged you for several tasks, but one of those was video analysis, correct?
Video analysis is in support of understanding the event, yes.
Okay. And are you certified in the operation of any video programs that you used in this case?
Yes. I used a video program known as Input ACE, version 2.6.3. Input ACE is a program specifically designed to allow people without a lot of high-level skill, like high computer forensics or anything else, to examine video in such a way that when you examine it, you're not doing things to it, like altering it or anything else. That when you're looking at it, you can have some trust in what you do with it, that you're looking at the best that it can be with what it can provide. And within Input ACE, I'm certified at what they call both the operator level, and I'm also certified at the examiner level.
And what's the difference between an operator level and an examiner level?
So an operator level would, let's say, import videos, allow them to basically transfer with codecs or anything else. You could play them, maybe cut a couple pieces out, do these type of things. At an examiner level, you're actually doing, we'll call it manipulation. In other words, you're scaling it, you're looking at things, and so you have to have an understanding about how that happens. So, for example, there's certain ways, and I think you heard earlier in the testimony of Senior Examiner Armstrong, he used the word interpolation. So with interpolation, there's certain ways things get interpolated. Not really a word, but it will work for now. And so the thing is, if I don't understand those things, I can't have trust within what I'm working with to better understand the totality of the event and what I'm looking at.
Now, when you look at videographic evidence, is frames per second something that's important?
It's one of the things, yes, sir.
Tell the jury what frames per second means.
Yeah, I mean, it's frames per second. So when you look down on your phone and it's recording a video or something else like that, you might see something that it's 30 FPS, the shorthand for frames per second. What that's telling you is, imagine if you were to take 30 still shots and just keep taking them at approximately 0.033 seconds, 30 frames per second, just take 1 second divided by 30. It would take 30 of those pictures in a continuous stream to make the 1 second that you're looking at, 30 frames per second. 60 frames per second. 60 frames just means that rather than having 30 still shots, you got 60 still shots. It's still 1 second, still the same resolution, potentially, depending if you haven't changed anything else. You're just getting more just micro snapshots with each point in time.
Do all videos run at the same frame per second amount?
Oh, no, absolutely not. And for example, in the examiner certifications, one of the things you're looking for just to get a feel is you look at things like frames per second and resolution and the codecs that it's using and these type of things. For example, 30 frames per second is common, but also 24 frames per second is common for high definition video because it's a more universal type of things. Or I want to say 23.95 something or 6 something is used for what they call NTSC. N, November, Tango, Sierra, Charlie, which is more of a European format like PAL. So the fact is, the short answer is the frame rates will vary depending on who's using what kind of camera or equipment or what they're trying to do.
Now, resolution is also a part of the analysis?
Resolution is part of understanding the video, yes.
And what is, how do you define resolution?
Yeah, it's defined a couple of different ways, but it really is talking about the same thing, and I think you heard it. Is it all right to refer to my notes?
Yeah.
May I refer to my notes?
Sure.
So, for example, in earlier testimony by Senior Examiner Armstrong, the idea of what they were looking at when they were talking about one of the exhibits is 1920 by 844. So the question is, what does that mean? It means 1920 pixels across and 844 pixels high. So if you were to take each one of those things, and basically a pixel is the smallest element within that picture of a single color. It's just like a Lego block, that's all it is. So 1920 across, 844 high. Well, if I spread that out, and I think you guys, I apologize, but I'm just to the jury, imagine taking your phone and you spread it out, you get those sort of sharp edges where it looks like you're going to get a bunch of squares together. You're looking at the edges of where the pixels are. When those things begin to get smoothed out, a lot of times what that is, and the software does amazing stuff, is that software smoothing it out, or what's called interpolating it, enhancing it, clarifying it. There's other verbs given to it. But so resolution is actually very critical.
Now, when one tries to look at different videos, but syncing them up, what role does sound play in it?
Yeah, so one of the things that's kind of unique with when you have it like an MP4 file, a very common type of file, in a video format, there's a soundtrack to it. Well, when I try to store video, most programs, we want to sort of compress it up because it takes a lot of space. So what a lot of programs do is they'll take a look at it and say, hey, you know what, those 30 frames per second, 3 or 4 of them are just really exactly the same. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to get rid of those frames. So it's going to save me some space when I store it, right? But the audio track, which is completely separate, is not compressed. It's true against time. So what I do, and to understand and do the analysis, is I try to get as many different things, an audio track, take a look at the reports on what people perceive, take a look at the different videos, because remember, videos come from different perspectives. Sometimes we have them dead on, another person was to the left, and then what you do is you sort of put this all together to index it so you can get the best possible approximation of things like time and these type of things.
And is sound used to help sync up the videos?
Yes, sir.
And when you use sound, do you use a computer program to analyze that?
I do.
What is that?
It's actually Wavemaster Pro by NCH.
Okay. And when sound is analyzed, it puts together what would commonly be like a picture graph that's, referred to as a waveform.
Yes.
And a waveform then allows you to see where the sound is for an event that's in the video, correct?
Well, it allows me to, so a waveform, if you've ever seen them, is those things that sort of have the big spikes in them and this type of stuff. A gunshot, for example. A gunshot has a loud percussive noise. I listen to the thing as it's playing, I see a big spike within the waveform. I can now mark that spike and say, that's the beginning of the gunshot. I listen some more, I watch the waveform shift, there's another spike. So what it allows me to do is it allows me to see a visual representation of sound, and now I don't have to be sort of hitting the space bar or using a stopwatch to hope I'm at or around the sound. I can actually mark that sound within it. It's the same if I look at it for 2 minutes or 20 minutes, the sound still occurs in the same place.
And you're using the frames per second, which is known, to determine the distance between shot 1 and shot 2, so to speak.
Actually, what I'm doing is within the sound software, I know that the time between, let's just say, and let's use gunshots, shot 1 and shot 2, whatever that might be, but 2 shots. We'll call them shot 1 and shot 2. As they play in front of me, I can mark them. I see a finite time measurement. I can now, with an index point back in the video, I can go back to the video and say, oh look, there's the same place that sound is occurring in the video frames. Well, now since I have a known time from the sound, I can then begin to take that known time and back it up to the other shot. Now, a quick point of clarification. Sound does not travel absolutely perfect. Shorthand is basically, for the time in this place, the distance of 1,100 feet, which is about where this event was occurring. It would take sound about a second to travel. So if you were standing in the middle of all this, it might be half a second this way or half a second that way. So you make allowances for that, but you have to understand that sound isn't an absolute determiner. That's why you have to take all this in total when you're thinking about it. But that's part of the way that you index.
Now, in the course of your engagement in this case, you prepared a report which was labeled a supplemental report, Exhibit 141, correct?
That is correct.
And then, because there was new videographic evidence found recently, you added to a supplemental, and that is Exhibit 141, correct?
Well, 141 is the supplemental, as at least what I have in my hand.
the preliminary is 139 and the sup is 141.
That is correct.
Okay, if I misspoke, I apologize. And you also did a timesheet, which is Exhibit 142, correct?
Also correct.
Now, what I was looking from you was for the total time of events that happened on August 25th of 2020, beginning with what happened at Car Source 1, correct?
Part of the timings, that's my understanding, yes.
And I gave you what would be a known time where Kyle is on video stating friendly, friendly, friendly. And you synced that amongst other videos, correct?
You gave me a known location to look at, the time is estimated, and then what I did is using that as a start point, I actually found other places to sync and I worked backwards to that time.
And when you synced up all the not all the different videos, but the videos that you used in this case, you were able to get them to sync to what level?
In the first point, the sync points that I primarily use as points of reference. So just think about something that can be seen in a bunch of different things. So the sync points that I used was the high arc of the bag being thrown. You can see the different shadows and everything else. So from a video point, I was able to find that in a lot of different places, and I use that as a sync point. The other things from an audio standpoint is the gunshots. Now the gunshots can move depending on how far the person is away that's recording that sound. And in these cases, it could be 150 feet is about a tenth of a second or a little bit more. So between the different things, I would say I have confidence in the different timings here, plus or minus a tenth of a second.
Now, and then I asked you to break down basically into several groups, but event number 1 starting with friendly, friendly, correct?
Yes, sir.
What I would refer to as the transition from event 1 to event 2, correct?
Yes, sir.
And then event number 2 from beginning to end.
With the beginning being from the first strike with what's been shown as a person with a rock-like object.
Okay. And then the end of event 2 would be defined as what?
The fourth shot by Kyle Rittenhouse.
And from the end of event 2 going on to end being what?
Are you asking the point in time
Yeah.
or the actual measurement?
The actual act that ended your calculation.
So from the fourth shot by Kyle Rittenhouse in event 2 until the point where he's seen in the video raising his hands, and I refer to that simply as surrender to the police.
And you used, in your calculations of time and video, you used 6 different videos?
I looked at all of them. I narrowed it down till the ones that are most relevant so I could keep the timings consistent.
So what you're saying is there's 100, and I'm throwing out a number, but over 100 different videos. Those are the 7 that you used to calculate these times and values.
Those are the primary ones, and then I validated them with the other ones.
Okay. Now, let's get started with that. The start of event number 1, do you have that available?
Yes, as in, do you want me to show it by video?
Yes.
Okay. So at this point, and understanding what this point is, this is from, if you can see on your screen, the parent file. This would be the point where friendly, friendly, friendly is heard within the soundtrack. And obviously we can play that as well. So.
Please.
Your Honor, I'm going to object. This is beyond the scope of the court's order.
This is all
One
timing.
of those 5-minute breaks in the library. Let's do that. Please don't talk about the case.
If you didn't know, I wrote a song. It's called "Oh Snap!" Someone's gonna get yelled at. But I was supposed to sing that when I said that, and I forgot to. So, well, you guys missed it. Hopefully, the prosecutor gets yelled at. It would just kind of be amazing. I'm gonna switch back over to the trial real quick. But they have kicked the jury out for 5 minutes. So the prosecutor, or they're all going to go back and forth over the scope of the order, and you know.
Mr. Bringer.
Your Honor, the court has signed an order that specifies the scope of Dr. Black's testimony. That order indicates that he is going to be allowed to testify to what is contained on paragraph 19 of his preliminary report dated July 31st, 2021, in subsection 3A1. That subsection reads,
Page of the report, counsel.
page 19, subsection 3A1. This pertains to the shots at Joseph Rosenbaum. That subsection reads, the 4 shots occur in approximately 1 second with the times in hundredths of a second of 0.26, 0.25, and 0.23 respectively between shots 1, 2, 3, and 4. The court has also ruled that the witness can testify as to the information contained on page 22 of his report in paragraph 4A and 4A1. That pertains to the timing of the shots in what counsel describes as the second event, where the defendant shoots at the unidentified individual, Mr. Huber and Mr. Grosskreutz. And there's some timing information there. I won't read it right now because it's a little bit longer. But the court's order is very specific that those are the items he can testify about with regard to timing. There's another section of his report he can testify about that has to do with sense making, but right now he's being asked about timing. And we have a document which I guess is exhibit number 142 that was just presented to us this morning. It appears to have 31 different time entries on it. All of them, except for like 4 or 5 of them, are beyond the scope of the court's order. This document contains characterizations of behavior that this witness is not allowed to testify about.
I haven't seen the document.
Okay, so for example, he indicates with observation number 7.
Is there a copy? Go ahead, Mr. Bringer.
Observation number 7 is characterized by this witness as JR elevation change hyphen lunge decision point. What I'm interpreting that is Joseph Rosenbaum's elevation change lunge decision point. This witness is not, by the court's order, allowed to testify as to what Mr. Rosenbaum was doing or his intent or anything like that. This was the subject of our motion hearing, and the court has excluded that. There's other characterizations too. For example, the reference observation point number 15 and 16, referring to people striking the defendant. Number 19, striking the defendant. Number 22, striking the defendant. Number 25, the gun of Gage Grosskreutz pointed towards the defendant. These are all things that the preliminary report that this witness offered talked about, but now we have ruled, or we've agreed, and the court has ordered that he's not going to be talking about those things. So the scope of this document, 142, is well beyond the court's order. What he's being asked right now, and when I objected, is beyond the court's order. What he is characterizing in this Exhibit 142 in terms of his interpretation of what various people in the case were doing or what their intent was or anything like that is beyond the scope of the court's order. So my understanding from the court's order was he'd be able to say, gunshot 1, 2, 3, and 4 to Rosenbaum happened in this amount of time. And then the second set of gunshots happened in this amount of time. And that's it, as far as the timing. The court's order was very specific as to that. So when we're talking about friendly, or throwing the bag or things like that, that's outside of that time frame.
I'm using demonstrative evidence to show how he reached these times. And it's all evidence that's already been testified to and admitted. Some of the evidence has been enhanced, just like the state enhanced the bag, some of the other photos. He's a licensed, trained video specialist. He has the background, and we're showing the jury what he used to get these values. And that shows how he did it and the reliability of doing it. And I'm not worried about what Mr. Binger said about the comments or anything like that. That's a way that he found the times. And Your Honor, just time in relationship to video in this case is so important. Yesterday afternoon, Mr. Binger spent much time cross-examining my client regarding those approximately 30 frames from the BG on the scene. And that was approximately a tenth of a second. And he spread it out, and what we're trying to do is show through video the true events of that night. And I believe it is with the court's order, because basically what we're looking at is an event, and the state can quibble with my time of when I started the event. They might say it's back 5-10 seconds before or whatever, but the total time of the event from friendly until he surrenders at the police car, 2 minutes and 55 seconds. The jury should know that. The events of each of the sub-events, the total time, the jury should know that. What happened between the two events, the jury should know that. They've been shown videos already of that.
Well,
If I may respond briefly.
yes, sir.
First of all, what counsel has just mentioned in terms of the overall timing is something he's free to play video and argue. The question is what this expert witness can testify to. The court has ordered specifically what he can and cannot testify to. Your order is one of limitation. It specifies the limits of what he can testify to. It's a fundamental notice issue, Your Honor. In his preliminary report, he didn't have information regarding the timing from friendly. That was a report from 3 months ago. We were not put on notice that there would be this testimony through this witness as to the timing of from the very beginning of all this to the very end. This Exhibit 142 is the first document we've received, and it was received today.
It was provided yesterday.
Don't interrupt. Don't interrupt.
It is the first document we've received from the defense pertaining to this witness with regard to the timing of the entire evening. It is beyond the court's order. We have not received proper notice as to this subject. I have no problem having this witness testify to observations 8, 9, 10, and 11. That is the exact scope of the court's order. Shot 1, shot 2, shot 3, shot 4. I have no problem with him testifying as to items, observations 20, 21, 23, and 26. Those are the 4 shots in the second incident with Grosskreutz, Huber, and the unknown assailant. That's exactly what this court limited him to. Those 8 observations on this sheet of paper. Everything else on this exhibit, which we just received, is beyond the scope of the court's order. We've not been provided notice of it. It wasn't in his original preliminary report. It is being sprung on us in the middle of trial. The court has ordered on this. We had a hearing on this. The court gave the defense opportunity to put us on notice of these things. We talked about these limitations. There was an agreement among the parties as to these limitations, which led to your order, Your Honor. And now the defense is going around that order. And I object to that.
Your Honor, I asked the court to think back to what's happened procedurally in this case. That FBI video didn't come around until about 2 weeks before trial. The drone video didn't come back until during trial. And most of this work has been done over the last 2 days to catch up to those exhibits. I provided this exhibit yesterday afternoon when it was first provided. The only change to it is and was a typo, which actually inures to the state's benefit by adding approximately 9 seconds.
I quibble with counsel. The FBI video was made available to counsel over 3 months ago.
I don't want to, you know what, I don't want to get into it. It's been argued about before, and then we laid it aside, and at this point, I don't think I want to get into that because it isn't going to be helpful to resolution of the issues that we're after in the case. And I'm looking for the order. What was the date of that order?
I think it was November 2nd, Your Honor, but I'll pull it up here.
And I believe that order was drafted by Mr. Binger.
It was.
And
I submitted it to all parties. There was no objection to it. It was signed with no objection.
Okay.
And then the video came up after that.
Okay, I am, here it is. All right, now I say the order without objection and without really giving it a lot of scrutiny. As you know, we try a lot of cases in here, and because it came in without objection, I signed it, thinking that it covered what I had envisioned at the time of the hearing. I will tell you what I had in mind when, and I haven't looked at if there is even a transcript in existence. I don't think so. But it certainly was my impression that we were talking about video of the entire episode, and not that it certainly in my mind was not limited to the specific numbers on this observation point list that you're talking about. I'm a little bit challenged when you say, is there something that I'm saying that draws the face that you're making? Go ahead, say what you want to say.
I have to say, Your Honor, yesterday I was the target of your ire for disregarding your orders. Today, the defense is disregarding your order. I submitted that draft of that order to the defense. They had an opportunity to review it. They had an opportunity to object to it. We do this all the time in the court system. We submit proposed orders to the defense, to the other side, and to the court for everyone to take a look at. If anyone had a change, an objection to that, if they wanted to expand it, there was plenty of opportunity to do so. There was no response whatsoever from the defense. They never came to this court and said, the proposed order is improper, here is our version of the order. They never came to the court and said the proposed order needs to be amended in some way. They never responded at all, even though they had it, and even though they had plenty of opportunity to do so. They have every incentive to make sure that the court's order with regard to their expert witness is accurate. They have every incentive to make sure that that court order gives them the opportunity to get in all of the evidence through this expert that they feel they need to get in. Despite having that very powerful incentive, they did not object, they did not contact the court or me with any reaction to that order. You are the referee. The parties argue about things and you make a decision. We reached an agreement on this at the Daubert hearing.
I don't think on this issue.
I proposed this compromise, Your Honor. I did, because there was some back and forth about the extent of the use of force issues and all that stuff. And I said, well, what about if we just agree, Dr. Black can talk about the timing of the shots and the sense making. And I then drafted this order. You gave the defense an opportunity to object. They didn't. You signed it. And my recollection, and again, I know you referenced the transcript, but in his preliminary report, Your Honor, all he talks about is the timing of the shots. In Event 1, the 4 shots of Rosenbaum. In Event 2, the shots of against the unknown assailant Huber. So there's nothing further in his preliminary report about the extent of this entire time frame. This Exhibit 142 goes well beyond his preliminary report from July 31st. It goes well beyond what we talked about at the Daubert hearing. It goes well beyond what we agreed to that day. And it goes well beyond this court's order.
If I understand correctly what's being pursued by the state at this point, is timing sequence for the time between the friendly and the surrender to the police, which he says is a total of 400 and some, or attempted surrender to the police, which he says is a total of 4 minutes and some seconds, all of which is, every second of which I think has been analyzed here in this courtroom. That was certainly my vision at the time we discussed all this, whether it was each part was specifically discussed in his preliminary report or not. That was my vision of what we were going to be hearing. And I guess the questions I have is, what is the prejudice to the state? Are you suggesting that what he's about to testify to, or may testify to, is going to be different with respect to the new periods of time than it is with respect to the particular periods that you identified in the order that you drafted? Or that's number one, as to whether there's prejudice to the state. Secondly, whether you think that there is some incongruity between the periods of time that might be more fully covered by the examination of the entire time period, because those are the principal issues. We're here, you know, and you've practiced here. You were assigned here for quite a long time, some years ago, and I think that most people would say that I'm pretty open to. I want to have the whole thing presented to whomever is finding the facts, whether it's me or whether it's the jury. I want to know as much as possible rather than try to isolate particular things and say, well, that isn't. I told the story the other day about the judge from Madison who was tormented whether to grant a motion to dismiss a burglary case on failure of proof of venue, not just proof of venue, whether that municipality was in Dane County or not. And I think, really, are you really worried about this? I don't operate that way. Now, I'm not criticizing you for bringing up this issue. I think it's legitimate, but it's not something that sways my judgment in the case. And unless you can tell me that you have reason to believe that that doctor is going to testify differently about some of these other time periods within that less than 5 minute period, or that you are somehow prejudiced by the late arrival of the report, and I don't want to say late, although, okay, that's fair, then I'm going to allow the testimony to be given.
If I may respond, Your Honor.
Please.
Yesterday, as I said, I was under the court's ire.
You know, I don't want to talk about.
Well,
why don't
I
we just?
I think it's a fundamental fairness issue, Your Honor.
All right, say what you want to say.
If I'm being held to obey the court's orders, I'm asking that the defense be held to that too. This is something we litigated at a Daubert hearing. We spent time on this.
You know, I am going to interrupt you, and then I'm going to let you talk again. But I was talking yesterday about the Constitution of the United States and how the Supreme Court has interpreted it for 50 years. That's not what we're talking about here today.
So, this is a notice issue to the state. We have not been provided proper notice of this, and clearly if the shoe were on the other foot and we tried something like this, there would be quite a kerfluffle about that. That's one point. This is, as I said earlier, it's beyond even his preliminary report. Like he's just adding new things at the last minute like this. And this is not prompted by new drone footage or anything like that. There's no mention of drone footage in this report. So to fall behind the excuse of, well, other new evidence has come forward, it doesn't change the fact that this is an expert. There are notice requirements for experts. There has been no notice of this issue. We've already litigated this, and now the defense is trying to expand it in direct violation of the court's order. One moment, Your Honor. I also wanted to point out that I think it's Exhibit 141 is a supplemental report that apparently Mr. Black prepared on October 24th, according to the date. We just got it yesterday. So again, another example of late notice here. I understand that the court wants to hear, or wants the jury to hear, the timing from the beginning of whenever we start to the end, whenever we draw that line. I understand that. There are other ways for us to do that, of course. We can take other videos. They all have timestamps on them. This expert is not needed for that. I don't think we're going to need that time frame down to the hundredths of a second. I think even tenths of a second, even 1 second is probably close enough for the jury to understand that this is not something that took days or hours. It was a matter of minutes. So I think they can already get that point without this expert's testimony. The one specific item of prejudice that I do want to bring to the court's attention is in Exhibit 142. As I pointed out earlier, there are characterizations here.
Well, I agree with you there. The doctors, I assume he's using it for to pinpoint particular events, and I agree with you. He's not going to be permitted to do that.
Okay, so I want to be. Again, I just want to make sure we're all on the same page and that I'm understanding things clearly from the court. There are, for example, observation number 7 on 142 has a characterization of Mr. Rosenbaum's behavior. That will not be allowed?
He's going to have to find some way to express that that
Not using the word
is not conclusory.
change in elevation?
I'm going to try to let you do it in a prudent way, and if there's an objection, I'll deal with it.
Okay.
But yeah, I do think his objection is well stated, that there's some conclusory language in there which is to be avoided.
I can refer to, they're queued up. I can refer to, if he objects to that, I could just refer to it as 7.
That would seem to be unobjectionable.
I think if these are things where we're just going to show the jury that item, that moment in time, they can see it on the screen, then we don't need a witness to tell us what we're seeing. That make it easy.
I'm not, I can't anticipate what he might ask or what your objection might be, so I'm not going to try to.
I would also continue by objecting to observations 15.
Go slow.
15.
As you mean to the description of the event that he gives?
Yes.
Yeah, I think any of his descriptions are going to have to be non-conclusory on his part.
That's fine.
Okay, perhaps just to point to the particular moment in time and say this is at such and such an hour, I don't know.
Can I list the ones that I want to raise for, so we're...
No, because you can object when it happens. Because maybe, see, if I rule on everything now, then I may be talking about things that may never become an issue, and I'd rather, the jury's in the library now, and I'd rather get them out here.
Okay. One final thing, Your Honor. If there is any data or reports that are generated by the software that Dr. Black is using when he prepares all this, I would like that. We've received a similar request from the defense this morning for Mr. Armstrong's things, so I would like that information from the defense.
No problem. Do you have any? Does your
I
program?
can generate them. It's going to take a little bit of time, but they're all you can generate them all.
How much is a little bit of time?
Well, so Your Honor, the first thing I'd have to do in order to meet my understanding is I can go back in and relabel everything based on this.
You know what? I'm just trying to get the jury out here. How long are we talking about? Not why it's going to take as long as it will. How long will it take?
To relabel everything, I'm guessing about 5 to 10 minutes.
Oh,
in
okay.
order to do the reports, Your Honor, that'll take a little bit longer.
Okay. It doesn't seem like it's going to be a big problem. Before your cross, you should be able to at least get the basics. Okay? Anything else?
No.
Ask the jurors to come out, please.
Okay,
Hey, would you
so
put it?
I need a.
That's not just shown on the screen.
I need to do what?
Let's unmute yourself, Steve. Well, that was extremely boring, wasn't it? Hold on. That was pretty boring. The prosecutor was like, Judge, you yelled at me yesterday. Yell at them now. And the judge is like, I'm not going to yell at them now. And I'll allow it. And depending on who you listen to, you may just assume that's because of white supremacy. That's the narrative that the left is trying to push, that the judge is a white supremacist, if you haven't seen that. I do want to point out, too, recently there was a press conference this morning that was held outside of, for anyone that doesn't know, the New York City mayor-elect is named Eric Adams. He's an African-American Democrat, I believe. Except he's different than many Democrats because he believes in law and order. So there's been some inference that he may reinstate New York City Police Department's anti-crime units, which Black Lives Matter just held a press conference and said if the mayor-elect does that, they will riot, they will burn stuff, and there will be bloodshed. That video is on Twitter. That's the America we live in. But yet, let's, crucify a 17-year-old kid who goes to protect your community. Only in America. Well, shit. I may have talked through. I'm not quite sure what happened there. Someone said, is that real? I guess they're questioning whether or not Black Lives Matter said that. So let me find the video. I just saw it. Because it's not even like they typed out a message. They actually held a press conference with video. Let me find that video real quick. Unfortunately, it's not, a conservative saying something, so it's not being widely shared. I wonder if they just went on a longer recess because, where is it? I did just see the video, but I wonder if someone tweeted it at me. Nope. Was it that was showing it? This guy? Do. Trying to find the part of the video. Can you guys hear it?
Got a call from the mayor-elect's offices. They're willing to meet us. Let's march around the side. Let's go.
All right.
Meet with us. Think that they're going to go back to the old ways of policing, that we're going to take to the streets again. There will be riots, there will be fire, and there will be bloodshed, because we believe in defending our people. So there's no way that we're going to let some Gestapo come in here and harm our people.
Oh my gosh, I know it's pretty quiet, but you guys heard it, right? You heard it. It was very quiet, but man, oh man. Isn't it crazy how Black Lives Matter, right? Oh man, let's look at the hypocrisy here. As a matter of fact, I'm going to play this again. Just this little part. Let me turn this all the way up. Hopefully it's loud enough. Ready? Watch.
Take to the streets again. There will be riots. there will be fire and there will be bloodshed because we believe in defending our people.
Oh, let me get this right, Mr. Black Lives Matter man. You think it's acceptable for you to defend your people, but yet it's not acceptable for a young white 17-year-old kid to defend his people. Like, do you understand how complete and utter batshit crazy our country is? I mean, do you understand it? Our country is lost. It's gone. America is gone. The America that we will salvage, the little bit of it, is gone. And I tell you, Ted Cruz made a comment the other day. Well, that Texas may do their own thing. I swear I will pack up my family and move. I already told my wife, I said, no matter what, whether you like Texas or not, if this keeps going this way, we're moving to Texas, okay? And if they could secede, they could do whatever they want, and we will prosper. But isn't it weird? Black Lives Matter is protesting outside of the Kenosha County Courthouse, or they claim to be Black Lives Matter, because a white kid defended himself. When Black Lives Matter New York City is threatening to riot, threatening to burn, and threatening to and saying that there will be bloodshed because they want to protect their people. Do people not understand, like, just the hypocrisy in this? It's so nutty, dude. So nutty. That was a direct domestic threat. Arrest him? Yeah, they won't, because he's a black dude. That was. Yeah, he basically said if Eric Adams puts this policy in place when he becomes mayor, then they will riot, they will burn shit down, and there will be bloodshed on the streets. Do you know what? Here's a news flash, you shitbird. There's already bloodshed in New York City streets. Every single day. Kids are dying. Adults are dying. Tourists are dying. Your city's not safe. And you know why? It's because of your people, and the majority of your people are the ones that are killing each other and dying. They're the majority of the ones that are victims. You got people in Brooklyn that are killing each other left and right. That's what's going on. Your people, what happened to America? What happened to Americans? Because the last I knew, that guy that was talking, that gave the domestic violent extremism threat there, he was an American. We should remember that this country is supposed to be a country of Americans. People that care about this country and want to see it succeed. I don't know. I don't think people care anymore. I think people just want it to be done. They want it to be done. They want this country to implode. It took us how many years? 271 years to create this country. It's taken, 9 months to destroy it? And granted, it's not all his fault. It was getting destroyed by the woke left for the past couple of years. This has all been happening. Pama Lama Bama sent 1,000 stars on Facebook. Thank you. You rock, Pama Lama Lama Bama. Your name sounds a little similar to Obama, so we may have to get rid of that. Okay? But thank you. It's great. Antifa BLM tried to start it here in Montana, but almost everyone open carries, and there's no permit for CCW. They know they would be screwed. Yeah, concealed, constitutional carry is a great thing because it does deter crime. You know what I mean? It's like, so does getting big and working out all the time, too. I was talking to someone yesterday, and they're like, oh, you probably don't have to worry about it much with all the stuff that you do, even though you get, death threats and all that stuff. You probably don't have to worry about, someone actually confronting you because you're a big person. I said, no, people are still stupid. It doesn't matter if I'm a big dude or not. I always carry everywhere I go, and I'm also a big hot-headed, guy, and I could typically see if someone is going to try to start stuff first, I'm going to be the first one to lash out at them, throw them through a window or something. Done it before, unfortunately. Someone said it already has, Steve. It's only going to get worse. Oh yeah, I know. I've said that. I firmly believe we're going to have riots that are going to make last year's riots look like shit. Instead of 22 innocent people, including little children, that died last year, it's going to be more than that. And they'll try, but if you look at they'll try to blame it on white supremacy and all that stuff. But if you look at the actual, FBI bulletin that came out yesterday, they weren't specifically saying it was white nationalism crime, even though that's the way mainstream media reports everything. They were saying domestic violent extremists. And if you don't know and you don't follow all their bulletins, you don't realize that they've actually included Antifa as or the Antifa ideology as a domestic violent extremist, a DVE. The way mainstream media reports it is that it's just white supremacy. But it's not. It's not. Who the hell is this? Oh yeah, right. I'm not going in Kenosha. I'll end up killing someone. I'll end up killing someone. They ain't going there. Nope. Not doing it. Someone said, please let them come to my neighborhood and my property. Yeah, I don't know. I mean, it's like, yeah, say, yeah, let's go to Kenosha. That's literally, that would be like me saying, okay, let's go jump off a bridge. Because I know I'd get in trouble. You know what I mean? I know who I am. I'd have the first person to call me a white supremacist and I'd lose my temper. You know, because apparently, remember, just if you are white and you don't believe in the whole woke ideology and the whole left ways of thinking, you're a white supremacist. They've literally called this judge a white supremacist. They have. It's all over social media. And it's important for everyone to understand that. Again, let's talk about the victims of these crimes, okay? And they are victims. They died. So that terminology is correct, even though they were pedophiles. You have the one, Rosenbaum, who was killed first. We know factually it's accurate that he was in a mental hospital the day he got released and killed. And when he was killed, we know, one, he was a racist. He kept saying the N-word at a Black Lives Matter march. Kind of odd, right? Two, we know he's we know he's a woman beater because there's a current restraining order against him for beating his girlfriend, who testified. She forgot to mention that part, though. We know he's bipolar and taking huge, heavy duty drugs, including gabapentin, to try to curb his his psychoness. 5, we know he's been convicted 3 times of touching children. Yeah, real story. You probably didn't know that. If you don't actually pay attention to what's going on in this trial and outside of the trial, you're more than willing, or you're more than able to actually check. His first conviction was years before, and he received 10 years in jail for sexually assaulting a small child. And then it happened twice more because he was a serial pedophile. But that's okay. And go to the fact that he was going after a baby-faced kid, 17-year-old guy. It was a pedophile going after a victim. That's what the actual story was. All right, now. The second guy, Groysowitz, fake-ass paramedic, not a licensed medic. They lied about it. All right, we've already talked about that. It's been uncovered. It's been shared on social media as well. His license expired in 2017 after he became ineligible to be a paramedic. Because why? In 2016, he was convicted of a misdemeanor gun crime. He was convicted of being drunk in the possession or firing a weapon, which would have made him ineligible for a national certification to be a paramedic. Now, you may say, well, that's a national certification. People let those lapse. Well, there are some states that have put into procedures that if you don't have your national certification through the national certifying body, the National Registry of Emergency Medical Technicians, then you no longer are able to have licensing. Wisconsin is one of such states where if you do not have your national license, you cannot be a practicing medic or EMT or emergency first responder at all. You're just not allowed to. And we shared all the screenshots. They knew about it and they neglected to actually mention that in any of the court cases. Very odd. What else? The third guy, and I forgot his name, the other one, Anthony Huber, who was killed. We've heard a lot of testimony on him about what a great person he was. Well, he was a violent person. He was alleged to have, I believe he had a sexual assault as well. I know he tried to strangle a woman, and he was seen on videotape numerous times trying to hit Kyle Rittenhouse with a skateboard. Now let's talk about the Zabetsky guy, who's not being brought in as a witness here because he can't testify because he's facing his own charges from the same prosecutor. Now let's talk about that guy. I don't know what his criminal records are, but I know that 1, he was a scumbag and pointing guns at people and shooting, and 2, he was with Rittenhouse, or he was with what's his face, the little midget guy that died, Rosenbaum. He was with him primarily for the majority of the night, most of the witnesses that we've already heard in this testimony. So let's get it straight. You have a 17-year-old kid who's devoted his short life, who's devoted it to civic service, being a fire cadet, being a police cadet, being a lifeguard. He's now going to school for nursing. Like, he's literally, trying to devote his life to civil service. He is being attacked by a convicted sexual predator. And I can't even say that the right way. A convicted child sexual predator, meaning he specifically went after child. Kyle Rittenhouse was a child, whether you want to admit that or not. He was. 17-year-old kids aren't adults. In fact, you can use, if you use, our current millennial generation now, they're not even adults until they're like 35, because these people are stupid. They don't even work. And yes, I'm saying these people, generalizing everyone that's under the age of 30. Yes, there are standouts, but the majority of the people under 30 now are just lazy. They don't know what it's like to actually have to work and live and provide for themselves. This whole case is a sham. It should never be on. And now they're getting ready to riot outside of Chicago. They've called in police and canceled days off for next week because their Chicago BLM has said, no, regardless of the verdict, they're going to go out and protest. And they don't have the day for the protest, but they've put that out there. Kenosha has been having protests outside saying, all these things about what happens if Kyle walks. And now you have the left that's trying to militarize everybody else by causing fear and panic, essentially saying if he walks as white supremacy, blah, blah, blah. They're trying to make it illegal for you to defend your property. We've heard this prosecutor numerous times say, well, that's only property. It can't kill anybody. If you destroy someone's property, you burn down their building. It doesn't hurt. Nobody's at risk of dying. You can't defend property. Fuck that. Try to steal my car, see what happens. You're likely to die. And I mean that with all sincerity. You steal my property. Shit, I'd rather you punch me in the face and break into my car. You're both are going to have dire consequences, but, case in point, it's happened before. Caught people breaking into my car. They got beat a lot more than a guy that sucker punched me in the face. That's just the way it happens and the way I value things. You steal from me or you damage my property, you're going to have consequences. But not everybody's that way. Most people are soft. That's what I'd say. And again, if you put yourself, and we have a lot of people watching right now, so let me just put it into perspective again. If you saw your neighbor's house burning down, would you try to put out that fire? If you would, then you have just a little bit of what Kyle had that day, because he saw his community burning and he decided to try to go and put it down. You may say, well, it's not his community. He lived in Illinois, even though it was 35-minute drive away. Kenosha was his community. His dad lived there. He worked there. He went there all the time. That was his community. It's like you guys saying, well, Steve, you live in Woodstock. Winchester's 30 minutes away. That's not your community. Well, the fuck it isn't, because we go up there. That's where I have to go to Home Depot if I want to go. There's not one closer. Or Best Buy. Or my wife goes to work every day there. So we're connected there. That is like our area. You know what I mean? Whether or not. And so if they were rioting and trying to burn down buildings in there, guess what? People would wake up and people would go and try to stop it. And that's exactly what happened in Kenosha. And people went and they drove in from far and wide. And you know what? Hopefully they do again. I think people should, because no matter what's going to happen, there likely is going to be unrest. I cannot foresee anything other than an acquittal. Maybe a hung jury. But I can't see anything else. I ordered food too, so that should be coming here in a minute. I guess they did take a 15-minute break, which I'm surprised. But yeah. I mean, how many of you guys, in all honesty, and with no retribution, no one in the chat will retribute. How many people that are watching this right now? Because we have, I don't know, we have 3,100 people watching on social media, plus Rumble. How many are on Rumble? 800 people on Rumble, plus our Citizen Stringer. So we got roughly 4,000 people, 5,000 people watching. 200 people on Citizen Stringer. We have a lot of people watching. How many people right now, and I want an honest answer. How many people, press 1 right now in your chat. If you saw your neighbor's house burning, you would hesitate to go do it. And I'm not talking about it or to go put that fire out. I'm not talking about the fact if you physically can't do it, like you have an ailment or you're elderly or whatever. I'm talking about if you're an able-bodied man or woman and you saw your neighbor's house on fire, would you go bang on that door and try to tell them, make sure no one was in that house, or would you sit back and just call 911? Press 1 if you would actually do something and go knock on the door and try to see if anyone's in there. Or no, press 1 if you, shit, I fucked it up. Press 2 if you wouldn't do anything, and because it's not your responsibility, it's not your house. That's what I want to know. And all my mods, if you're watching, get ready. Anyone who presses 2, kick them right the fuck out of my channel. No, I'm just kidding. I'm kidding. No retribution. But yeah, in all reality, if you press 2, you're the type of person that we probably shouldn't have here in America. You know, you forgot what it's like to be an American. You know, Our job as Americans is to protect each other. And I'm not calling for armed insurrection and killing all, people like this. I've heard some stuff, one of our other talk show hosts, he gets a little carried away sometimes. And it's fine because it's his show. He can do whatever he wants. I'm not talking about any of that. What I'm talking about is defending your community. Yeah, does it mean you have to take up arms? Where you have to possess a firearm in order to protect it during a riot? Fuck yeah, you do. What else are you supposed to do? People are shooting people. You want to say it doesn't happen? Sequoia Turner. You want to say it doesn't happen? David Dorn. You want to say it doesn't happen? Frank Underwood. You want to say it doesn't happen? Any of the other people that were killed, innocent people that were killed in the riots last year. 22 people, completely innocent, did nothing. You want to say it's irrelevant? Well, I tell you what, you're irrelevant. Anyway, trial's back on. We'll see you. Hold on, let me find this one. Sound's not on yet. It will be, though. So just stand by. My food should be here in a minute, so I'm going to be muted.
We're back, and how long was that 5-minute break? All right, we're going to be on our best behavior from here on in. Mr.
Thank you. Dr. Black, just to back up, the time calculations that I asked you to perform of the events of August 25th of 2020 from what we would refer to as, I'm trying to find it, observation number 3, which has been labeled PSSP now. Oh. Is that jury on? Is this TV on?
Yeah.
Okay.
What does that say in Chinese?
You'd have to.
It's just a screensaver of kanji, Your Honor.
What is it?
It's just a screensaver of a certain type of kanji. I do not. No.
Dr. Black, from, as I said, observation number 3, which has been labeled PSSP, till observation 31, which is now going to be labeled STP, what is the total amount of time of this event?
2 minutes and 55 seconds, approximately. It's calculated out. There's a bunch of variables in there, but approximately 2 minutes and 55 seconds, slightly under 3 minutes.
Please show video PSSP, screen 3.
Can you refer to it by number, please?
Observation 3.
Observation 3.
Now, have you done anything to change this video?
No, sir. You'll notice in the screen it's at 100%, 1280 by 720, and if you wanted more knowledge about it, it's at 30 frames per second, et cetera, et cetera.
Okay.
But it's unchanged.
Please play the video.
Okay, this is just a still frame, sir, that you want.
Okay.
There. But I can play from here. Is that what you're asking?
Yes.
Okay. It's going to have to finish processing for a second.
Stop, please. Now, that is in this calculation of time, that would be the 0 frame. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, at this point here, That would be approximately where what you're referring to as the zero frame. That red mark would be the zero frame.
Okay, now the next, observation 4, which is JRPK, did you do anything to enhance this video?
No, but I'm going to have to, with the numbering while we were gone, you're asking for an observation that's no longer sitting in this. I mean, and maybe I'm misunderstanding what you're asking for.
Well, in the Exhibit 142, Observation 4, we've agreed to label it JRPK.
Right, but, okay. As part of what happened with what we had discussed, the observation 4 that's on here is no longer in the menu to the left. If I have to, I'd have to bring it back. I can get you there.
Is observation 5 available?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and observation 5, the event described has been labeled BBTB. Has anything been done to enhance this?
No, and this idea, as I'm bringing it up, in answer to your question, there's different places where observation 5 that you're referring to is being shown in different videos. This is one of those.
Okay, please play this video. Stop. Going to observation 7, which has been now labeled JREC. Do you have that?
I do, sir.
Now can you go back to the...
I will.
You ready?
I am.
Can you play that, please? Stop. Now, this screen is the start of the gunshots that have been attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
For what's been referred to as Event 1, that is correct.
Okay. And using your program regarding sound and video, you have determined how far apart shot 1 and shot 4 were, correct?
I have.
And that's by using the frames per second and the audio graph?
It's a combination between them both, but yes.
Okay. And if I label shot 1 as 0 time, when does shot 2 occur?
Approximately 3/4 of a second by the different timings, 0.739.
Okay. I want to get shot number 2 first.
I'm sorry, my fault. The second shot, using shot 1 as a 0 point, would occur 0.263 seconds after shot 1.
Okay. And what is the time between shots? What is the second and third shot?
The time between the second and third shot would be 0.247.
And the time elapsed between the third and fourth shot?
The time between the third and fourth shot would be 0.229.
And the total of those 4 shots fired by Kyle Rittenhouse occur in what amount of time?
0.739, or again, approximately 3/4 of a second.
Now, the shot, and you're looking at this videos, is not, those 4 shots are not the first shot, correct?
The first shot within the soundtrack around that time, those 4 shots are not the first shot that I hear within examining this video. That is correct.
And how many shots or shot were heard before those 4 shots?
Well, there's gunshots throughout the evening that I examined, but there's one clear shot that's heard prior to that.
And that occurred how many seconds before shot 0 or shot 1, which is the same shot?
So the shot, you referred to 2 shots as shot 1. So shot 0, the difference between what we're calling the first shot and then shot 0, is that correct?
Well, no. What I will refer to as the Zeminski shot. Counsel, we agree that first shot was Mr. Zeminski. The Zeminski shot to Kyle, shot 0.
The time between the Zeminski shot, as you referred to it, and the shot attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse as his first shot would be approximately about 2 3/4 seconds. Again, I can look at the exact thing if you want. I just don't have the time in front of me,
sir. Now, going down to screen 15, what we have labeled A1ST. Can you find that, please? Now, is this a still shot or a video?
This is a marked frame within the video stream.
Okay, could you back it up, say, 3 seconds?
That's approximately 2.5. Is that enough?
Go back just a little bit more. That's good.
Okay.
And would you play that? Stop. Now, that observation, according to Exhibit 142, took place 28 seconds after the beginning of Mr. Rittenhouse leaving car source 3.
That is correct. There is an assumed time in there also.
Okay, and tell the jury about an assumed time.
So, when looking at these videos, I have no continuous video stream that takes me from event 1 into the front end of what we're calling event 2. There's a gap. So what I did was I took a look on the video, event 2 that we're looking at right now, that you've seen, it's referred to before as the BGO video, and I measured a distance at the pace that Kyle Rittenhouse was running, jogging, whatever we want to refer to it. I have a known distance, and I have a time that it took him to run that known distance. Because I also have another known distance where he came from in the prior stuff, what I did is I applied basic math saying if it took him this long to run this, I'm going to just take that same time of running over here. And then what I did is I put that in as the gap to fill it in. It does not address if he may have stopped or anything else in between that. It simply addresses if it was a constant state of motion.
Now, and what was your general deviation? I don't want to say general deviation, but what numbers? What number did you come up with for that?
Basically, I used 9.05 or 9 seconds. So I allowed 9 seconds between the first part of it, and that's what's in the calculations. And again, those calculations are to add into the total time. Those calculations would not be, for example, time between shots or events that are on the same video stream, because those are known frames per second times a certain time equals a certain time.
So basically your calculation was that to run the distance of 150 feet, it took Kyle approximately 9 seconds.
Correct.
Now, what we've labeled the beginning of event number 2 was screen 15, which we just played, and that is depicting an individual on screen where Mr. Rittenhouse's hat is knocked off. Is that fair?
Yes, sir.
Okay. And the next event, which is screen 16, which we have labeled A2ST. Could you go about 10 seconds before that and show that?
Okay, so screen 16 is here. You'll notice it says 11:50. I will try to get approximately 10 seconds earlier.
Yeah, that's plenty far back.
You want me to play at this point?
Please. Stop. Did you do any slowing down of this observation?
Yes, I did.
Could you please show me that? What you just played for the jury was real time?
Yes, sir.
Okay, and there's a slow motion version?
Yes, much like what you saw Senior Examiner Armstrong this here, which is about to be played.
No. Stop.
That's
the slow motion of screen 16.
Is this the one you're referring to, sir?
Yes. Yes. Can you go back, please? We lost
Sure.
Are both of them on?
The long one. I found if I hit it twice really quick, it works best.
Now we turned it off.
Yeah. Twice now should work. There you go.
Watching it on? Is everybody watching it on this one? Oh, the air goes. I don't know why it's not coming up on that one. I did.
I can move the TV center light. Check the coordinates.
It's showing up on one TV.
Yeah,
It's got nothing to do with the other TV.
There. Thank you, Doctor. Is it on this one also? Okay. Now, please play this screen in slow motion, Doctor. Stop. The next screen is 17, which we have labeled KRLB. Can you bring that up, sir? And go ahead. Stop. This video, have you slowed it down for analysis?
I have.
Could you please bring that up on the screen? And what speed will you be playing this at?
This one is done at a quarter speed.
Okay. And you have taken the sound out of it?
The soundtrack is not present, that's correct. Sound, since it is, as I explained earlier, uncompressed, the sound would not sync up when you slow it down.
Okay. And so then you would hear sound.
Guys on
gunshots,
social,
but not
you can
when
watch
they're
in
occurring.
Rumble.
Is that
Link is
fair
in the
statement?
chat.
Any
Gotta
of the
blur
sound
this,
that you hear
obviously.
would not be when it's occurring.
Okay. Please show the quarter speed video. Stop it, please. Now, using this video and the audiograph, were you able to figure the times of certain events in event number 2?
Yes, sir.
From the time, strike that. There is what's commonly referred to as jump kick man entering in the video. Do you know who we're talking about, Doctor?
I do.
And when you analyze this video, did jump kick man kick Kyle in the face first, or the first shot go off before the kick?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of the court's order regarding this witness's opinion.
It seems to me the jury could, you're asking him to make an identification that the jurors could make themselves?
I'm asking him, based upon his video analysis, what happened first. The kick to the face in the first gunshot in event number 2, or the gunshot in event number 2, and then the kick to the face?
Overall.
Can you ask the question again, please?
Yes. Based upon your analysis of the video and sound analysis,
Look at the fucking
what
prosecutor.
occurred first? The kick to the face by jump kick man to my client, or the first gunshot?
Based on my analysis, the kick to the face occurred prior to the gunshot.
And after that was Kyle's first shot in the second event, correct?
If I'm understanding the question correctly, after the kick, the first shot in the second event occurred. That is correct.
Okay. And that happens, thousandths of a second after. They're very close in time, correct?
They're absolutely very close in time.
Shot number 1, using that first shot at jump kick man as the 0 shot, how much time elapsed from the zero shot to Kyle Rittenhouse second shot at Jump Kick Man?
From the beginning time of shot 1 in the second event till the point of shot 4 was 5.468 seconds.
Are you looking at the exhibit?
I am. And maybe I'm misunderstanding your question.
I have the amount of time elapsing from the zero shot to the second shot.
I think I know what's here.
Kyle's second shot in that event. I'm crossing references, and I apologize.
To make this as clear as possible, the first shot in the second event between that time and the fourth shot in the second event is 2.933 seconds.
Okay. And how many of shots were fired in event number 2 in total?
For the shots from what's been attributed to Kyle Rittenhouse, 4.
Okay. And the timing between each shot. So Kyle Rittenhouse, and I'll keep it constant. Kyle Rittenhouse shot 1 is at the zero time, correct?
If we use that as a zero timer starting point, we will call that 0.
Okay. Kyle Rittenhouse shot number 2, which was directed at Jump Kick Man, how long after shot 1?
0.602 seconds.
Shot number 3, which is the strike, the shot to Anthony Huber, how long was that shot after shot number 2?
1.933.
And the last shot for Mr. Huber's shot to Anthony, Gage Grosquist's shot was how much time?
Okay, and I'm going to back up on this because I want to make sure this is absolutely clear for the court. Again, 2.933. In one case, we're talking the gap or time between shots. What I just relayed was the time between shots. The total time of all shots was, again, my first answer, 5.468. So this is just clarification for the court.
And so the total of this event of shots fired is 5.468 seconds.
That is correct.
And that event ends at screen 27. You just rolled this.
I have 26.
Okay. Which is shot number 4? KRS4. Go ahead.
You want it played here, sir?
Yeah, if you back up about 2 seconds.
And do you want it played in this size or back to normal?
That size is fine in a factor of half or quarter speed, please.
That would be at normal speed. From approximately the same point, slowed down.
Can you go forward until Mr. Rittenhouse gets up, please?
Dude, I can't show this on social media. This changes my opinion. Kyle Rittenhouse was not even looking at Gage Grosquist when Gage Grosquist started running again, pointing the pistol. He wasn't even looking at him. This kid, he had God looking over him. I don't care whether you believe in God or not. This kid had God looking over him. To be able to do what he did that day. Sorry for interrupting.
Analysis, after this time, does Mr. Rittenhouse fire his weapon anymore?
No.
And from here, Mr. Rittenhouse leaves and continues north down Sheridan Road until he gets to a police officer squad, correct?
Yes, sir.
And from that time, him getting up until he arrives at the police squad car to surrender, how much time is that?
Doing quick math, approximately 1 minute and 26 and about 3/4 of a second.
So 126.75?
Approximately, that's just doing quick math.
Understood. Now, you were in court yesterday to hear the testimony and cross-examination of Kyle Rittenhouse, correct?
I was.
And you observed the demonstration that the state put on in showing frames 476 to 500 in the BG of the scene video, correct?
I did.
And 476 to 500 is how many frames per second?
Well, depending on the video that they were showing, my understanding, if my recollection is correct, is they had told us that it was 30 frames per second.
Okay. And at 30 frames per second, that would have been less than a half second of actual action that are broken down into stills, correct?
Again, the numbers being 476, is that correct?
476 to 500.
Right, so that would be 24 frames at 30 frames per second. If it was 30 frames per second, it would be approximately 3/4 of a second.
And, Doctor, when one looks at video as a depiction of an event, does that necessarily show what the actors in that video were observing?
I'm going to object, Your Honor. This is beyond the scope of the court's order.
This is the video that... Oh,
The short answer is it's impossible for it to do that. Describing it to you the best way that I can. Imagine, well, you were just doing it. All of you were looking at a video screen, a depiction. It's a known focal length from you, yet you can see from maybe, if I go halfway between the jury, about 12 feet, and that stays constant. And then you look from that distance all the way out 50 yards. Everything in that frame is at the same exact moment of clarity. But your eyes can't do that. The other thing is you're looking at two actors in this case, maybe 5 or 10 actors that you were looking at, depending on what each one of you chose to look at. So the video can't tell you what each one of you were looking at, and it can't tell you what either actor in there was looking at, attending to, nor perceiving. Putting that in its context, though, video has absolute benefit to an analyst to help us understand what was objectively occurring, and that's the way that we use it, and that's, in my argument, the way it should be used. But it also has potential limitations, and I think you actually heard Senior Examiner Armstrong speak to some of those limitations. Camera movement, movement of people, lighting. So, for example, we can brighten it up a little bit or clarify it. You can't do that with your eyes. So the short answer is video has great value, but it is not the experience or the perception of the people involved in the event. It can't be.
What is the difference? I mean, video is two-dimensional?
Yes, sir.
And reality is three-dimensional?
At a minimum.
Okay. And how does that not translate, if you can opine on that?
Absolutely. So for the members of the jury, if you were to just take and pick a point that's maybe about 6 feet in front of you, maybe on Madam Court Reporter's desk, and you were also to pick a point over here and look at it, I want you to have both of those points in perfect clarity at the same time. Now what I want you to do is, I'm holding up my glasses, so I've already told you what it is, but I want everybody to sort of look at the same point you picked on Madam Court Reporter's desk, and then while you're completely focusing on that, tell me when my glasses dropped. We can see that in the video. We have the luxury of hindsight. We have the luxury of going back and taking a single frame. Think about this, 30 frames per second. The blink of an eye is approximately a third of a second. In the blink of an eye, 3 frames have gone by. And we will sit here and examine a frame for moments, minutes, who knows how long an examiner looks at it. That's not wrong. We should be doing that. That's due diligence. But we also have to remember what was the limitation of the actors involved. What were they looking at? What could they have even have seen? What were they attending to? What was happening to them? This goes back to the area of sense-making that you heard the counsel speak to. And then more importantly, when we get done with it, we bring it back up to normal speed and say that's the best it could get, regardless of all the slow motion we do to it, enhancing of video levels, clarification, light, all those type of things.
Lastly, Doctor, the shots in event 1 took less than 1 second, approximately 3/4 of a second.
Approximately 3/4 of a second.
And the events, event number 2, the 4 shots in event number 2 took a total of 2.93 seconds, correct?
That's incorrect. They took a total of 5.468.
I apologize.
2.933 was the time between the third and the fourth shot.
So the total between the 2 events of shooting is less than 7 seconds.
Are you asking if you were to put both those 2 figures together?
Yes.
Yeah, it's about 6.5 seconds.
I have nothing further.
Let's examine. Well, wait a minute. We need a break? No? Okay, let's go.
Do you want this off screen, counsel?
No, you can leave it up. That's fine. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
You indicated earlier that your law enforcement experience is in the state of Oregon. Is that correct?
Yes, sir, it is.
You have never worked as a law enforcement officer in the state of Wisconsin?
No, I have not.
And you were retained by the defense to provide expert opinions in this case, correct?
Yes, sir.
And you are being compensated for that?
Yes, sir.
What is your hourly rate?
It varies somewhere between, for certain tasks, $160 an hour, and other tasks up to $480 an hour.
And for your testimony here right now, are you billing at a rate of $480 an hour?
No, sir. I'm billing at a rate of $320 an hour.
$320 an hour to be here in court to testify?
Yes,
You indicated that when you timed the gap in time between what we are referring to as the Zeminski shot, that's the first gunshot in the incident between the defendant and Joseph Rosenbaum. You're familiar with what I'm talking about?
Yes, sir, I am.
The time between that and the defendant's first shot at Joseph Rosenbaum, you timed that at, I believe you said, about 2 3/4 seconds. Is that correct?
And I can bring it up exactly if you want.
Yeah, could you
Is that helpful? So here you can see the first shot over here where my cursor is moving at 24.61, and then the first shot here at 27.25. So obviously if you go out to the hundredths, you see it down here where my cursor is moving, and I can take a look at my notes, but it would be the time between those 2. So again, approximately 2 3/4, thereabouts.
Okay. And you have also broken down the gap in time between the defendant's 4th shot to Joseph Rosenbaum and the time in which that first person comes up behind him and swings at his head. Do you understand those 2 events that I'm describing? If it's helpful, your observation So on the list of observations you have, observation 11 is shot number 4 to Joseph Rosenbaum. Do you see that?
Right, so if I understand correctly, we're asking for the time between 11 and 15?
Yes.
Okay.
I'm glad you're doing the math for me, by the way.
I'm about to bring my calculator up in front of the screen for you guys. But putting that aside, 1.837. So, rough math again, about 1 minute 48 seconds, thereabouts.
So it takes approximately 1 minute and 48 seconds between the time that the defendant shoots Joseph Rosenbaum the 4th time and the time that the first person on the street makes, shall we say, physical contact with Mr. Rittenhouse?
And I apologize, I was doing the time between number 14. So the time between, and just to make sure we're correct, 15 is the observation you're referring to, correct?
Yes.
And the time between observation 11?
Yes. If it's helpful, Doctor, I'm doing rough math in my head. It appears to be roughly 59 seconds, about a minute. Does that sound about right?
48, 49, 50, 57.
So about a minute passes between... You played a video.
It's almost like I'm a professional and have a backup.
16. Do you have the ability to access that video on the screens right now?
I do, sir.
Do you have the ability to show us metadata associated with this video? Do you know who recorded this video?
I'd have to go take a look for the initial video that I took it out from. It will be in my notes.
Do you have those notes with you?
I'd have to go into the digital notes on this in front of everybody. But I can find it for you, and it will be included in the report that was asked for earlier.
Okay. Let's come back to that.
Mm-hmm.
Let's keep going. And you also played for us a 1/4 speed video. Well, the second incident is the one that, for the purposes of describing it, we're talking about the second incident being the one in which the defendant fires 2 shots at an unknown assailant who's trying to kick him in the face, 1 shot into the chest of Anthony Huber, and 1 shot into the arm of Gage Grosskreutz. That's the second event that we're talking about, correct?
Correct, and if we're talking about that would be the start of the video that you saw.
And this is a video that we've also referred to as the BG on the scene video, is that right?
Yeah, BGO on the scene, yes, sir.
Okay. And you had the ability to show us this video zoomed in and at 1/4 speed, is that right?
Well, it's not zoomed in as you see it here, but yes, I do have that ability.
I'm sorry, I didn't hear that. You have the ability with your software to do that as it plays?
As it plays, yes, sir.
Okay. So, for example, the one that's up on the screen right now, that is the normal speed version? Or is this the slowed down?
That would be the slowed, and the light levels have also been enhanced slightly.
Okay. And the version that we've got on the screen right now, that's 1/4 speed?
That would be 1/4 speed, yes, sir.
And is this video that you've got on the screen something where you could play it for us right now, starting at the point we see on the screen, all the way past where the defendant shoots Mr. Grosskreutz at 1/4 speed?
Yes, sir, I can.
Can you do that for us, please?
Yes, sir.
Can you pause here, please, Doctor? At this moment in the video, do you have the ability to zoom in so that we can see even clearer the area between the defendant and Mr. Grosskreutz? Could you move it maybe just a little bit to the right so you can also see? Yeah, right in there. Is it something where you'll be able to keep the video centered on that location?
I can, you'll see me moving to do it, but I can do it as I'm moving. There'll be a little bit of a jag. It's not going to be smooth.
Would you be able to play from this point and try and keep it in as zoomed, as clear, as close as possible so we can see the defendant and Mr. Grosskreutz? Do you understand what I'm asking?
The goal would be to keep this and this in frame at the speed that's being played.
Yes, could you do that for us, please?
I want to show it, but hold on. I gotta blur out when he shoots him. Look, he wasn't even looking at him.
Pause right there, please.
Yeah, I'll show just quick. See, he hasn't shot yet. That's why I could show it.
Now, Dr. Black,
you can watch the unfiltered on Rumble right now. I have to do it, guys. You know they'll ban me. I'm a conservative. They'll take me down.
31 of them on this list. Do you have that in front of you still?
J Love, I don't care. You don't need to announce your departure.
Okay. And
I'm not a liberal news organization. They censor us.
Observation point number 8 is the first shot that the defendant fires at Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
And observation number 26 is the final shot that the defendant fires at Mr. Grosskreutz, correct?
Also correct.
Can you tell us the amount of time that passes between the first shot, observation number 8, to Joseph Rosenbaum, and the final shot to Mr. Grosskreutz, which is observation number 26?
I can, and again, and just to make sure that I have the numbers again, we're looking for observation 26, correct, as the stop point. Is that correct, sir?
Yes.
Okay. And your start point one more time, please.
Observation 8.
8.
To observation 26.
The static is on their feed, not me. I can't do anything about it.
Approximately 1 minute and 20 seconds.
In that 1 minute and approximately 1 minute and 20 seconds, the defendant fires all 8 shots that we see. Is that correct?
Yes, sir.
You indicated also you've measured the time between the two shots that the defendant fires at the person who jumps and tries to kick him in the face.
Yes, sir.
And you indicated that the gap between that first shot to that individual and the second shot to that individual was 0.602 seconds.
Yes, sir.
So approximately 0.6 of a second?
Yes, sir.
Okay. Now, you also have the ability with software that you're using to give us the data that's generated by that software. There's a separate report you can generate as part of that. Is that fair to say?
For part of it, what's referred to as a workflow report. So basically, the actions that I took upon a piece of video, the workflow, whether it's enlargement or these type of things, those can be generated.
And do you have the ability to generate that here today, if you wanted to?
It would take a little bit of time. I can generate it. I wouldn't say that I could generate it today. I'd probably have to do it during the evening, but I can get them generated.
And that would show us the work that you've done to modify, edit, or do anything to the videos that we're showing in this, in what you've testified to so far, correct?
Yes, between the notes, as in if I write down a parent file, and then this was changed from 30 frames per second to 7.5, using nearest neighbor with a crop like this, I'd be able to do that.
Okay. And you indicated earlier that you're being paid hourly for this. How much in total so far have you billed the defense for the work you've done in this case?
Estimated at probably a little over $9,000.
Your Honor, we asked earlier for some data that he can generate for us. I see that before I finish my examination of this witness.
No objection.
So at this point, I'll pause.
Okay, well,
We could put on a different witness while that's happening.
that'd be great.
Is that acceptable?
Yes, thank you.
Should be Drew Hernandez now.
May he leave? Yes.
Hey, while we're waiting for this to go, I'd just like to, geez, look at that guy. I would like to thank everyone on YouTube for the super chats. I guess we've received $89 in super chats so far today. Thank you so much. I didn't get to call them all out as we saw them, but yeah, thank you. Look at remote. That's my Elvis impersonation. It's pretty good, right? Look at remote. This is not Drew Hernandez. I was wrong.
Yes. You may be seated. Go ahead.
Kitten with the super chat. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Ready? Could you please state your name, spelling your last name for the record?
Officer Britney Bray, last name spelled B-R-A-Y.
Officer, were you employed by the Kenosha Police Department on August 25th, 26th of 2020?
Yes, sir.
And in the early morning hours of the 26th, did you have an occasion to collect some evidence?
Yes, sir.
And directing your attention to what we're referring to as event number 2 or crime scene number 2 on Sheridan Road, do you remember that?
Yes.
Now, if I show you some exhibits, would you be able to tell me if you're familiar with them?
Yep.
Just take a look at those and see.
Yes, I'm familiar with all of them.
Okay, and what are they?
They are shell casings.
And are they all the same caliber?
Yes, sir.
And are they all the same make or brand?
Yes, they are.
And those were found in the middle of Sheridan Road?
Correct.
And did you find or log into evidence any unfired bullets at that location of that caliber and that brand?
No.
If there had been an unfired bullet matching those empty shell casings, is that something you would have taken as evidence?
Yes.
Okay, thank you. Move those exhibits into evidence? No.
Receive.
Now the bullets and the gun, please. What's that?
I'm thinking from her facial characteristics that she doesn't want to be there. She looks slightly annoyed. She might be spicy to the prosecutor, though. She seems like she would be the kind of person to fire back against some little 40-year-old virgin.
On 147 would be the magazine. 148. Fire around. I'm going to show you what's been marked as exhibit defense. Can you read the number for me? I took it out of my glasses.
Sure. 983.
Defense 146.
146. There you go.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, I do.
What is it?
It is a .40 caliber Glock 27 that I collected on scene.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear the last part of what you said. Could you speak?
Sure, sorry. It's a Glock 27 .40 caliber handgun I collected at the scene.
You collected that on Sheridan Road on the 26th?
Correct.
And it is still in the same condition and box you put it in?
Yes, sir.
Showing you what's been marked as Defense Exhibit 147. Could you tell me what that is?
It is the magazine that was collected near the gun.
Okay, is that magazine loaded?
It is,
Did you ever determine how many bullets were in that magazine?
I believe, 9.
Is that on the label?
The amount of bullets?
Yeah.
No.
And lastly, Defense Exhibit 148. Could you tell me what that is?
This is going to be the unfired .40 caliber round I found near the gun.
Okay, so there was an unfired round D148 found in the same area as the shells that were in the magazine and the Glock, correct?
Correct.
And did you ever look to see if they were the same make and model?
I did.
Were they?
Yes.
So, might sound like an obvious question or a stupid question, but you at a crime scene, if you find an unfired bullet, you pick that up.
Yes.
I have nothing further.
Cross examine.
What's that? I would move them into evidence.
Is there objection?
No.
Numbers
146, 147, and 148.
are received.
Good morning, Officer Bray.
Good morning.
Did you collect any other guns or evidence, well, let me put it this way, any other guns than what you've just testified to?
No.
Are you familiar with AR-15s?
Yes.
How are you familiar with them?
I own them. I've shot them. I've trained with them.
Have you ever had an experience where one has jammed on you?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
You have to clear it, usually to rack the slide back to eject the jam, whatever the round is that's jammed in there. Send it forward and another bullet would go into the chamber.
When you have to eject whatever's in the chamber, the thing that's being ejected, is that a spent shell casing or is it
Could be
an
either
unfired?
or. Could be either or.
We need to make sure we're not talking at the same time for the
Sure.
benefit of the court reporter. So, in your experience, have you ever had a situation in which you have pulled the trigger, the round has fired, but the spent shell casing did not automatically eject like it should?
Yes.
And then that process you've described would be the way of ejecting that spent shell casing?
Correct.
I have nothing further.
Check it for me.
Does Claire have a ruler?
So it's been previously marked as Exhibit 28, not this specific gun, but are you familiar with guns like this type?
Yes.
And if one had a jam or had to clear, one would pull back. I don't know how to do it.
There you go. Yep.
Right here,
Correct.
Show the trigger.
And that would eject the bullet that was here, correct?
Correct.
And I've got a standard ruler that I was provided by the court from the back of where the charger sits to the end of it, 4 inches. Is that a fair statement?
Yes, sir.
And to clear the weapon, you have to take it all the way back and let it all the way forward.
Yes.
Which is a very obvious movement, correct?
Yep.
And takes time?
Yes.
I don't know.
Any requests?
Just one briefly. So if you just fired that gun and that spent shell casing didn't properly eject, what would happen if you pulled the trigger then?
It would go click, it wouldn't go bang.
So in order to fire the gun a second time after that, you'd have to do that re-racking. Is that right?
Yes, correct.
And then if there were ammunition in the magazine, it would load another round and the gun would be ready to fire?
Correct.
That's all I have.
Nothing on that?
You may step down.
Interview would call Frank Hernandez.
Here is Drew Hernandez. Hey, you know someone was just kicked out of a school for wearing my sweatshirt? Yeah. Stay tuned. I'm going to air that tomorrow, hopefully, if I get permission.
Raise your right hand, please.
That's going to be on
Do you
tomorrow's
swear the
episode.
testimony about to give in this matter be the whole truth and nothing but the truth so help you God?
Yes.
You may be seated.
Sir, will you state your name and spell your last name, please?
My name is Frank Andrew Hernandez, also known as Drew Hernandez publicly. My last name Hernandez.
Okay. And Mr. Hernandez, can you tell us a little bit of your background in terms of what you do for work?
So I'm a professional commentator on Real America's Voice. I commentate on the news, I commentate on what's in pop culture on a daily basis, and I also do on-the-ground reporting, specifically on protests and the 2020 riots.
And as it relates to the your on-the-ground kind of reporting is what I'm interested in. Were you in Kenosha on the evening of August 25th of 2020?
Yes.
And were you there to cover what was happening with the civil unrest in Kenosha?
Yes.
And were you able to do that with some type of video equipment?
I use my iPhone, and I also use a body cam. And specifically on this night, that's what I was using to document the riots.
Now, after the 25th, I don't want to know where you live, but you don't live in Kenosha. Is that
No.
fair?
No.
Was there a time after the 25th that someone from law enforcement had reached out to you to try to get a hold of some of the information that you had through video?
Yes, I don't remember his name specifically, but a detective did reach out to me.
Okay. If I said it was Detective Ben Antaramian or Detective Martin Howard, does that do anything?
One of
for you?
the two. He identified himself from Kenosha.
And were you able to make connection in some form or fashion with those law enforcement officers?
Yes.
Okay. Can you just briefly explain kind of how that went down?
So they requested all the footage that I had, and they sent me a Dropbox link that was not sufficient. It only had, I don't know, not enough memory because the body cam footage is, over 50 videos. But the reason why I wasn't able to follow up was because I was covering all the riots last year. I was in Portland, Seattle, Washington, D.C., was all over the country, so I just lost track.
So is it fair to say after the civil unrest in Kenosha, your employment then took you to cover other things going on around the United States?
Yes.
And so, if I have it right, you and law enforcement had kind of not been able to connect for some period of time after that?
Yes.
Was there a period of time then closer to today, or this trial, that you were able to do that?
Yes, I did that through my attorney.
And were you able then to provide to both Mr. Rittenhouse's lawyers and the prosecution a full set of the videos that you had mentioned that you had taken?
Yes.
And so my questions to you initially will be this. Were you kind of working by yourself that evening, or were you working with a team, or what?
Yes, last year I was working independently by myself.
And is it fair to say that on that night you didn't know who Kyle Rittenhouse was?
No.
I don't know if you've heard this, but there's been other people mentioned, Mr. Rosenbaum. Were you aware of who that was?
No.
Were you aware of Mr. Huber or Mr. Grosskreutz?
No.
Okay, so you had no knowledge of any of these people prior to August 25th?
Nope.
Fair? Okay. So looking back now, understanding you're familiar with who Mr. Rittenhouse is now, correct?
Yes.
Have you had an opportunity to look back on your videos to see if you had captured Mr. Rittenhouse on video, had any type of contact with him in any way?
I have had no contact with Kyle Rittenhouse, but I have looked at footage to just go over it, yes.
And does your footage capture any, any contact, maybe not personal contact, but anything that you saw Mr. Rittenhouse doing that evening?
Yes.
Can you describe that?
So Antifa and the rioters were going head to head with the police in front of the courthouse. And as they were doing so, the police then responded. I believe they called an unlawful assembly of some sort because Antifa had their riot shields out. They were throwing rocks at the police officers. They were even trying to get inside of the hood of one of the police vehicles. And this is all documented on footage that I submitted as well. But to answer your question, when the rioters were being dispersed further down Sheridan towards the car source dealerships down the street, the rioters were grabbing concrete slabs. They were throwing them on the floor to create more rocks and to throw them at police officers. They were launching fireworks and other explosives that I couldn't identify. But as they were being pushed down the street, they passed car source 2. And the rioters identified individuals with long arm rifles on top of the building, and they immediately attempted to agitate them, to try and start some conflict with them, saying, "You ain't the police, you ain't the police." The rioters initiated that conflict.
I'm going to object, Your Honor, move to strike. He's speculating as to the intent of people.
You need to proceed by question and answer.
Very good. Okay. So my question is this. Did you see, in reviewing your videos, did you see Mr. Rittenhouse on the 25th?
Yes, and that at that point, Kyle Rittenhouse came out of car source 2 and he attempted to de-escalate the situation.
Okay, so if I have this right, we've been all doing this for almost 2 weeks now. But this is the car source 2, or car doctor it has now been referred to. This is the place you're talking about?
Yes.
Okay. And that is the first time that you had observed Mr. Rittenhouse, is that fair?
Yes.
Right. And you had said that you had saw him come out from inside the building?
Yes, it appeared to be.
And did you hear, did you just see him, or did you hear anything he was saying?
I just saw him.
And what did it appear that he was doing?
In the video, Kyle has his hands like this, and he is saying something, but I can't identify what he's saying, but he clearly attempts to de-escalate the situation, and he actually is successful because the rioters then disperse.
During that evening, I know that you said you didn't know who he was, but did you, in looking back at your videos, have an opportunity to observe someone that evening, Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
And do you recall, just tell me where you saw him originally, if you can.
The first time I saw Mr. Rosenbaum was when the police were pushing the rioters back to the gas station on Sheridan, Ultimate, I believe. And Mr. Rosenbaum was pushing a flaming dumpster on fire into police vehicles that were occupied by officers and human beings.
Mr. Hernandez, I'm going to show you what has been marked as Exhibit 149. Can you identify that? Tell me what that is, a photo of?
This is a photo of the event I just described.
Okay. And does that photograph, that's a still photograph of a video that you took, is that
Yes.
right? All right. I'm going to ask that you look to your left.
Okay.
And if you can play that, can you tell me?
Guys, I'm going to switch to a different feed. It's a couple of seconds behind. It's a better angle.
That's a still photograph of a video that you took, is that
Yes.
right? All right. I'm going to ask that you look to your left.
Okay.
And if you can play that, can you tell me if that's what you captured? Is that the video that you're talking about with Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Okay. Now, can you just back it up a second? That's good. There's a person who's putting out that dumpster fire, right?
Yes.
Okay. Do you recall, or can you tell whether or not that person, at least visibly, was armed?
No, not at the time.
You couldn't tell if that person was armed?
No.
Did you see, I'll ask it to you this way, that's probably a bad question. Did you see a weapon on that person?
No.
And can you just play the video then? After you captured that video, then was there other? Did you capture Mr. Rosenbaum then doing anything again after that video?
Yes, he immediately was triggered and aggravated because an individual.
Now, why do you say that?
Because you can even hear at the end of the video, Rosenbaum is saying, "Why do you do that?" And right after this event is when they identified the individual with the fire extinguisher with the individuals with the rifles in the gas station, and their attention went from the police immediately to the individuals at the gas station.
So what I'm interested in is Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Did you see Mr. Rosenbaum do anything that kind of drew your attention after what we saw?
Absolutely. He led the charge into the gas station. He was getting physically aggressive. He appeared to be attempting to start a physical altercation with people in the gas station, to the point where he was telling one of the individuals with a rifle, "Shoot me, N-word, shoot me, N-word," clearly attempting to start a physical altercation.
So I'm going to show you what has been marked as I think it's 150. Can you tell the jury what that is?
This is right after the dumpster was put out, and Joseph Rosenbaum and other rioters around him begin to turn their attention onto the individuals with rifles at the Ultimate gas station.
Can you play that? A little bit forward, Is that Mr. Rosenbaum that we see kind of will be on the right side of our screen?
Yes.
Okay, go ahead.
Real quick, everybody, I just got hacked on Facebook. So I don't know what happened. I got hacked. I've re-accessed my account. I'll start the live stream again on Facebook. But this is what happens to conservatives. My Facebook literally just got hacked while we were talking. I caught it, though, because I'm quick and I always use Facebook. But...
So you observed, that's you filming that, right?
Yes.
Okay. Now, the last thing I'm going to ask you about is was there another time prior to the shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum that you observed Mr. Rosenbaum and Mr. Rittenhouse in the same location?
Yes.
And if you know, about how long before the shooting did you see that?
So after this scene at the gas station, there was another fire at a mechanic shop a block away. Went to go document that for about 20 minutes. And when I came back is when I saw Rosenbaum in the middle of the street lighting a trash can on fire with now his identity concealed with a t-shirt over his face.
So I'm going to show you what is then marked as Exhibit 151. Can you tell me what that is?
This is when I returned to Sheridan after documenting the fire at the mechanic shop about a block away. And this is the beginning of when I see what I just described.
Okay. And I might have you stop it, so.
I know the reason we're going to they're waiting.
I got him on these days and one of them fucking exploded in my ass.
Now, can you tell me, is this person right here? Do you know now that's Mr. Rosenbaum?
Yes.
I didn't hear the question. Do you know now that?
That's Mr. The person in that video is Mr. Rosenbaum. Now, was that did you see Mr. Rosenbaum with that mask on that you had told, the shirt wrapped around his head?
Yes.
Okay. And he appears to be walking, southbound on Sheridan?
Yes, towards Car Source 3.
Okay. Can you roll it again? You see this person right here?
Yes.
Does that person appear to be holding something in their hand?
Yes, that is a fire extinguisher.
Okay. And does that person appear to
They
have
are not showing the video. It's not me.
something on his hands or on their hands?
Yes, purple gloves.
Okay. Is this the person right here? I know it's blurry right now, but is that the person that you saw carrying the fire extinguisher
Yes.
with the purple gloves? Okay. Now, go ahead. If you know, or based on what you saw, did this person here with the fire extinguisher and purple gloves, Did that person react to anybody else that you saw at this point that was walking in front of him?
No.
Okay. Did you see him at this point? Was he, in your opinion, did he say anything?
Yes, if you play the video further, I believe you could hear Kyle saying or requesting if anybody needs medical. And the reason why it may not be shown on this is because it's body cam, but I could see this with my own vision as I'm walking down the street.
Okay, go ahead. Now, at this point, it appears this person here is Joseph Rosenbaum. Is that right?
Yeah, if you back it up a couple seconds, you'll see him even more clearly, and that is Joseph Rosenbaum, yes.
Now, when he was walking down the street, headed south on Sheridan, he was ahead of Mr. Rittenhouse. Is that right?
Yes, he was.
Okay. Now, in this photograph or still, the video, he appears to be behind him?
Yes.
Okay. Now, do you hear somebody say, fuck you, right?
Yes.
Were you able to ascertain or make out who said that?
At the time, no.
Okay.
No.
And you see, right, Joseph Rosenbaum running after Kyle Rittenhouse. Is that about as close to the incident as you get?
At the direct time of the shooting, yes.
Did you see what Joseph Rosenbaum was doing as he was chasing Kyle Rittenhouse?
So I was at the corner of the car source, and the first thing I did identify was that Rosenbaum was charging Kyle Rittenhouse from behind. And then as he's charging him into the car source parking lot, a firearm goes off. You can see it in the frame at the top of the car.
Can I ask you this? Stop you for a second.
Yeah.
Did you hear that real time?
Hear it and saw it in real time.
Okay, go ahead.
And as the first firearm goes off, Rosenbaum is already charging Kyle from behind, attempts to throw a bag at him, not sure what's inside of it. And Kyle is right at the corner, right there, the car source, and turns around, and Rosenbaum is lunging towards him very clearly, and Kyle fires.
And do you see that with your eyes?
Yes.
That night? Okay. Your contact with Kyle that evening was, just in terms of what you observed, I'm asking. Did you observe him acting in an aggressive manner to anyone that you observed?
In no way, shape, or form. The first time I saw Kyle, he actually de-escalated a situation.
Did you observe him at any time that evening pointing his firearm at anybody or threatening anybody with that firearm?
No.
Here, I would move, I think it's 149 to 151, and I don't have any other questions for Mr. Hernandez.
Objection?
No.
Cross-examine.
Trying to do it after your break, it's new.
I'm told the food is coming around 12:15, so why don't you go ahead now, please?
Okay.
Good afternoon, Mr. Hernandez.
Good afternoon.
Where do you live normally?
I live in Arizona.
So you don't live in Kenosha?
No.
Don't live in Wisconsin?
Nope.
You came up here because you wanted to cover the things that were going on in Kenosha after the shooting of Jacob Blake. Is that fair to say?
The violent riots, yes.
The violent riots?
Yeah.
By Antifa?
There were Black Lives Matter supporters. Antifa was present. This is all documented on video, yes.
You've made a lot of videos of what you consider to be Antifa and Black Lives Matter riots in Seattle, Portland, D.C., other cities, fair to say?
I haven't made them, I documented them.
Well, did you record them?
Yes.
Okay, so when I said made, you recorded video.
Yep.
And that's because you, and then you take that video and you post it on where?
Twitter, mainly, social media.
You also have your own YouTube channel?
Yes.
Do you have your own independent website that you operate?
I do have an independent website, yes.
What's that called?
drewhlive.com.
What is that?
That's my own independent website.
But is it like a news source? Is it
It's
a
an
blog?
independent website.
Of what type?
For myself.
You characterized yourself as a professional commentator. What does that mean?
That means that I comment on the news professionally on a daily basis.
Professionally meaning you're paid?
Yep.
Who pays you?
I am employed by Real America's Voice.
Real America's Voice?
Yes.
What is that?
That is a news commentary, breaking news website. They have their own apps and, website.
Other than getting paid by Real America's Voice, do you get paid by any other source to do your professional commentating?
No.
Is your Drew H Live website part of Real America's Voice?
No.
The things that you post on your website, Drew H Live, do you also share those with Real America's Voice?
Depending on what's going on where I'm at. But this is unrelated to what happened in Kenosha because I was not employed by Real America's Voice at the time.
That's something that's happened since then?
Yes.
And does Real America's Voice have any sort of political bias or agenda or anything like that?
What is the balance?
It goes to the bias of the witness, Your Honor.
The bias in what respect? I assume that people, as I commented at the beginning, this is not a political trial, and I don't know how you would isolate a person's particular politics and determine that that person is going to evaluate the evidence one way or another.
Okay, I'll move on. Your videos that you have captured of these incidents that you call riots, they're very slanted against the people who are rioting. You characterize them as Antifa, Black Lives Matter rioters, correct?
Because they are rioting in the footage, yes, absolutely.
And so you came here to Kenosha because you felt that's what was going on here?
I felt like it could have possibly been a riot on the first night. So when I showed up, it turned out to be a very violent riot.
And you continued to cover that on Sunday, Monday, and Tuesday night?
I covered it Sunday night. I went back to Chicago Monday and then came back Tuesday.
So you weren't here on Monday night at all?
No.
And on Tuesday night, you were recording video with your body cam?
Yeah.
You were also recording it with your cell phone?
Yes.
The last video that we just watched there of the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, was that recorded on your body cam or on your cell phone?
Both.
I just saw one video. Were there more than one video that you just shared with us?
There's two. There's the body cam and then there's the cell phone as well.
What was the one we just saw?
I believe that may have been both.
Where is the body cam located when you wear it on your body?
Right here.
And when you recorded the shooting of Joseph Rosenbaum, where were you holding your cell phone?
Right here.
Okay, so the cell phone is, you're using your right hand, above your shoulder. Mm-hmm. Is that a yes?
Shoulder, same as my shoulder, right here.
And the body cam you said was over on the left side of your chest. Mm-hmm. Is that right?
I believe so, yes.
The video that we just saw had a single angle. It didn't have two separate angles. So when you tell us that's both, I don't understand what you mean.
That means that there's two recordings of the same thing, and that's why I submitted to the defense and the prosecution the entire videos. There's maybe about 80 to 100 videos that you guys could examine for yourself.
I know all that. What I'm asking you is what we just watched. Which camera were you using to record that?
Both.
Is that video edited?
No, I have not edited it, but it has been put together at the right time, the timing.
Who did that?
I did that.
So you combined two video sources into one?
With the same timing and audio, but at the same time, it could also be seen, the jury could see for themselves. If they look at the body cam footage, it's the exact same thing.
That's what I'm trying to get at.
Don't wag your head in response to the witness's answer.
What you said, if the jury looks at the body cam footage, is that separate from the cell phone footage?
Yeah, there's obviously two devices recording.
And you're telling us that the video that we just watched, can we have Exhibit 151 played again, please? Mr. Hernandez, we have the video that was the last one played for you, Exhibit 151 up on the screen. Can we play that forward, please? Now, as we're watching this video, Mr. Hernandez, you're telling us that what we're seeing has been recorded by two separate devices at the same time?
This is a body cam.
Okay. Is there a point in this video where it switches to your cell phone?
Yes.
Can you please point that out to us?
You'd have to fast forward all the way to when I get to car source 3.
Can we skip, let's skip to the 2.5 minute mark, I guess. I don't know. Let's pause right there.
A little further back.
Okay, can we go back maybe 30 seconds? I don't know.
A little further back. Right, start right here.
Okay.
I'll tell you when it switches.
Okay. Can we play from here, please?
Yeah, a little further up.
Why don't we hit play right now? Is the switch going to occur after this point?
Yeah.
Okay.
Right there. Our little, hold on, here it goes. Right there.
Okay. Thank you. So what you did is you took a portion of your body cam video and a portion of your cell phone video and you spliced them together.
I don't know if I would say splice, but I put them together.
That's an old-fashioned movie term from when they used to have actual film. Why did you do that?
Because it's the same exact event. Like I said, you could take a look at the body cam footage as well. You could see it as well on there.
And you're testifying here today that through your attorney, you have provided the defense and the state with that entire incident recorded on both your body cam and on your cell phone?
Yep.
But what we just saw was your editing of them together.
You guys asked for my footage, so I gave it to you.
Through your attorney?
Yes.
That's an attorney that you have out of Madison?
No objections are relevant. What's the relevance of this?
Well, Your Honor, we've had a lot of questions about other people.
What's the relevance of this?
I would like to know why he felt the need to retain an attorney to provide video in this case. I think it goes to bias. I think it goes to credibility. It's been asked of other witnesses.
Let's take the lunch break. Please don't talk about the case during the break.
Dude, it's gonna go bad, boy. It's gonna go bad. Hold on, let me leave that up.
Where's it coming from?
He's gonna chew him. Come on, Bigger. Come on, you son of a bitch. Binger is about to be put through the ringer. Come on, let him have it. Yeah, watch. He's waiting too. He's amped up. I got the audio on so we won't miss it. Oh, he's pissed. This judge is mad, boy. He's mad. Let's go. Get him. Look at the judge is pissed. Here he goes. Wait for it. Here it comes. Here it comes.
Mr. Binger?
Your Honor, we've already heard other witnesses be asked about why they've retained an attorney before they testify in this case. But in particular, this defendant is represented by the same law firm that employs one of the defense experts. So I believe that goes to bias.
Did you want to respond?
I think the only question that came up about a lawyer was when Mr. Grosskreutz had filed the $10 million lawsuit, which is clearly bias evidence. There was a hearing on that.
Yeah. Well, there was also testimony by Mr. Yeah, about his employing an attorney after his interview with the district attorney's office.
And Mr. DeBruin, he explained why he had done that based on what he believed to be the conversations with Mr. Binger. The fact that somebody hires a lawyer in and of itself doesn't make them biased.
Yeah, I don't see where, he may do it for proprietary reasons. People have received a lot of his material that I assume he has copyright to. I don't know, I'm just assuming, but he's a business person. So I don't know if he's got corporate or business interests in that. The mere fact that he hired a lawyer, I don't see where that's probative of bias.
It's not simply that he hired a lawyer. He hired a lawyer to provide us with this evidence. It would be one thing if he hired a lawyer to organize the articles of incorporation for his business and it had nothing to do with the evidence in this case. The lawyer was the intermediary that gave us this evidence. That was I presume, and I'd like to ask, I presume that was Mr. Hernandez's choice not to give it to us directly. And again, there's been some testimony about him providing some things to the detectives by Dropbox and then not providing other things. And I'd like to probe that. And now in the middle of trial, right. And now in the middle of trial, suddenly we're getting a whole bunch more through an attorney. And so it's not just that he's hiring a random attorney, he's hiring an attorney that is with the same law firm as one of their expert witnesses.
Who's that?
Is it Henley Burrish?
What was that? I'm sorry.
I've got the name of the firm here, Your Honor, if I could have 1 second.
Hurley Burrish is the firm.
Hurley Burrish is the firm. They are out of Madison. And the defense has retained Peyton, Peyton, Engel, Engel, as an expert witness. He's employed by the same firm that also is representing this witness. So I think that goes to bias.
So you have an expert from a law firm? Is that what you're telling me? Am I understanding that right?
The expert did a phone dump. So they have an expert who does what you would describe as when law enforcement takes a cell phone and does a search of the phone.
Sure, okay.
That's what he did. They employ someone there to do it for anyone. And we used that person to do it for Mr. Rittenhouse. They did no legal work, and as that term for a lawyer-client kind of thing. He did it to do, I think it's a Cellbrite extraction.
If you asked me to do a phone dump, in addition to thinking, I would have to go to somebody to comply.
This is a law firm, Your Honor, that's getting presumably paid by the defense for expert witness services and presumably paid by this witness to represent him. There's a commonality there, and that I believe shows bias. Now, you may
see it differently, the jury may see it differently, but I'd like to explore this, and the jury can evaluate how that affects the credibility of this witness. But it's not something where he's hiring an attorney to help him buy a piece of property or get him out of a divorce or something like that. It's directly pertaining to the evidence that he's testifying about in this case.
Well, I probably will allow this. I want to think about it for the next half hour. But I don't know if we're headed anywhere that's going to get us something of value. You're introducing on the subject of bias, which of course is bias evidence is admissible because it calls into credibility the witnesses. It calls into question the witnesses' credibility. He's generally just presented videos. There has been some testimonial statement, but I'll permit it, I think, somewhat, but you're talking about his employing a law firm, and for reasons we've already discussed, there's going to be a limit. In fact, I think I shut down somebody I was told not to inquire further on representation. Discussion with an attorney, I think it was Mr. Sharafazi asked about something, and I wouldn't let him do it. So it's going to be a closely watched door. All right, anything else?
What time do you want to spend?
Let's hope for 1 o'clock. I don't know. Hope the Asian food isn't coming. Isn't on one of those boats in Long Beach Harbor. But let's aim for 1 o'clock.
I love this judge, man. He's a funny dude. He just realized too. He's like, "Ah, shit, I got political." Oh, he's having a heart attack. You can do it, buddy. There you go. There you go. Oh man, this judge is something else. Hopefully the Chinese food isn't on one of those boats in Long Island Harbor. I don't care who you are right there. That's funny. That's some funny shit. Oh man, I think the judge is actually wearing sweatpants under his robe. He just put his phone in his pocket. It looked like he was wearing blue sweatpants. This judge, man, he's funny. I don't care who you are right there. That shit's funny. I hope it's not on a boat in Long Island Harbor, not being able to get in here. This shit is funny. All right, so the prosecutor is trying again to they're trying to Drew Hernandez. If you ever watched him, he's like a mellower version of me when he does his show. I'm not a big fan of it because he does like the blue neon thing background green screen. I just don't like that from an approach. But man, I found out he works for Real America's Voice. I should just call him and say, hey, come work over here. Because he'd be a great addition to the team. That's what you guys should all do, is start tweeting him, tell him to come work over here with us instead of Real America's Voice. You know why? Because what we don't do at Citizen Stringer is talk over the national anthem like Real America's Voice did. You know what I'm saying? Or the Pledge of Allegiance. Actually, it wasn't the national anthem. It was the Pledge of Allegiance in Loudoun County, Virginia. When I was broadcasting that live, Real America's Voice literally talked over the national anthem, and people had to get up and tell them to shut the hell up. Yeah, Real America's Voice trying to talk over Real America's Voice. You know what I mean? Come on, man. Who are you? Who are you right there? This shit is crazy, man. This shit is crazy. The prosecution is just, I wouldn't be surprised if the prosecution just loses their shit and says something completely outrageous in an effort to have this whole thing thrown out. I wouldn't be surprised. Not even a little bit. Because you would think, I mean, if you put yourself in the perspective of the shitty prosecutors, well, they're doing a horrible job. There's no other way to describe it. They're doing a horrible job. Someone said his Chinese food joke won't go over well with those saying he's a white supremacist. Oh, absolutely not. I guarantee it's all over Twitter right now. He made a joke about Chinese food. Does he not understand that Chinese food is made in the United States? Blah, blah. Chinese food here isn't even like what you get in China. Like all these other. Yeah, they will. I like this judge, man. I think he's just a real dude. He's been around. He's seen it. I wish he declared a mistrial with prejudice. I wish that happened yesterday. It should have happened yesterday. And he still could do it. But I think the more and more time that goes beyond that, I don't think we're going to have a mistrial. And to be honest, if he was to declare a mistrial after closing arguments and all that stuff, or in all reality, if he declares a mistrial at any point other than right now, specifically yesterday, it's gonna garnish a whole bunch of unneeded attention on this, and they're gonna say, well, the judicial system didn't work and all that stuff, because again, the left isn't watching what goes on. If a mistrial was warranted, which it was, and it should have been warranted yesterday, the judge should have issued the mistrial order at that point. I don't know why he didn't, and he did say he was going to take it under advisement, and he wanted the prosecutor to go further and explain what he was doing, but I don't think that that's even on their cards. So I don't know. It would be interesting. And someone said, wouldn't Kyle get a different judge? No, if you have a mistrial with prejudice, which was asked for, because it specifically states, they read a Kenosha case where a prosecutor deliberately sabotaged his own case in hopes that the case, because he fucked up, excuse the language, but the prosecutor messed up, so he sabotaged his own case in order to get a mistrial declared, so that way they could retry the person. And so they referenced that Kenosha case and said because of that it should be dismissed with prejudice, or mistrial with prejudice, which means charges could not be brought back against Kyle Rittenhouse because of the fact that the prosecution lied and manipulated the scenario, which is exactly what they've done so far. You know that, I know that, everyone knows that if you've actually been paying attention. The prosecution is lying. The prosecution apparently tried to alter a statement of a witness. Now, that witness was really good on stage. Drew Hernandez, he's like me. I was watching him and I was kind of laughing at myself, because I'm like, I'd be the same way if I was on the stage. If I was on the stand, I'd be pissed off and I'd be, very accusatory, especially after watching the whole trial so far. I'd be very defensive if that prosecutor came up. Drew Hernandez should have said, listen, we gave all the videos and all the content that we had to both the state and to the prosecution. This is the video they chose to play. There's nothing outside of this video that you can't see in any of your other evidence. And in fact, what I would say is, listen, if you have a problem with this video, why don't you pull up the actual body cam footage that we already sent to your office and use that footage? Because that would be interesting. Part of what's interesting to me as well is the prosecution said that the Drew Hernandez videos were not, that they received those after the trial began. I think he said that, and maybe I'm wrong on that, but I believe he said that. If that's the case, I wonder if it's because Drew Hernandez was named as a possible witness in the beginning. They've already showed his body cam footage. So let's get that clear. The body cam footage has already been shown. Right now, the prosecution is trying to infer that by Drew Hernandez splicing those videos together, and that's another thing. He works in video. I mean, that's what Drew Hernandez does. He damn well knows what splicing means, and that's exactly it. Now, another term for splicing is where you'd cut something and overlap it. So you're cutting out a section, and that's what the prosecutor is trying to say. But I suppose, you would get reprimanded by the judge if you tried to tell the prosecutor, listen, would you have a specific question about it? I got a feeling Drew Hernandez is going to get back on the stand. He's going to be defensive because he's going to be attacked. They already tried it with Real America's Voice. That would be my opinion if they came up there and they're like, so where do you work? Well, I own Citizen Stringer. Is that a political news organization? We try not to be, but we are. Why? Because the woke sucks and the left is idiots and they're ruining our country. Can you imagine? You get someone with no filter actually up on that stand. You would probably hear the judge go, just crack up about it. You probably would. So just some programming alerts for everybody. Tomorrow we're going to cover the trial in its entirety. So from 10 a.m. to 6 p.m. usually is when it ends. Then you're going to have the Pete Santilli show from 6 to 9 p.m. I'm going to be on the Santilli show from 8 to 8:30. And then I'll end it. And then I'm going to do a Wake Up America episode starting at 9. At 9:30, we're going to have BX Bullet on the show. She's a self-defense advocate, firearms control, licensed bodyguard, all sorts of stuff. She's going to come on the show tomorrow night at 9:30, and we'll go over the self-defense case, and we'll talk about guns. We'll talk about Texas, where she is, and what's going on with the border there and all that good stuff. And we'll just kind of get into it. And then we'll go, and then we'll see where the rest of the show goes after that. And you guys will have to tell me what you think of both things. The Pizza and Tilly show will not be airing. Well, I think Pizza and Tilly airs his show on Facebook, on his Facebook channel. Also, if you have a Citizen Stringer account, you could just watch his show tomorrow night, because I'll be on it from 8 to 8:30, talking about the Rittenhouse case, talking about everything else that's been currently taking place. But yeah, Brandy said, what happened when you were gone? Since you've been gone, nothing. In all reality, nothing's really transpired at all. And I just sang that and then realized I did it afterwards. That's what happens when I drink a Mountain Dew during the day. In terms of today's trial, we heard a lot of testimony about how quick the shots were. I knew the shots were quick. I think what was kind of interesting, and unfortunately, if you were watching on one of our social media feeds, you probably didn't get to see the footage. But the footage that the Dr. Powers, I think his name was, from Oregon, the footage that he was showing was pretty interesting because, one, he was talking about how quickly the shots were in the time, between, like, just how quick it all transpired, which was pretty impressive. I didn't realize the first shot from Zabriskie or Zabrini or the scumbag. I didn't realize that first shot was only 2 seconds away from when Rittenhouse shot 4 times, and just how quickly he fired. And then I was watching the video too, and in the video it was very clear. So again, on social media you probably couldn't see it because we had it blurred. But if you're watching on Rumble or you're watching on Citizen Stringer, you saw when Kyle did come down, he did turn his gun sideways. He didn't clear it or re-rack it or any bullshit argument that they're making. But it appears that he turns his gun sideways, and then as he's doing it, you see very clear that he's looking at his gun as Gage Groysowitz, goes from a stop position. And I don't know if he actually had his hands up at any point. It doesn't look like it to me in the video. It looks like he was running, and then he stopped, and momentum took his hands up here. And then he stopped when Rittenhouse shot the other guy. And then he sees that Rittenhouse is sitting there looking at his gun sideways. And you can see in the video, Rittenhouse is looking at his gun sideways, sitting on the ground. And then he slowly looks up, and then he sees Gage coming at him now. Gage has got the gun up. Rittenhouse picks up, and he doesn't shoot Gage center mass. I mean, you got to think about that too. He didn't shoot him center mass. It's almost like God was like, no, we need to ruin this guy. Or something. You can't kill this one. So all this. He didn't shoot him center mass like he did everybody else. Apparently, I don't know where he shot the other one, but he shot him in the arm that was holding the gun, eliminating his threat and saving his life. Essentially, I mean, the guy's a fucking hero. I mean, what could he say? What can he say? A lot of people are like, oh my god, all the leftists that are watching this channel right now. But yeah, we'll have to wait and see. This whole trial is just a shit show. Binger reminds me of 40-year-old virgin. I've said that before. He just does. Like, the character, what the hell's Steve Carell in the 40-year-old virgin, just when he works at that, like, store. That's what Binger reminds me of. And then when you add all his, like, superhero pins and shit that he wears, like, the dude's a tool bag. We did a poll yesterday in the chat. How many people think he's ever actually been in a fight? I doubt it. I don't think so. Just his gun knowledge isn't up to date for what a prosecutor should be, you would think. And I just maybe and again, bias is completely present here. I am incredibly biased against someone that thinks it's acceptable to have a community burned down. I wish I could take the stand, and I wish I was in Kenosha and I was a witness and I took the stand, because they would have said, why'd you come to the town? If they're rioting and you knew it'd be dangerous, why would you come to the town if you didn't live here? And I'd be like, well, Mr. Binger, do you want to know the truth? And you'd be like, yeah, I do. It's because cowards like you wouldn't go out and protect your own community. Boom! Drop it right there. That's what one of these guys needs to say. One of these, because I would have been like, Mr. Binger, are you from Kenosha? Oh, you are. So where were you on the night of August 25th? Were you sitting in your nice little posh, apartment with your state salary? Or were you actually out there trying to make sure your community didn't burn down, bitch? Sorry, I'm amped up. But that's what I would have asked. you know, because it's frustrating to me. He sits there and he says, you know, a burning trailer isn't or isn't going to kill anyone, right? No, it's just, you know, someone's livelihood you're burning. A porta potty, someone's livelihood, whether or not you agree with it. Yeah, it's a shitty job, but guess what? That's someone's property that's being burnt down. The furniture store that was burnt down, someone's property. You know, the probation parole building that was burnt down, that was taxpayer dollars. That's everyone. Everyone has a right. Every single taxpayer dollar that was spent to build that place, every single person who paid tax into that has a right and role and responsibility to go out and protect that building, because that's their personal property. Their taxes paid for it. You know what I'm saying? So I just don't understand. Someone said, no, he was out handing out the umbrellas while Kyle was helping his community. I wouldn't know. You know, I wouldn't. I said I wouldn't know, but I wouldn't doubt it. I wouldn't doubt if Mr. Binger is you know, dresses up on the weekends in black bloc and runs around like an idiot, because we know lawyers do it. We know in New York City, 2 lawyers were arrested for Molotov cocktailing New York City police vehicles. We know that. We know it does happen. There was lawyers arrested in Portland, Oregon during the riots, I believe. It is something that happens, and how you could you're going to try to discredit someone because they don't believe in rioting. I don't understand that one. I don't know why the stars aren't showing up. I think they're under the amount, because it's supposed to pop up on the screen when you guys are doing it. I think the stars have to be 500 stars or more. Someone was, well, that's 1,000 stars, so I just haven't seen it yet. But thank you, Minnie, for the stars. Here's another thing, too. I saw a couple of people were asking about the Citizen Stringer Roku app and how you find it. I think you just have to look up Citizen Stringer TV on Roku, and then you can find our app. Now, you're not going to be able to watch the live streams unless you're a member, but you'll be able to watch it on replay tomorrow. This whole live stream of the day today, you'll be able to watch tomorrow. But yeah, and also just a reminder too, if you guys want to become subscribers on Facebook, I just sent a little tweet out. There's 700 of you that are on watching on Facebook right now. If you become a subscriber on Facebook, they're actually running a promotion now where they're paying. Facebook is actually, for you to sign up, it costs like $4.99 or something a month. Facebook is actually paying me $20 for every person that signs up. So it's a nice little way to actually help money. So you keep your membership for a month or two, and then you tell Facebook to F off. You could do that if you want, and it's a way to help me, and I really appreciate everyone who does that. We receive, you know, the super chats and stuff today. I thank you as well. I was trying to see if I could preload a White House press conference, but it doesn't look like they have one scheduled today. Where's Jen Psaki? I know she had COVID, but that was like 2 weeks ago. So where the fuck are you, lady? Not that I really want her to come up and lie to the American public every single day, but I'm curious where she is and why she's not out here doing her daily lying press releases. Let me see who else is live. There's not a lot. Everyone, it's just all the trial. There's a Veterans Day service at the memorial. Maybe I'll put this up. Hold on one second. Because this is the Veterans Memorial Foundation and the National Park Service host a Veterans Day service at the Vietnam Veterans Memorial. And today is Veterans Day, so I think it is a good way to honor the veterans. Let me throw that up, and I'll be back. If I think of something else to talk about, I'll be back. But for right now, let's check out this.
Told us we killed 2 million of them. That's not the accepted public number, but I just think it underscores the tremendous disaster of what happened. You know, I'm not here to litigate the Vietnam War history. I think you can make a strong argument that it was part of a global pushback against armed communist aggression throughout the world. I don't think there's much question of that. And thank God we did it. You know, at the end of the day, without using a nuclear weapon or without really engaging in global war, we prevailed. And freedom and democratic states were what resulted. Second point, and our dear friend, the nurse, made it. Every one of us had a different experience in Vietnam. It depended on your MOS, the year you were there, where you were assigned, the fortunes of war. People standing next to you get killed and you're untouched. But it was an air, land, sea team. I was part of a Vietnamese airborne brigade combat team up on the DMZ. We came through the Marine base at Dong Ha. We get up on the Ben Hai River. Tens of thousands of North Vietnamese came across the river to take us out, and we survived. Half of us ended up as casualties because the U.S. Navy and an 8-inch gun cruiser shot for us all night. Because Air Force AC-47s came down under a 1,000-foot cloud cover and hosed down the enemy. And Army L-1 pilots flew down to bring in artillery for us. And the Marines came up with armor to bust us out of the situation. And the medevac, a bunch of us ended up on the USS Repose, the best deal that ever happened to me in the Army as patients. So again, I just stress it was an air, land, sea team. Every one of us had a different experience. And we always talk about the draftees. The height of that war, probably around 3 million people active guard and reserve. 14% of the armed forces were draftees. That's it. The rest of it was draft-induced service. When you went to Vietnam, 1968, 500,000 troops in the field, maybe 40,000 of us directly engaging in combat operations. 25% of the Vietnam force were draftees. When you got to B Company, 2nd and the 7th Cab, the first sergeant and I were the only two RA, the only two over 25, he was 35, and the rest of them were instant NCOs and OCS products and young soldiers with under a year in the Army. We loved those soldiers. They were tremendous. A different experience. Third, we got to take into account the courage of the people we fought. Lord have mercy. The North Vietnamese Army was tough. There were a bunch of teenage boys that were coerced into coming down the trail, no question. They've turned into a, I hate to say it, a semi-corrupt, ineffective regime in the last 40 plus years. But their soldiers were determined. Their tactical leadership was brave and clever, and if you didn't watch what they were doing, they'd kill you. We do need to recognize that in the end,
while we're on lunch break, I do have a couple other things to talk about because there are some things. We talked about David Lee yesterday. Okay, he's a writer for NBC News. He wrote in a fake article, an article full of lies about Gage Grossowick, where he says that Gage is a licensed paramedic. Well, as someone just pointed out, David Lee, even though we've sent him an email telling him that it's wrong and provided proof, even though that there was a slight Twitter campaign to get him to know that he's printing false news, they've just doubled down and printed a new article also calling him a paramedic and saying that he said, this was 2 hours ago, saying that he says that Rittenhouse was an active shooter. Oh, and did you hear our president referred to an African American as a Negro? Yeah, that happened today. These people are stupid. There's a video. Let me see if I can find the quick audio of it. And I'll just play the audio for you.
You know, I've adopted the attitude of the great Negro at the time pitcher in the Negro Leagues, went on to become a great pitcher in the pros, into the Major League Baseball after Jackie Robinson. His name
Satchel Paige is who he's talking about. Let's hear it again. Let's hear it again.
You know, I've adopted the attitude of the great Negro at the time.
We've got, you want to talk about white supremacy? Look at your commander-in-chief. Okay, leftists, leftards. A lot of people are trying to say, well, he was a pitcher in the Negro Leagues, so therefore it's appropriate to call him a Negro. Well, I disagree. Okay, you know why? Because Black Lives Matter, and we should call them African Americans because that's what they want to be called. Or just Americans. Really, they should be called Americans and not African Americans. Because I don't sit here and say, well, I'm half Irish and half Italian American. No, I just say I'm an American. But so crazy. So crazy. So crazy. Someone said, oh, he's not my president. Actually, technically, by title right now, he's everyone's president. Whether or not you want to admit it, he doesn't represent me as president or my values, and he's a scumbag and should never be holding that office. That's my opinion. Someone said Negro is like a Caucasian, not really a slur. Well, it is to African Americans. My guess is that you're a white fella saying that, aren't you? What was it? Slang on YouTube? My guess is that you're probably a white guy that thinks it's acceptable. I tell you what, I would double back if someone said, describe someone as a Negro. I just wouldn't think it's politically correct. Someone else said, I will never admit it. It doesn't mean that it's not true. Unfortunately. Emily said, LOL, most of his voters were black. IMAO. Well, just remember, anyone who doesn't vote for him isn't black. So this guy, oh my God, he's such a racist. I mean, I'll be honest, Joe Biden, my boys and girls that are watching the show, he is a racist. All right, well, I'll put it back on this hearing. I just saw those two things and I thought it would be good. They should be back in 13 minutes roughly. Your hoodie matches the chair. You look like a freaking Ram Man or something. It doesn't really, because the chair kind of, you could tell it's a chair. Oh, you guys hear that one of our viewers bought one of our sweatshirts, the Let's Go Brandon sweatshirts, bought it for their daughter. Their daughter then went to school wearing a sweatshirt and got kicked out of school for wearing my sweatshirt. So we're probably going to talk about that tomorrow on Wake Up America. I got to watch the video because the mother actually recorded part of the confrontation with the principal today. So we will do it. Someone said it does look a little funny. I don't care. Yeah, is this better? Oh, wait, what shirt? I'm wearing brown. Oh. Yeah. There's how you saw the little belly. There, does that appease you? Because now I'm wearing a Savage Race shirt that barely fits me. Today was laundry day. This is a 2XL, and it's a little tight on the old arms. Anyway, whoa, just remembered today is 11/11. Cool. For those who said thank you to the veterans, I'd like to say we appreciate and honor the privilege to serve. But yeah, I forgot what I was talking about now. Yeah, this thing was something I did with a bunch of friends of mine that we used to all work security together. We did a Savage Race, and it was miserable, and I'll never do it again. I don't like doing any of those things. But what else? I think that's it. Someone said I just messed up my hair when I took off the sweatshirt. I messed up the beard. It's weird because on the camera, on the monitor here, I see the gray hair because I'm, all these riots and stuff. And plus, I'm getting old. But I've got like a patch of gray hair here. I'm going to have to start using Just for Men. I got another one right there. But it's weird because when I look in the mirror, it makes my beard look, or when I look in the television, it makes my beard look really off because it's the gray patch and it kind of disappears. I don't know. Funny stuff. Let's go back to the Veterans Memorial hearing. Someone said, when do I disclose where my crew is? Probably not till tomorrow. Probably not until tomorrow. The trial is going to come back here in about 15 minutes, roughly, if they're on time. Keep in mind, too, from 2:45 to like 3:30, I am working remote. I'm not here, so you won't hear it. And if there is a break or something, it'll just... the feed will just stay up because I go and pick up my kids at that point. Anywho, we'll see you soon.
Cash gift or gift established through a will, with a maximum of $25,000 matched per gift. You'll notice in the back of your program there's more information about how to participate, and I would encourage all of you to give consideration to participate in this new endowment. As exciting as that is, we have a lot of commemorative activities planned. Through all these activities, though, we maintain the commitment the wall was built upon, to never forget. I will now read the names of the organizations as they lay their wreaths. While the wreaths are being laid, you will hear the bagpiper Chris Jackson play Amazing Grace. Today's ceremony will close with the playing of taps by Technical Sergeant Aaron Lovelady. If everyone could please stand as you are able. Begin with the National Park Service. Vietnam Veterans Memorial Fund. Vietnam Women's Memorial Foundation. Gold Star Wives of America. American Gold Star Mothers. First Cavalry Division Association. Jewish War Veterans of the USA. Fifth Battalion, 7th Cavalry Association. Vietnam Veterans of America. Vietnam Veterans Memorial Volunteers. Associates of Vietnam Veterans of America. 8 o'clock to 9 o'clock PTSD Group of Washington. Sons and Daughters in Touch.
On all men to stand up.
Paralyzed Veterans of America. The Mobile Riverine Force, 9th Infantry Division. Native American Vietnam Veterans. The American Legion. Agent Orange Widows and Survivors Awareness Coalition. Military Times. AM Vets. Verizon Veterans Advisory Board. Veterans of Foreign Wars. U.S. Army OCS.
Yeah, I'm sorry to interrupt this. I have to play a video for you guys real quick. I have to play a video because someone just shared it with me on Twitter. And I want everyone to watch this, all right?
We're calling on all men to stand up. if you have an ounce of courage in you, if you have an ounce of fearlessness in you, we're asking you to stand up. We're not asking you, we're demanding you to stand up. Because these babies have been killed on our watch. These babies have been abducted on our watch. These babies have been accosted and victimized on our watch. So as men, it's demanded upon us to stand up. Now our question to you is, where are the uncles, the cousins, the fathers, the brothers of these victims, these babies? Where are you at? And what are you doing? Our message to the gangbangers and anybody else that's engaged in a lifestyle that put babies like this and our seniors in jeopardy of their lives. We're telling you, there is no coming together with you, period. There is no uniting with you. Let it be known from this day forward, you are our enemy, period. There is no coming together, period. There is no seminar, there is no workshop, there is no session, there is no sit down to talk about you. We are coming after you, period. Today is the wrong day to be on the wrong side of the law. For you.
Oh, boy. You know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I want to read the comments there. I want to read the comments there. People are waking up. There's a murder trial going on for a guy that thought the same way as that fella. Oh, woo! Today is the wrong side to be on. Today is the wrong time to be on the wrong side of the law. That's amazing. I just retweeted that out. If you guys want to share that, share it, because that's awesome. That's awesome. All right, I'm going to go back to the Vietnam Memorial. This trial should be starting here in a few minutes, and I'll cut back to that as soon as it comes back on. There is no sound. Turned off the sound. Someone said that's a 4-year-old video. Well, it just got shared today, so.
This concludes our ceremony for today. Thank you all for coming. Hoorah!
That video is on my Twitter page, ptnewsnetwork.com, or PT News Network on Twitter. At any rate, I have to go use the restroom. So while we're waiting for this to come back, I'm just going to throw this up until the trial resumes. We'll see you in a little bit. It should be any minute now. You'll hear the audio. I'll fix the overlay when I come back. I just got cold too, so I put on a different sweatshirt so you could see that I'm not attached to my chair because people were commenting on that before. Trial is not back yet. Should be here in a moment. I think actually these guys, one of them may have turned their camera back on, but one of the feeds that I have. Someone said videos from 9 years ago. Okay, well, it's still very relevant, and people do need to wake up. And I wish that message stayed. I wish the Detroit 300, I wish they were around today, because that would be amazing. Anyone know how many more defense witnesses? Originally, I thought that they said yesterday there were 3. So I believe that they have the rest of the testimony from Drew Hernandez, and then they have the Dr. Powers is going to be questioned by the prosecution, because remember, they wanted to see some sort of information that they had. And look, you guys want to see one thing I'm working on? I gotta fix it. You're not gonna be able to hear me, but see, then I could be over here and be like, you know what I'm saying, right there. Yeah, I'm working on that, but I gotta fix the camera because we got a flicker, but that portion of the room is a little dark, and that's why you can't see. But yeah. Well, we're gonna do big. That's where I'll probably do. I gotta order a table, and then the back is gonna be a green screen. I just gotta fix the lighting back there, but it'll be good. It'll be good getting it set up. Right now, and then I have this one. In all reality, I should put this camera over there because that's a much better camera, and then that camera, which is this one, has like a zoom capability. You know what I'm saying? Something like that. Plus, it could make you all dizzy just by going like that, you know? Will I be the dancing weatherman? Yeah. I'm not a weather guy, so I can't really do the weather that much. But what else? I guess I'm just going to read the chat until this thing comes back on. What is it? So, yeah, I could do protests, right? So instead of me just sitting down covering the protests, I could stand and like have the protests in the background, right? So when the riots start, you know, I was thinking they weren't going to start until January or February, but maybe with the Rittenhouse verdict, depending on how that turns out, because I firmly believe there's going to be an acquittal there. I don't think they're going to do a mistrial. I think we would have already had the mistrial if there was going to be a mistrial. So I'm not thinking that there's going to be a mistrial, but I firmly believe, I think there's a 99.9%. I take that back. I think there's a 90% chance of a acquittal and a 10% chance of a mistrial being declared because of a hung jury, right? Isn't that what they would declare at that point? But that sucks because that would open up Kyle for more litigation, and you know this shady ass prosecutor would immediately go after him again. But it'll be crazy. Someone said you can't be wrong 90% of the time like the weathermen are. What I'm probably going to do tonight, because I'm not going to be doing a show tonight, I'll probably come in here and put the green screen up and all that, because I was thinking about painting this portion of the wall. You can't see because that flicker is so bad. But I was thinking about, whoops, shit, what did I do? Figured it out. But I was thinking about painting that portion of the wall just green, but then I decided no. So. Someone said, would I make you a hoodie that says 4 doors, more horrors? No. You did contribute a lot on Facebook though. But I don't have, I could make you a mug once I figure out how to use the sublimation printer I bought. I could do a mug. But I don't know how to do, well, I would have to order the heat transfer, and I don't want to do just one. The riots won't start until the shelves are fully stocked. Yeah. Terry Oldfield Brown said lots of crap happening in New York. BLM leader said bloodshed will happen if the anti-crime unit comes. Yeah, we actually played that video not too long ago. We need a shirt that says let's go Drew. Now we need a shirt that says Drew should work for Steve. That's what we need a shirt for. That says Drew should work for Citizen Stringer. Because then we could have boots on the ground at all time. Plus, I'll pay for his trips. Like, I mean, you know, it's probably more than... I mean, what? Real America's Voice, I don't understand. Is his show just on Real America's Voice? I don't know. Brad Davis said, nobody riot, please. It will not go well for you. Nobody... You think people that will be rioting would be the ones watching my show? Because I no. I can almost assure you they're not watching this show. I can almost assure you of that. If you're talking, and here's the thing: is I was talking to someone earlier today, just briefly, and I'm like, listen, if the verdict goes bad, there's going to be violence. If they convict Rittenhouse, I don't know. I don't even want to think about it. And as this trial goes, but I mean, in all reality, the conservative movement doesn't really have a lot of people that actually do anything anymore. So I don't know. Will there be protests? Steven Crowder said he will organize a massive protest in Kenosha. So I mean, we'll go and cover that as well. And we won't even go and cover it. We'll just go and be part of it, because if he gets railroaded that bad, his life is fucking over. And that essentially means any one of us could be... He defended himself. Any single good wholehearted American that goes out and tries to protect their community and finds themselves a victim of a crime and is forced to take a life to not become, you know, a fatal victim, that could be any one of us. Anyone. So we'll have to see. Someone said, according to how afraid the jury is going to be. Yeah, I mean, I don't necessarily think that I would worry about the jury. I don't know. I mean, maybe the jury would be afraid of riots and protests and things like that. I don't know. I hope not. I hope that doesn't, you know... I don't think they would find him guilty, because if they're afraid for themselves, they'd literally be throwing people under the bus, and it would just be so worse. The only conservative rioters are FBI informants. Could be, yeah. But then they're not conservative if they're at that point. But, you know, we don't riot anyway. Conservatives wouldn't riot. I think there's a big difference between a First Amendment protest and a riot. And we've seen those, because normally the big First Amendment protests that are held on the right, guess what? There's no violence. There's no violence. The one offshoot, think about it. The one offshoot of that happening in the past 2 years was January 6th. And whether you want to call that a riot or not, it was a riot. It wasn't an insurrection, and it wasn't an assault on our democracy. It was a riot by people who, you know, were not the brightest tools in the shed. Or, you know, because I mean, we had people there. So without getting into the whole January 6th thing over and over, we had people that were there. I mean, we know what was happening. Yes, there were patriots and people that believed in what they were doing. I just don't understand how you could do that. You know what I mean? It would be like wiping shit in the walls of your house. If you own a part of the Capitol, why would you ever support that? You know, and I'll never support violence from police or to police either. And there was a lot of that before, you know. But I saw the first punch thrown. And I keep telling it, and many of you guys, thousands of you guys watch it with me, the first punch thrown was not a protester against police. It was a police officer against a protester. And I've showed that video, and I've shown that video to a cop here in Virginia. Showed that video to a cop. And he's like, and I said, does that change anything for you? And he said, not really, because of the way he already felt about it in the first place. I mean, this is a law enforcement officer that thinks that the way it's been reported is not accurate at all. But conservatives wouldn't riot, but lefts would send in their goons to look like us. No, but conservatives would stop. They would stop it. And I have no doubt in my mind that if a riot broke out in a response to this, that there would be people that you would have a lot more people on the streets. You know what I mean? If you know what I'm saying. There'd be a lot more people defending life and property. A lot more. And there should be. Someone said, where am I at? I'm in my office. I know it looks a lot different than from me doing the show when I was in Florida, or even in our current house here in Virginia. But I've actually opened up an office. You can't really see now, but I've opened up an office / retail storefront. You know what? We have some time. Let me see if I can't do this. And I'll just take you around real quick. Take you around. Because it has changed a little bit since the last one. Oh, boy. Ooh, almost just spilt soda. That would have been a normal occurrence. All right. One. Let's see if this works. Yeah, boys. All right. Can I make it full screen? Yeah. Not really full screen, but whatever. Actually, let me see if I can turn on audio. Audio player. This one? Okay, it works. The audio from my phone. Whoop. Press it. There. Now you hear the audio from my phone. All right. Watch. I'll show you. While we're waiting for the trial. All right. So this is where I do all my magic. See, that's a real brick wall. It's kind of weird, right? Real brick wall. That's where I watch myself on the television. Here's all that. Here's where I do the show sometimes from that chair. Here's the other camera. My back hurts, so I'm not trying to keep it steady. So here's where I print all the shirts. These are some of the designs that we have. Try to keep them more organized. Here's the shipping center. It's a mess. These are the Patriot boxes for November. These are the challenge coins that are going out in the Patriot boxes. And then we have the Let's Go Brandon stickers and magnets that are going out. That is a hat press, so I can print hats and shirts and all that, or like the sleeves on the shirts. These are some of the printed designs for November. See, anti-socialism and stuff like that. Here's some more of the boxes already ready. Now this is a sublimation printer. I don't know how to use it. I got to get it set up. Well, this is a sublimation heat press. The printer is actually in that box down there. And here's just some of the shirts on the walls. As you can see, I got an American flag over there. That says Pure Truth Apparel. Got another one right there. It says Pure Truth Coffee, and then our logo. This is the front of our little town. I can't even tell if you can see it because I can't see my phone. But the cool thing you see in our little town, there's American flags everywhere. Every light post. It's very cool. Here's all our shirt blanks. We got a ton of them to print more shirts. Here's some of the best damn coffee you've ever had. Like this is our French roast. That's a Pure Truth coffee. And new on the back of every design. Let's Go Brandon. We sell our own coffee. You can find that at puretruthcoffee.com. And we have all different kinds. We've got, this is a Wake Up America blend. And then French vanilla. And then, what is this? Our Trumpkin pumpkin blend. It's great. Here, empty boxes. Here's more of the stuff. Normally what I do, this section over here, when I package all the coffee, I clear off this whole desk. And that's where I package all the coffee. And, you know, get it all clean and sanitized first, of course. This is a kitchen area I never use, and it's messed up and gotta clean it up. This is storage and all that good stuff. And then this is the back office. I don't know what I'm gonna do with it. Right now it's just storage and cardboard boxes I gotta run out. But yeah, 2,500 square foot of amazingness. There's the bathroom also in that corner. Forgot to show that. This is my my IT job. Pretty bad. Got to get that all set up. But yeah, this is it. There, now you saw it. And see? That's there. But yeah, I said it's just me here, so I have a lot of space. I am trying to hire at least one other person, but unfortunately, you got to live here. We don't have enough revenue really to pay to relocate someone, and you kind of got to be a jack of all trades, and you got to be a pro Second Amendment person because there are guns in here. I just don't show them on camera, and I prefer that you have one when you come to and from work, just because Antifa hates us. And we do have a physical storefront, but right behind us, the police station is right there. And because this is a small town with entirely too many police officers, at any given time, there's probably 4 or 5 officers sitting out back chilling. So if they ever heard anything, they would be here quicker than I could stand up. They are literally probably from the same distance from here to the road. They are right behind us. So when I first looked at this space a couple of months ago, I didn't know that. And then when I actually finally came back to look at it a second time, I realized that, cool, it's there. Now, for anyone who's been watching this and seeing this space before, you didn't know that I painted the entire front. So I did all that myself and saved some money. And I painted the rooms back here, or the walls back here. So this wall is painted, that wall is painted. This one I didn't because I screwed up and I left the paint out, or like the roller, so it hardened up and I just got to go buy a new one. But I may paint it a different color. I don't know, but we painted the front. It's never going to be open. The front's on an alarm, and the door is locked because we're never going to be walk-in. You're never just going to be able to walk into the store. But someone said, what is rent like here? It's not too expensive, not too cheap either. It's cheaper than our house, and it's about the same square footage as our house. But so that's good. And I'm on Main Street. We're right here. So it's cool. Someone said you should put the shirts in the window. I don't put the shirts on the window because I don't want people coming to the store. I have the signs up, and to be honest, that gets enough people. But I don't want people coming to the store because even when I print, I don't like it. I'm not. I know I do stuff on camera all the time, but like in person, I'm a little bit more reserved. I'm not as whatever. So when people come in, I like to size people up before I do anything. Trial's back. We'll see you. Bye. Well, they're almost back. Not quite yet. Someone asked, what streaming software do I use? I use vMix on the computer and vMix on our server. And yeah, and then I have an A10 Mini, which controls the camera, Rodecaster Pro, which controls the audio. They all feed into the computer. If you want to order, well, I'm guessing you mean coffee and stuff, go to puretruthcoffee.com. The audio is muted, boys and girls. The audio is muted by them, by Court TV. They are the facilitators of this live stream. That's where everybody gets their footage from Court TV. Did they get their Asian food? I don't know. I mean, maybe they ordered from a different place.
Folks, and you can be seated. And I have overruled the last objection, so go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Mr. Hernandez. You had indicated that you have provided with both the defense and the state with your full footage from the night of August 25th. Is that right?
Yes.
And you did that through an attorney from a law firm from Madison, correct?
Yes.
And that's an attorney whose firm is also providing services to the defendant in this case, correct?
Today is the first time I'm hearing of this, so I don't have any bias because I just heard about this today.
After this incident, the shooting occurred on August 25th, 2020, you posted videos in support of the defendant after that, correct?
Can you repeat the date one more time?
After the shooting on August 25th, 2020, you posted videos on social media in support of the defendant, didn't you?
Define support.
You posted videos that you felt would help his case by showing aggressive behavior on the part of Joseph Rosenbaum, for example.
I posted the same video that is evidence today.
And in your commentary associated with that video, you made some disparaging remarks about Mr. Rosenbaum, didn't you?
What would you say is that?
Do you remember what you said?
That he's a sex offender. Enter. Say
you don't
it,
remember
David.
what you said.
Say it. Say
I
it. He's a pedophile.
have no idea. I
Do
post
it.
on Twitter
Do it.
many times a day. I
Please
posted many
say
videos.
he's a pedophile.
If you could specify
Oh
what
my
exactly you're
God,
talking
please
about,
say
I could
it.
correctly answer you.
Sir, I'm going to ask you a question under oath.
You know,
Have you?
I will tell you that I don't typically permit lawyers to remind people that they're under oath. And it's happened a few times in the case here. It's not permitted. I don't think most judges do allow it. Of course, they're under oath. So it's actually a suggestion by the questioner that the witness is not being truthful, and you're welcome to argue that at the end of the trial, but don't use it as a preface to your questions. Okay?
Have
This
you ever
witness is
posted
Drew
anything on
Hernandez.
social media
Yes.
in support of Kyle Rittenhouse?
One could argue yes.
You've also been watching this trial while it's been going on, correct?
Yes.
And when you've been testifying, you've been referring to the defendant by his first name, Kyle, correct?
Yes.
And you've been referring to the first person that he killed as Mr. Rosenbaum.
Yes.
Instead of Joe or Joseph, correct? Is that yes?
Yes.
Do you, as you sit here today, do you personally know the defendant?
No.
But yet you call him by his first name?
That's his legal name. What else am I supposed to call him?
Mr. Rittenhouse or the defendant?
I'm going to interject here. I do have a rule that is honored in the breach, as Chaucer wrote, that witnesses are to be addressed formally, so that there's no distinction between classes and races and that type of thing.
God, he needs to say that Rosenbaum was a pedophile. Please say that.
An attorney representing the defendant to use a first name, because that would be the normal mode of address between a lawyer and a client. I would tell you that throughout this trial and every other, people slip into calling people by their first names, and if it's brought to my attention, then I discourage it or stop it. But just so you know, it generally should be Mr. Rittenhouse and Mr. Rosenbaum, okay? Okay, thanks.
You testified that you observed Mr. Rittenhouse. You made a hand gesture. You characterized him as trying to de-escalate the situation. Is that right?
Yes.
Were you wearing your body cam when that happened?
Yes.
Do you have footage of that?
Yes.
Have we seen that yet?
It's been submitted to you guys.
Right, but was it played when you testified?
No.
You also characterized, well, there was a video that was played of the incident at the Ultimate gas station with Mr. Rosenbaum and the dumpster. Fair to say?
The flaming dumpster.
You were personally at that location when that all happened, correct?
Yes.
Was the defendant?
I cannot recall. I was not there. Or I can't
You were there.
recall he was there or not. Yes, I was there.
You never saw him at that scene, correct?
No.
You also mentioned that at one point you observed a fire at a mechanic shop. Do you remember where that was?
It was a couple blocks away from Sheraton. I don't remember exactly.
That was some tires.
Yes.
That were on fire in the middle of that lot, correct?
Yes.
And you have no idea who started that fire?
No.
You're not here testifying that Mr. Rosenbaum started that fire?
No.
You're not here testifying that anyone else in this case started that fire, correct?
I have no idea who started that fire.
In the video that we played earlier, this is the video where you're walking down the street, you see the tipped over garbage can, the road, people lighting on fire, and then you start walking in the same direction as the defendant. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yes, Rosenbaum.
I'm switching to the other
Joseph
feed
Rosenbaum.
real quick.
It was Rosenbaum. You see the tipped over garbage can, the road, people lighting on fire, and then you start walking in the same direction as the defendant. Do you remember what I'm talking about?
Yes, Rosenbaum.
It was
Joseph Rosenbaum.
It was Rosenbaum, furthest south on Sheridan, Mr. Rittenhouse, and then I don't know if you know this individual. There's a Richie McGinnis. Do you know who that is?
Yes.
And he was heading in that same direction between you and the defendant. Is that fair to say?
Yes, based upon the footage, yes.
And you're aware that there comes a time in the video that you made where the defendant starts to run. Do you remember that?
I didn't make any videos.
Recorded.
Yes.
There comes a time in the video you recorded in which you saw Mr. Rittenhouse start running. Is that fair to say?
After Joseph Rosenbaum was lighting a fire in the middle of the street, he had his face covered, and he stopped and started going towards car source 3, walking. And a couple seconds after, you see Kyle Rittenhouse walk past the frame with a fire extinguisher.
The question I was asking you, though, sir, is there comes a time after that where in your video Mr. Rittenhouse starts running towards that car source. Do you recall that?
Yes.
And Mr. McGinnis, who is between you and the defendant, also starts running.
Yes.
And you start running.
Yes.
Why?
Because the rioters were saying en route to car source, en route to car source, and someone yelled out either burn in hell or burn inside or burn it down. It's hard to make out. But they were clearly displaying riotous, arsonist behavior prior to that, and covering riots all 2020. I could tell something violent was about to happen.
Such as an arson or a fire?
Possibly, yes.
What else could possibly have happened?
At the time, that's what I was thinking.
So you were mostly concerned about running to get there in time to cover what you thought was going to be a fire?
Yes.
Was your decision to start running based on you seeing the defendant start to run?
No.
So you just independently decided to run at that time?
I just told you, people were saying en route to car source. Someone said burn in hell, burn it down. And the prior nights, the rioters were burning down buildings in Kenosha.
The people that you quote as saying those things, they're walking down the middle of the road, weren't they?
Some were walking, yes.
The people that say those things don't start running at the same time you do they?
I couldn't tell who said it.
Did you, these people you're characterizing as arsonists, rioters, whatever language you're using, were any of them running towards the 63rd car source?
Some were way ahead of me, in front of me, so I wouldn't be able to tell.
So you didn't know whether those people way ahead of you were running or not?
No, it'd be too far to tell.
So, I know you said you started running.
All you have to say is you are biased when it comes to convicted pedophiles.
Around you.
This trial would be over.
If you know.
Richie was in front of me, so I think Richie McGinnis was the one that started running, and then while we started hearing all of the noise and people saying burn it down, That's when I started to go run towards the car source.
So,
3.
So one of the factors in your decision to start running was the fact that you saw Mr. McGinnis start to run.
Yes, one of the factors.
And you are, you post on Twitter, correct?
Yes.
And you have a Twitter name that is at Drew H Live.
Yes.
Is that right? And Drew H Live is your show that you have, or your website, correct?
Yes, on YouTube.
Okay. And you tweeted about this incident on the night of August 25th, didn't you?
Yes.
Shortly after everything happened.
Yes.
And you were talking about an armed citizen who opened fire on a rioter,
Yes.
right? And you characterized the rioters as planning to burn down the car dealership, correct?
Yes.
And it seems like you're suggesting then that the defendant, he's the armed citizen that you're referring to, right?
Yes.
That he is, in your opinion, took necessary action to stop these rioters. That's what your tweet is basically suggesting, right?
At the time, it appeared that he was attempting to protect the local business from violent rioters that had already displayed that behavior 2 nights prior.
So this is an example, and this is, by the way, this is at 11:35 p.m. on August 25th, 2020. I know you said you're from Arizona. Is it possible that this was Arizona time, so 2 hours behind us? Because the shootings hadn't happened here until about 11:50 p.m. So I'm wondering if that's why there might be a time difference. Do you know?
No, I posted that. Are you referring to the video of the shooting of Mr. Rosenbaum?
That's part of it, yes.
Okay, yeah. I posted that specific video maybe about 20 minutes after it happened, the original video.
And by that time, you had made a conclusion in your own mind that what the defendant did was the right thing. Fair to say?
I would have to take a look at the specific tweets to remember what I was saying and why I was saying it.
This is the tweet from 11:35 p.m. on August 25th, 2020, which in Kenosha would have been before the shooting actually occurred. And you say, "It appears an armed citizen was defending the car dealership and opened fire on the rioter who was attempting to vandalize or burn the dealership down. Before the shooting took place, the rioters were planning to burn down their, quote, next car dealership," end quote. Do you remember that tweet?
Yes.
And that was shortly after this all happened?
Yes.
Now, you were also asked if you had observed various individuals that night, and you've told us about your observations of Joseph Rosenbaum. Fair?
Yes.
And have you showed us or talked about all of the observations or videos that you have with regard to Joseph Rosenbaum?
Yes.
Do you know if you have any that pertain to Gage Grosskreutz?
No.
Okay.
No, I don't know, or no, I don't.
No, I don't know. It's a lot of footage. I would have to go through a lot of footage. He might run through a frame randomly. So that's what I would say.
Can we pull up Exhibit 152, please? And we're going to play this at
Come
the
on,
1
Drew
hour,
Hernandez,
I'm sorry,
don't
1
let us
minute
down.
and 51 second
Say
mark.
under oath that Rosenbaum was a convicted sexual predator. Please, man, please.
Sorry, thank you.
All right. Mr. Hernandez, are you able to see that okay?
Yes.
All right, can we play that, please? Pause. There is an individual who is crouching on the ground wearing a blue hat with what appears to be some white lettering on it. Do you see the person I'm talking about?
Yes.
Do you know who that is?
I do not right now off the top of my head.
Is there any disagreement that that's Gage Grosskreutz? And you were recording this because there's someone on the ground there that appears to be injured and is being treated by medics. Is that fair to say?
Yes, because they were rioting.
Okay. Let's go to exhibit number 153. Oh, Karen, are you okay? Do you need a tissue or anything? Okay. Let's go to exhibit 153 at the 40-second mark, please. Can we back it up 10 seconds, please? Go ahead.
Pause!
Mr. Hernandez, is this video that you recorded on your body cam?
Yes.
And did you see something that was being shown in your direction?
Yes, a laser.
Where was that coming from?
I have no idea.
You recorded this video maybe a lot or two away, a house property away from the 59th Street car source, didn't you?
Yes.
And that's a laser coming from someone who was up on the roof of that car source, right?
Yes.
And you're holding up your press badge because you're worried that someone who's pointing that laser at you is also, at the same time, pointing a gun at you, correct?
Yes.
And that made you fearful for your safety, didn't it?
The context of this is the rioters had already attempted to get into, spark some kind of confrontation. That's what I testified to earlier. So then they went behind this building and started throwing rocks at the people on top of the building. Okay.
My question was very simple. When that person on the roof is shining that laser pointer at you and you think that they're pointing a gun at you, that made you fear for your safety, didn't it? He didn't answer that.
Question? What did you say?
Asked and answered. He said yes.
Do you recall the question?
Yes, because I didn't want to be misidentified as a rioter.
And you were fearful for your safety at that moment, weren't you?
I'm always fearful in the midst of riots.
Sir, at that moment, when that person on the roof is pointing a laser pointer at you and you think there's a gun pointed at you, you were fearful for your safety, weren't you?
Because I didn't want to get misidentified as a rioter.
Are you able to answer that question with a yes or a no?
I will say in fairness, I think the witness has answered it now.
Fair enough. I have no further questions.
A couple.
Mr. Hernandez, do you believe that posting videos of what you saw was done to help Kyle?
No, because at the moment I posted all these videos on social media, I had no idea who Kyle Rittenhouse was or Joseph Rosenbaum the night of the riot.
And the purpose of posting the videos was what?
To report. I'm a journalist. I'm a reporter.
Mr. Binger had showed you a picture of or a video of the green laser thing. Any idea who did that?
I have no idea.
Nothing else.
Any question?
You say you're a journalist and a reporter?
Yes.
Earlier you identified yourself as a professional commentator.
All the above.
Is it your practice as a journalist to interject your personal opinion into the stories you're reporting on?
No.
But you did that here.
Where?
On August 25th, a few minutes after these shootings, you posted on Twitter your opinion as to whether the defendant in your mind was right or wrong in doing what he did, correct?
No, I said apparently at the beginning of that statement.
What effect does that have?
It means apparently. It doesn't mean that this is 100%. my opinion.
You had already jumped to a conclusion, an apparent conclusion at that moment, right?
That's what apparently means.
But that's not what journalists do, right?
Objection, Judge's argument.
I don't know where we're headed here.
I'll be done. Thank you.
Okay, you may step down, sir.
Thank you.
Yo, he missed the golden goose there.
Objection.
No.
Received.
He missed the golden goose. He should have said that he was that Rosenbaum was a pedophile.
I think where we need to get the information from Mr. Black and Armstrong. I believe my associate has emailed the updated report to your clerk, and once that's done, I think we're done. I do wish that all the pictures that Nathan DeBrune viewed be published to the jury. I never did that when I moved them into evidence.
You'll have to give the numbers you want to show to the jury.
I can find that.
But you can do that.
You can do black and white. You want just black and white for the report?
Thank you.
For anyone that doesn't know what's happening, the defense is getting ready to rest. They just have whoops. Where am I? Right here. They just have the witness testimony left of Dr. Powers. They're submitting his paperwork in. And then once Dr. Powers is recrossed by the prosecution, the defense said they have no more witnesses, so they're going to rest, which means likely tomorrow we're going to hear any motions that happened during the case, maybe the mistrial motion, although I don't foresee that actually happening now because they're allowing the case to go forward. I'm not a lawyer. I have no idea how that would work. I wouldn't think that they would allow the case to move forward without ruling on a mistrial, and why waste the court? Why waste the courts? And it doesn't make any sense. I don't know why there isn't a ruling on a mistrial now. The judge didn't make it, so they had the motion. The defense asked for a mistrial, and the judge said, "Well, we'll have to talk about it." Well, when are you going to talk about it? Are you going to talk about it while the trial is going, or are you going to talk about it after? I will say with 100% certainty, Drew Hernandez missed a major one. A major thing, because when the prosecutor said, "Do you have a bias in this case?" he should have said yes. His tweet from August 28th says why that Rosenbaum was killed by Kyle Rittenhouse, and that Rittenhouse killed a convicted pedophile. And that's what should, because if that's introduced, one, prosecution's going to snap. They would probably go for a mistrial at that point too, because at that point his previous criminal history is brought up. Now maybe they coach the witness and you can't say that, but man, Drew Hernandez would have just been like, that would have been a mic drop fucking moment and a half, right? Would have been amazing. Again, we're waiting for the courthouse to do something. I only got like 1 minute, and then I got to go pick up my kids, so I'm going to leave the courthouse feed on. I'll be back around 3:30. Hopefully they don't recess before that. Courthouse audio just turned back on, so I'm going to put that on, go pick up my kids. I don't think they're showing any video. We should be hearing the testimony from Dr. Powers. The cross, again, from Dr. Powers. For anyone that's curious, he was the person that was speaking about all the quick timing with the shooting and all that stuff, and just how far away they are. And now they're giving the pictures that the photographer took. See, there's my alarm to go pick up my boys. But yeah, I'm just going to leave the trial up. I'll be home in approximately, it takes me forever to pick them up, so probably 45 minutes. Hopefully nothing is bad during the trial. I will try to close it all down if for some reason they end this thing soon. But I'll be listening and watching the chat and all that stuff, so we'll see you guys soon.
and getting to a place where you can play your videos again? Is that possible?
It is, but I'll just have to get set up. It'll take me a couple minutes.
Okay, thank you. Okay, thank you. Dr. Black, since we talked earlier, you have provided us with a 7-page document that contains some information regarding the modifications that you made to some of these videos. Is that fair to say?
Specifically the 2 videos that you asked me about that we used as monitors. Yes, sir.
One of them was the video number 6. It's observation number 16 on your list. And this was one in which I had asked you earlier if you knew the source of it, and I believe you indicated at the time you didn't know where it came from.
I said I knew that I had it, I just didn't have the exact name.
Sure. Now that we've got some further information here, do you know where that came from?
Yes, sir, and that would be the, moving by my cursor, the video that is denoted as the N as in Nora De Bruin video -img files.mp4.
And that is Nathan De Bruin?
It's whatever that video says.
Okay. So you don't personally know if that was Nathan De Bruin or who it was, you just have it marked as a file name, basically?
I have it marked as how it was given to me.
Do you know when you got that video? Let me put it this way. Did you get that video since you prepared your preliminary report in July?
I don't know. I can take a look at my other items here and give you a good...
If you could, please.
The video itself would have been with the original discovery, which would have been the evidentiary items reviewed in my preliminary reports. The interview statements of Nathan De Bruin that would have coincided with it would have been in the secondary discovery, which would be in my supplemental report.
And with regard to this video, in the report you gave us since we last talked, it indicates here that you trimmed the video and it indicates you enhanced the levels. So you say you adjusted the contrast to 14.4 and the brightness to 175.1. Am I reading this correctly?
You are reading it correctly. However, if you take a look slightly forward in the report, these are matched estimated values post-production. In other words, I didn't capture it at the exact moment. I was working on this and during the last time we talked, and I matched the levels consequently.
What do you mean you matched levels to what?
To the appearance of the video. In other words, what you're doing is you're adjusting contrast on one side of it, and if you want, I can show that to you.
No, you can
Okay,
just describe
that's
it.
fine. And you're adjusting brightness on the other. There are two slider items, so to speak.
Sure.
One slider goes up from 0 to whatever, the other goes down.
I think we've done this a lot on our own personal cell phones. What I'm wondering is, how did you arrive at those settings for contrast and brightness? What were you comparing them to, or where did you get that from?
The actual video.
So you had a raw video from a source which had a certain contrast and brightness level?
The video that was given to me, yes sir, I had a raw video with the...
And then when you did work on that video, you adjusted the contrast and the brightness on your work to try and match the original?
No. Okay.
Misunderstanding.
No, and I'm probably misspeaking. The process on this is I have a video, I cut out the piece I'm going to work on so I don't have it takes a lot of energy or computing power to work on it. It has that amount of frames, and then I process that piece. So that piece of video I run through, in this case with some very just simple processes, which is I level adjust, which is just simply adjusting the brightness and the contrast to see if I can get more clarity out of it. And then from there, I like what the clarity looks like because I can see a preview of it. Okay, it looks like I can see a little bit more, do whatever. I then put it into a no audio track, as we already discussed earlier, an MP4 file, and I say, it'd be nice if this was a little bit slower so I can make more sense out of it, and I simply adjust the frame rate. If it was 60 and I want it a little bit slower, maybe I'll start at a 10, maybe I'll go down to 6 until I can discern stuff. So that's what I'm describing. Big file original, raw. What was given to me is raw. Extract, same exact speed, no alterations, no nothing. Then the extract, levels enhanced, slowed, frame reduction.
So what I'm getting at is when you have that extract and you're enhancing the levels, you personally are adjusting the brightness and contrast in that extract.
That is absolutely correct.
And you're doing that because you're hoping that by making those adjustments, it'll make things in the video easier to see.
That's fair.
And with regard to the rest of the document you gave us since the last time you testified, you also indicate that you did a similar process with the BG on the scene or BG on the go video, which shows the second set of shootings. Is that fair to say?
That's fair to say.
And again, with that, you adjusted the contrast and the brightness yourself.
Yes, sir.
And you did that because you were trying to make it so that things in that video were easier to see.
Also correct.
Okay. You played for us earlier that video on your computer, broadcast onto our TVs. Do you remember that?
Yes, I do.
And when you played it for us, you had it slowed down to a certain speed. Is that right?
Yes, sir.
I thought I heard you say earlier, and maybe I was wrong, I thought you said a quarter speed?
That's what I thought it was. It's actually, and let's make sure we're talking about the right video. Which video are you referring to?
The Brandon Gutenschwager or BG on the scene video. I think this is on the second or maybe third to last page of your most recent document.
Right, so that would be, if you take a look on the original starting out at approximately 60 frames per second, that would be, I guess, page 4. And then it goes from 60, reduced down to 7.5. So the math would be a little bit around 8, down to 1/8.
So the version that you played for us this morning, it was at 1/8 speed?
Approximately, yes.
And is that a new video file?
that you've created using your software?
When it actually changes the frame rate, it produces a different file from that.
That's
Yes.
what I'm asking.
Yes.
So do you have a file on your computer that is the BG on the scene video at 1/8 speed? Is that fair to say?
It's fair to say it's the BG on the scene video extract, the shortened version at 1/8 speed, or approximately 1/8 speed.
And that's what you played for us earlier?
Yes, sir.
So if we wanted to, for example, we could take that file, mark it as an exhibit, and introduce it into evidence in this case?
Yes, sir.
I would like to do that, Your Honor, with the defense permission.
I have no problem. I would ask that all the videos that he referred to be marked on a hard drive and put into evidence.
I assume that's not something you can do instantaneously. That'll take a little time for us to put them on a hard drive or something along those lines.
If you give me a hard drive, I can do it whatever instantaneous.
We can work on that after. I don't have any other questions. Thank you.
When you were working with these videos, did you change anything other than the color and contrast? We've already talked about frame rate, poor question, long day.
Right.
You changed the frame rate?
Correct.
On some of them, you changed the color and contrast on some of them, correct?
Well, I didn't change the color, I changed the brightness.
Color. I'll ask it this way, because were any of the frames color added or subtracted?
No, sir.
Okay. When color is added by either the operator or the program, that's called interpolation?
It's a term, but yes.
And those are done through various different ways. Is that a fair statement?
That's fair.
Okay. One of them is bicubic.
That is a type of interpolation, yes.
Okay. Can you name the types of interpolation?
I can name some of them, that especially the ones that this software allows me to be aware of or qualified in.
Go ahead.
The three of them would be, for example, nearest neighbor, bilinear, or bicubic are three specific types of interpolation or algorithms used in that. Now, something that should be known about this is these are done primarily when enlargements are being done.
Okay. Now, nearest neighbor, it was the first one. The second one you said?
Bilinear.
Bilinear. And the third?
Bicubic.
Does nearest neighbor change the color composition of something that's blown up or magnified?
No, what nearest neighbor does is it takes existing values within the frame already and uses those existing values to fill it out, so to speak. If I had something that was pitch black here, 100% black, and it said, hey, we need to get bigger, it would fill it out only using that color of black or white or whatever else happens to be within the frame.
Bilinear, does that add colors?
To some degree. In other words, if you had something that was, well, let's just use like a line of blue, and you had a line of red, there would be something that exists between the blue and the red value here that would not necessarily have been there before, so to speak.
So the computer, through its program, fills in the blank, so to speak?
Yes, sir.
Bicubic, does that add anything?
Yes, much in the same way as bilinear does, but the difference is, as it sounds, linear is more, think straight lines, and bicubic is if I had something in the middle, it would basically gradually go out to match the other color. So if you were to think about it like a progression, you would start here, and if I have so far to go to get here, it would take a little bit more of each of that color, so you'd have a much more seamless image. You'll get much less jaggedness to it, that type of thing.
And as you sit here today, is there any clip that you could take and just show by moving the bars, color and contrast, what happens? Not color, brightness and contrast, I believe?
Yeah, I can actually.
Could you demonstrate that for the jury? Take one of the standard clips.
And you just want the idea of brightness and contrast, correct?
Correct.
Okay. And I'm not going to change any frame rates, just show it as is?
Correct.
Okay. So what you can see on the screen is these two sliders up here. And I'm going to go down to a place that's got a little bit of something in it. And all I'm going to do is I'm going to slide this in that direction, and you'll notice it lightens up. If I were to keep sliding in that direction, it lightens up some more. If I wanted to get a little bit more contrast to it, and then as Mr. Binger has already described, I move them around to a place where I can get hopefully a little better understanding or clarity.
So what you just did on the slide on the top of the screen, that was doing both of those manipulations?
Yes, sir. One from one side, one from the other. Those are the two values in the report.
And so basically what you've done is taken a video that is dark and unrecognizable and turned it into something that's useful.
Yes, sir.
And you haven't added anything to it?
No, I haven't added anything to it, nor has the computer added anything to it. There's no interpolation being done with this other than the lightening and the algorithm for the lightening and the contrast, but there's no additional pixels being added. I'm not affecting the pixel count.
And you did that on some of the videos that we've shown this jury previously?
The two videos that have been demonstrated to this jury that I worked on, that I did the clips from, this is all that I did. There was other videos worked on that I did do enlargement and these type of things. They were done by nearest neighbor lossless. As far as I know, they have not been presented to this jury.
Understood. Thank you, Doctor.
Yes, sir.
You may sit down.
Thank you, sir.
There's some housekeeping matters and...
Thank you.
Let's take a break. About 10, 15 minutes, so please don't talk about the case during the break.
Dr. Black's CV and evidence.
Make your offer. You can talk about it now so that we can tell whether there'll be an objection. But make the motion in front of the jury, because when I give the instructions, I'll tell them that they're only to consider things which have been received.
Okay. I would make Dr. Black's CV, and I would submit Exhibit 142, the timesheet. And I know that Mr. Binger has objections to that, and I would have that changed to use the method that I use to identify them, but the times would still be the same.
I don't have an objection to the CD. At this point, I'm not in a position to comment on 142 until I see the final version.
All right, what else?
At that point, we would rest.
Is there to be a rebuttal case?
Yes.
How long?
Well, we have one witness, simply to verify 2 photos. That is what the defense wanted the report on. The length really depends on how long the defense wants to cross. I have like 3 minutes of questions.
I didn't hear the last thing you said.
I probably have about 3 to 5 minutes of questions for him. Based on the information I know now, I don't know.
Okay. Well, let's have them have their break, then we'll come in and take care of that. You ready with your witness?
He's here. The defense had asked for these reports. I don't know how long they want to review them. He brought reports for almost everything he did. I think they're mostly interested in just the two most recent things. If there's going to be a fight over this, I'd prefer to have that fight before he testifies. So I guess I just don't know how long the defense wishes to review these documents they requested this morning.
Well, why don't you give them, or if you have not already, give them the material now. They can look at it, and is there going to be a need for a lengthy delay?
Probably not. I don't think so.
Okay. Let's aim to start at 1:45, and then perhaps we'll be done with evidence by 3:15 or so, and then we can start talking about verdicts and instructions, and go to the jury tomorrow.
Well, can we discuss that in more detail after the break, Your Honor? The timing?
I mean, my thoughts are, there's been a lot of evidence, a lot of people are real tired. I spoke to Mr. Pinger and miraculously we agree. We'd rather do it on Monday.
Sam, I would like to start another jury on Monday, number one. Number two, where the jurors are here, and they've been here, it's a long trial, and...
Saturday? Oh, I see that's worse than Monday.
I didn't hear you?
I said I see that's worse than Monday. Whatever the court says, I'll make myself available.
I'm just not sure, Your Honor. The way we're headed right now, it's going to be, 1:45 by the time we come back. I don't think we're going to be in a position to give them any jury instructions today.
I wouldn't instruct them today.
Sure. So, at best case scenario, I think we're looking at beginning instructions tomorrow morning, first thing, and then closings, which I think that process between the two of those things could take us well into the afternoon tomorrow. And then we're starting deliberations at 3 or 4 on a Friday afternoon. I think that's less than ideal.
Well, the alternative is to send them home until Monday, and then we'll have the same issue. We'll have the instruction and the argument on Monday.
I think having them come back, if they need to deliberate further on Monday and into Tuesday, is, I think, preferential to having them deliberate Friday evening into a Saturday.
All right. Tentatively, I'll say yes now until I go back and have buyer's remorse. But let's finish up, and then I will want to talk about instructions somewhat today and verdicts. Okay.
Thank you.
1:45.
Mr. Armstrong outside the presence.
Wait.
Yes.
Yeah. Yeah. All right, we're back, and what's up?
There's some questions, well, the defense has some questions about the methods which these exhibits were created.
Okay.
Instead of having the jury come in for 2 minutes and leaving immediately because there's going to be some dispute over them, Attorney Tarofsky suggested maybe questioning the witness about the methods beforehand, and then we can redo it on direct if need be. But then perhaps we can just do the witness and not have another break in 5 minutes.
I'm sorry. I didn't. I'd like to give myself more credit than this, but you have to start over.
So just as with the last witness, there's questions about the use of this video software.
Right.
The defense, I think, has some questions that may lead to them objecting to the evidence coming in.
Okay.
So Attorney Tarofsky suggested maybe we, I guess, ordeer the witness ahead of time, just to see if there's any issues, so that if there is an issue that arises, it won't be 5 minutes after the jury comes in. Because I expect this to be a very brief witness.
Makes perfect sense to me.
Excellent.
All right.
Then the jury would be brought,
Who the voir dire, then the jury come down, and then
I rest.
Then you rest, then the state will do its rebuttal, and
I would move the two exhibits into evidence in the presence of the jury and then arrest.
correctamundo.
I'm just going to set this up if that's okay, Judge.
Yep.
Only that the
So, Mr. Armstrong, you had provided to Mr. Krause this afternoon kind of the, I don't want to say the notes, but the work that you had done in terms of the images that you had blown up at his request. Is that, I know it's a rough way to say it, but is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
Okay. And I don't know if you have the report with you. But if you do, could you just turn to page 7 to make sure I'm on the right path?
We're speaking to the clarified files, correct?
Yeah, the ones that you had done in reference to the latest, I think, 8 photos that were asked to be enlarged.
You said page 7, sir?
Yes, sir.
Okay.
So, on the top of that page, it says chain. Is that fair?
That is fair, yes.
And then, as we move down, there's a portion or a headline or a title in bold that says interpolation, right? See that?
No, I'm not seeing that.
Let me see what you got.
That's what I have. Page 6. Oops. Page 7.
Oh.
Maybe this
Sorry.
helps. I'm
Yep.
asking does the R20,
2992, yes, that
does that
helps.
help? Okay.
One moment, please. Sorry, I need to see, may I see what you're referring to again?
By the way, I'm back.
You want me to keep this here?
Yes, that'd be great. Thank you. Sorry, I'm there. Thank you.
So it says in bold interpolation, right?
Yes,
And then next to that it says bicubic.
that's correct.
Okay, and what does that mean?
Means that the interpolation algorithm that was selected was bicubic.
Are there other interpolation methods that you could use?
There is, yes.
And what are some of those?
For example, nearest neighbor is one. Bicubic, bilinear.
And can I just ask you to do this so we understand this? The photo that you enlarged at the state's request, how much, is it pixels that you expand? What do you do to make it bigger?
It's based off of the enlargement is the interpolation that is used. So with regards to this references a video that was interpolated and outputted. Are you speaking to, I'm sorry, are you speaking to the photo?
Yeah, speaking to photo, what number is it?
It's the 1 of 8. You want to show it to him?
So this is been marked as States 155. I'm going to add specifically about that one.
Okay.
Okay. So you have taken a still of a video and you have zoomed in on it, for lack of a better term.
I would not say zoom. I would say it's been enlarged.
Okay. And how do you do that?
We use a algorithm, bicubic algorithm, for that. For this particular, are you referring to both images or just one?
They're both the same, right?
This one was used with a smart resize algorithm, and then this one is used with bicubic.
I'm sorry, you said this one was smart size?
Smart resize.
And what is that?
That is a algorithm that is part of the AMP5 software that resizes that image.
So, I don't know if this is going to be, it's easier for me to do it this way, and I don't know if the court, this will be easier for the court, but in my, tell me if this is right, can you just turn and take a peek for a second? Yes. Okay, so you are making things enlarged, right? You are you adding pixels?
Yes, I am adding pixels.
Okay. And so, tell me if this is bicubic and interpolation, okay? And I know this will be rudimentary, but forgive me. So if these are pixels, R is going to stand for red, okay? And these are red. And these are pixels, and these are blue. When you enlarge an image, what does the bicubic algorithm do to these pixels?
The bicubic algorithm is taking those pixels and resampling, or I'm sorry, is basically duplicating those pixels into another area. Beyond that, I cannot say.
Do you know, based on your training and experience, what color the bicubic algorithm makes these pixels?
I do not know.
Do you know if we know this is a red pixel, and we know this is a blue pixel, and those are real colors, will it combine these two pixel colors to actually change the color of the image? You know what I'm saying?
I can't speak to that.
So you can't...
I want to be clear. Listen, the unassigned ones that you have in the middle?
Yeah.
Those are the added ones?
Yes.
Okay.
So the added pixels, and what, to be fair, in terms of what we're looking for to make sure the color's correct, that we're not distorting the color of the thing we're looking at, it's adding pixels, and my concern, my question for you is it adding the correct color of the original image?
That goes beyond into the algorithm of the program that I do not have that information for.
Okay, so if I can ask you this. These two photographs that you have enlarged, okay, so you've added pixels to those, right?
Correct.
Okay. And are you able to tell the court the colors that were there originally are actually the same colors when I expand or enlarge the photograph with the added pixels? Are you able to say that?
I'm not able to say that, no.
So tell me if I'm right. So the things that the court would be looking at here, and the colors that the court would be looking at, you can't tell the court that in fact that's the color from the original picture, correct?
It comes down to the programming, the algorithm. I cannot say it.
Maybe say 1 second here. My last couple questions for you, sir. Could you have used another algorithm that wouldn't have changed the potential color of the pixels that you added?
There's no testimony that the color has been changed.
I didn't hear you.
There's been no testimony that the color has been changed.
It was my impression, and I beg your correction, it was my impression that in the effort to enlarge the image, that the individual is inserting some, I'm going to call them uncharged pixels, that the algorithm is going to assign colors, which is beyond his control. Where am I going wrong?
My question was, could he have used a different algorithm?
No, I'm not, you're past me. I'm just trying to understand if I've got the basic concept down.
Yeah, my understanding was it was beyond his scope of his expertise
I
to
heard
say the
No,
expanded
I'm back, way back.
All right.
I'm still using watercolors. He is enlarging, he wants to enlarge the image. And he's inserting some pixels in there. And so he gives it a command to insert the pixels. And he doesn't know what color they're going to come out. Is that it? Is that it, sir?
I would say, Your Honor, it's as to how that algorithm interpolates those pixels and where it places them goes outside the scope of my knowledge.
Well, what do you, I mean no disrespect, what do you know?
What I do know is that the process that I use to expand or enlarge this image and the interpolation method that was used. Anything beyond that within my software, with the software I use, I do not have any additional information.
And competing programs might insert different colors.
It's possible.
And you wouldn't have any way of knowing.
I do not have any way to know if those different interpolation methods would issue different colors to different pixels.
Now, what were you telling me?
What I had asked him was, I wasn't telling you anything. What I asked a question that was objected to, which was there another method that could have been used, which, and I think the wording that I had said was, wouldn't have changed the pixel colors, which if I drew the objection.
And what was the objection?
The objection, there's not testimony that any colors were changed.
How would he know?
He may or may not, but the way he asked it is assuming that colors changed.
I'm happy to rephrase it.
Go ahead.
Is there another interpolation type of program that you're aware of that when pixels are expanded would keep the color constant through the expansion?
I cannot speak to that.
Would you agree the more pixels that you add, the more interpolation happens?
Yes.
So the question that I have, and that the argument is when you expand the photograph, you're adding pixels, but you can't tell the court what color is being added, if any.
I cannot speak to that. No, that comes down to the programming the algorithm on the software.
So the original still has colors and pixels. It's expanded, those pixels expand. The question is, do the colors stay constant?
I do not know.
Judge, that's all I have.
Mr. Armstrong, is the software you use similar to the Input ACE software?
It's similar.
So the same algorithms and methods, as far as you know, are also in that software?
It's both softwares are made by two different manufacturers. I can't comment on whether they're the same.
So when you enlarge these images, are you changing any details?
I'm not changing any details.
What are you doing?
We are simply just adding pixels to make the image larger.
Because when you're looking at a smaller image on the screen, let's say it's 20 by 30 pixels. In order to enlarge that, there need to be more than 20 by 30 pixels, or else it would stay the same size.
That is correct.
So you didn't witness this, but the defense expert was zooming in on video with his Input ACE software. Would that also be adding pixels because it was enlarging it?
It's irrelevant for purposes of what his testimony would be.
I'm trying to let the court understand. I mean,
I beg pardon?
I'm trying to get an understanding of how this works versus.
Well, go ahead.
You may answer if you can.
I do not know as to Input ACE and how their interpolation for, if any, is seen by zooming in on there.
So, when you talk about adding pixels, the only way to enlarge an image is to add pixels.
Correct.
Now, you don't go in and say, put in black pixels, put in blue pixels, or anything like that.
That is correct, I do not.
The software program does that.
That is correct.
And it has to do that to actually make an image larger.
That is correct.
Now, is this, the defense expert called AMP5 the gold standard of video editing? Is it one of the best programs out there?
It is a program that we use at the lab, yes.
Now, is it an accepted program? I'm sorry?
You asked him who was the best one, and he responded, that's what we use at the lab. That's not the same thing. Or it doesn't establish that it is in fact the best.
I understand.
I can tell you, not everything the state supplies is top-notch.
Is what, Judge?
And I'm not talking about the judges, by the way. I said not everything the state supplies is top-notch.
So, is this the same process as when you hit like full screen on your computer?
No.
Now, this AMP5 software has an algorithm.
And it was speaking to exactly.
When you interpolate, there's an algorithm that fills in the image so that you can actually see it, so that it's magnified.
When you are dealing with looking at it from a preview, it uses its own nearest neighbor, but it does not add pixels in that preview.
So these processes you use, are these the standards used in the forensic imaging that you do?
Yes.
And this is the kind of software that you are trained on?
Yes.
And this is an accepted software program in forensic imaging?
Yes.
And it is these are accepted procedures in forensic imaging?
Yes.
And that's all. Thank you.
So, here's my question. The photograph that we're talking about to be admitted into evidence to have people look at.
Yes.
You can you say that image didn't add colors into pixels that weren't there original?
I cannot definitively say that because I did not write the software program.
So it's possible when you enlarge an image and add pixels that you're adding colors that weren't there in the original photograph, correct?
I do not know.
And when you said nearest neighbor, nearest neighbor, if I'm right, tell me. What color goes in here on a nearest neighbor?
It utilizes, I'm sorry, I do not know.
Would it become purple?
It's possible.
And purple is nowhere on here, is it?
That is correct.
Nothing else.
State.
In order to answer Attorney Trofsky's questions, would you have needed to written the algorithm in the software program?
I would need to, yes, to see exactly how those programs are interpolating those pixels.
Do you ever check the enlarged image against the original image and see if there are consistencies?
Yes, we can certainly compare the original to the enhanced version.
And is your work, and were these images and your work on these images peer reviewed by another forensic imaging specialist?
Yes, that's correct.
Nothing further.
Judge, on that, I have a motion, but I don't have anything else to ask.
You can step down, sir.
Judge, based on his testimony, so what the state is trying to do is introduce a photograph that has been enlarged where this person, Mr. Armstrong, cannot testify that in fact colors weren't added that weren't there originally. And the photograph I'm going to tell the court that the photograph that the state intends to offer, I believe they will be arguing, shows Mr. Rittenhouse doing something with his firearm. If it is not the same as the original and colors were added to that, that is a distortion of what in fact the original photograph was. It should not be admitted because it's not relevant if he can't testify, and there's been no appropriate foundation that in fact it should be admitted if he can't testify that it didn't add colors, that colors that originally weren't there still aren't there. And I think under the circumstances, based on the evidence that you've heard today, you should not admit those photographs because they are not what I would consider to be mirror images of what the original photograph was.
Judge, all due respect to Your Honor, I think the defense is trying to take advantage of your lack of knowledge about technology, which you've expressed. With the defense argument, you could never have an enlarged digital picture. All of Nathan, and I understand we didn't object to them, but all of Nathan DeBruin's pictures that he brought in on his own on these prints are enlarged digital images. If the defense is now trying to argue that enlarged digital images are not reliable, I mean, it's first of all hypocritical, but second of all, this is just not the age we're in. We are in an age where software is able to enlarge and do things. And yes, this image, we believe, although blurry because of the enlargement, does show, in rebuttal to Mr. Rittenhouse's testimony, does show him pointing his gun at individuals just before Mr. Rosenbaum chases him. The defense, this is clear in the drone video. We pointed it out in the drone video. The defendant denied it. This is an enlargement of that drone video so that we can see a better picture of it. This whole canard of adding pixels and changing color is a dishonest argument, and I believe the defense knows that. Their expert used a very similar software to zoom in and edit and change things, because if these things are reliable, and they are reliable, and this is what is used by by forensic imaging, forensic scientists, it's the industry standard. So if we're going to say that no technology can be brought in, no enlarged images can ever be brought in, that is a ridiculous standard. And we've heard from two experts now about how these algorithms are used and what they do. And simply because this evidence may be not beneficial to their client, and in fact show their client is lying, they're stupid at this level to try and keep it out. And to me, I think making a dishonest argument based on a number of forensic scientists that have emailed me to discuss this issue with the Apple zooming, which I think was also a very similarly, I don't want to say dishonest, but inaccurate argument, simply trying to keep out these enlarged or cleaned up images that show that their client is lying. He pointed a gun before Joseph Rosenbaum chased him. And this is a rebuttal. This is rebuttal evidence. This is based on someone trained in this area who uses software that is certified in this area. He's trained in this area. This is what these forensic image specialists do. And it's peer-reviewed by other forensic images, which, frankly, Dr. Black's was not. And so this is actually a much higher standard than the evidence that Dr. Black got in. I understand we didn't object. But for them to have an expert come in, use a very similar software to do similar things, and then try to pretend this is all voodoo magic is preposterous. And
well, wait a minute. A couple of things. Number one, you know, this happens sometimes. Lawyers sit there during the trial and all kinds of stuff comes in and out, and there's no objection raised. And then when there is an objection raised, the party says, well, this went on before in the trial and it was admitted. And I think, okay, but there wasn't an objection. So it was never scrutinized by the court. It just came in. That's number one. Number two, you're the proponent of the evidence. You have the burden of proof. they don't have to disprove the accuracy of it. You have to prove it. Number three, the witness was just here, and when he's asked, what does it depict in terms of whether the color is going to change or to what color, he says, I don't know. Now, this is the person who is providing your information to support your claim that it is an accurate depiction. I will tell you that I totally agree with your comment about my lack of familiarity with these concepts. Although logic, I have some logical skills, and when you start adding, if I take this piece of paper and I start drawing squares on it, and and then I decide I'm going to put it on a bigger piece of paper, and I want to expand them, but I do it by creating even more squares, and I don't know what's going to go into those other squares. I mean, this is difficult a concept for me, yes. You know, the fact that I can blow something up on my phone, and that it's accurate on my phone, doesn't mean that the particular program used by the crime lab is doing an accurate job of increasing the size of the image.
Well, this is an accredited lab using software.
What does that mean to me? What does that mean to me? What does peer-reviewed mean to me? If you haven't presented any evidence as to the science or as to the algorithm that's involved,
Judge.
No, I want to see the images.
Okay.
Let's take a look. Not that my naked eye is going to be necessarily capable of making the distinction that I need to make, but you've got the burden here, so you
I understand.
present the images, I'll take a look at them.
Would you like them on the printed out paper, or would you like them on the screen? We have two of them marked, or we can put them on the screen.
Let's have a look. Show me the paper.
Where's the other one?
Should be on the witness.
Throw it out, Judge. You know you want to. Throw it out, buddy. Get this trial over with.
Yeah, you better put them up. I can't make anything out of these at all.
Can you please put up the first exhibit?
Judge, would you like to look at them on the
Actually, I've had the best success looking at this one.
Come on, man. Just get rid of it. Declare a mistrial. Nobody wants to hear the shit. Declare a mistrial.
Now, what is this
Do it
depicting?
Now. Judge, this is a image from the drone video. It's the exact area where Mr. Rittenhouse looked and denied that that is him holding his weapon, pointing it at the Zeminskis.
Okay, now you tell me, where's Zeminski, where's the defendant, where's?
Zeminski is off screen because we asked it to be cropped.
I beg your pardon?
Zeminski is, I believe, off screen. The defendant is right under the sign, right in front of what would be the pole holding up the sign. And right next to him is the fire extinguisher that, as opposed to his actual testimony, is seen on the drone video gently placing on the ground. He then immediately raises up and raises his firearm and points it at the Zeminskis. The defendant denied this even after watching the drone video. This is a blown up image. Obviously it's blurry because it is blown up, but you can see the black firearm being held in his two hands, albeit it is blurry. And if you'd like to see the video where this came from, we can show that to you as well.
Let's have that up.
Have that up?
Yep.
Number 82, please.
Brian, 82.
Isn't it weird that they say the guy has been cropped out and off screen? So he's pointing his gun at nobody. You know what I bet it looks like? What's that game my kids play? Minecraft. I bet it looks just like Minecraft. The image that they're showing now. I guarantee that's what it looks like. Scumbags.
Judge, if you look in that area of that, it's clear on the 4K TV, which is why I believe the defense brought that in.
Clear what?
It's clear on the 4K TV, which is the one the defense brought in, but the area where that enhances is, as the video begins...
Turn it this way.
As the video begins, if you look under that sign, you will see the defendant step into view. He gently places his fire extinguisher on the ground.
Talking about right here, Your Honor.
And then he raises up and points his weapon at the Zeminskis, who I believe you can see once this light, traffic light's out of the way. You play it, Brian? Please do it one more time, Mr. Stute. That's the defendant. Places the fire extinguisher down. He raises his weapon and points it in that direction. He's pointing it right now. Right here, he's still pointing it at them. Do it again, please.
Back to the beginning.
We just located the image that they're trying to zoom in on. I'll show that to you real quick. It's very very important. Right there. That's what they're trying to zoom in on right there. Yep. Idiots. Effing idiots. The whole lot of them. They're stupid.
Number 30 drops in the glass.
Again, please.
Another photo has surfaced. Yep, right there.
One more time, please.
Breaking, another photo has surfaced.
I think what I'm going to do is allow it, and subject to the witness is going to be cross-examined in front of the jury, and they'll have to make up their own decision.
He's a bigger guy than I thought, huh?
say what those images are, right?
No, he will not be doing that.
Okay.
Should I clean that up and start with the one?
Yeah.
Just so I'm not.
Judge, I know the defense is going to rest, and then we will call a rebuttal witness. We're just made aware of a couple issues with the defendant's testimony. We believe we could potentially get a witness here this afternoon to rebut it. We were just made aware of it. So we may, at the end of this, be asking to keep rebuttal open.
To when?
Well, we're working to see if we can get a witness. It'd be a person from the Grays Lake Police Department to rebut the fact that Mr. Rittenhouse was issued a bulletproof vest by them. They indicated they did not issue him one. Also, I can't imagine we find someone, but the Arizona State or whatever university the defendant claims to be attending says he is not enrolled there and is not going to college there. I don't imagine we can get a witness for that, but we, of course, will work on that.
You can open his webpage, his student webpage. So,
Well, I'm not going to cut off their right to rebuttal. All right, are we ready for the jury?
Yes.
Okay.
They don't want this to end. Like, this is fucking dumb, bro. Fat ass. Fucking disgrace.
Sit down, please.
This is fucking dumb, dude. They're never going to let this end. They're going to leave it open. They're trying to say he's not in school? Hold on. These fucking guys here, while this is going on. What? Hold on. I got something to say. Kyle Rittenhouse, who was on trial for shooting 3 people resulting in the deaths of Black Lives Matter demonstration in Wisconsin last summer, is in fact an ASU student, but he's not in a nursing program. Rittenhouse is enrolled as an online non-degree seeking student with a status which allows students to take individual courses for transfer credit, personal growth as prerequisites for the desired program. University spokesperson Jay Thorne said in an email. They just lied again. The prosecution lied again. This fucking trial, bro.
Continue.
At this time, the defense would move into Exhibit 142 and 140, and we would rest.
All right, any objection to 142 and 140?
Subject to final review of 142, no.
All right, received. Did you wish to present rebuttal?
Yes, the state will call James Armstrong to the stand.
You're still under oath.
Welcome back, Mr. Armstrong.
Thank you.
You testified a few days ago about some videos from a drone footage that were entered into evidence.
Yes.
Did you do any additional work on that drone footage?
Yes, it was requested that I enhance a person near a vehicle underneath the sign.
And how did you go about doing that?
I took two different approaches. The first one, I frame averaged, which means that I selected a group of frames. From there, frame average. From there, I frame averaged those, stabilized first, then frame average. From there, went through and clarified it, which just means that with using levels, we just brightened it up, and then enlarged it.
And these practices you talked about, are these standards in the forensic imaging world?
They are, yes.
And so are these accepted practices in forensic imaging?
They are.
The software you used, is it accepted software program in forensic imaging?
Yes.
And was your work on these images did it go through the peer review process?
It went through a peer review process by another qualified analyst.
And did you write this software?
I did not write this software.
And this enlargement, does it use any kind of computer programs or systems to make the enlargement?
Yes, it uses an algorithm to enlarge that image.
And what kind of process or algorithm was used for the image with the individual under the sign?
For the image underneath the sign, the image that is on towards the left, a smart resize, and then the image on the right was by cubic.
And are these accepted procedures in forensic imaging?
Yes. Yes, that's correct.
And did you write the algorithms that do these procedures?
I did not, no.
So do you know the actual specifics of how the algorithms work?
I do not, no.
But they're part of a software program that is accepted in use in forensic imaging.
Yes, that's correct.
It is, but I don't know that he's going to get the witness to grasp an answer that he wouldn't otherwise make, so the objection's overruled.
What is the software that you used?
It is called Amped 5.
We've heard some testimony today about a software program called Input Ace. Is that a similar software program, to the best of your knowledge, to Amped 5?
To the best of my knowledge, yes.
To the best of your knowledge, did the crime lab have to choose between those two as to which software they would use?
Yes, the Amped 5 was chosen.
Were you part of that process?
I was only part of the process of making the recommendation.
Is that what you recommended?
That was my choice, yes.
Sorry? Relevance. It's relevant.
That was my choice. Overruled.
I think you said it was your choice.
It was my recommendation to our technical unit leader It was my recommendation to our technical unit leader for my preference of software between the two.
I'd like to show you what's marked as States Exhibit 155. Do you recognize this?
Yes, that appears to be the report print that I created. A report print.
Get the wanger out of your mouth, bro, and speak clearly. You have one job right now.
Representation of the report you created?
It appears to be so, yes.
And you said there were some differences between the algorithms used on the images?
Yes, that is correct.
And what is the difference?
The difference being is that with regards to the clarification techniques on the image on the left, that was frame averaging. The image on the right, the difference being is that just a single frame was used.
And I put a piece of paper down in front of you. Do you mind flipping that over? What's the number on top of that one?
Exhibit S156.
Do you recognize that?
Yes, that is report print number 2.
And what is report print number 2?
Report print number 2 is clarified and enlarged files or images that I produced.
And where were these, where were you looking to enhance these images from?
We were looking to enhance the the area where 2 individuals are observed.
And so this is a different part of the drone video than the first exhibit?
That is correct.
What did you do to produce these images?
To produce these images, I just, again, clarified. So I use levels to brighten it up, and then also to enlarge as well.
And all the procedures you used standard and accepted in forensic imaging?
Yes, that is correct.
You actually created 6 more reports as well?
Correct, yes.
And just to not go through every one, were they all created with standards of forensic imaging?
Yes, that is correct.
And you reviewed them and you know that the ones that the state's submitting are the ones that you submitted to us?
That is correct.
At this point, I would like to move all 8 into evidence and publish 155 and 156 to the jury.
Subject to my previous objection.
All right. Well, they're admitted, subject to the cross-examination.
So can I publish them?
Not yet.
Okay. I have no further questions.
Judge, I'm going to use this. Sir, you can't see this, can you?
I can partially see it.
All right, I just want to make sure the members of the jury can, okay?
Understood.
So, in terms of your enlarging this image, from the information that's been provided to us, you did that through a bicubic interpolation program, is that right?
I provided that through a smart resize and also bicubic, depending upon the image that you're referring to.
Okay, and when you're making the image larger, you're adding pixels to that image, is that right?
That is correct.
Okay. So my question to you in terms of your work on this is, in a situation where each individual pixel, you'd agree, has a color, if there's color involved, right?
That is correct.
Okay, so if these pixels are blue, and we know from the original that these pixels are red, when you're expanding the image, you're adding pixels, correct?
You are adding pixels, yes.
You don't know when you're adding and enlarging that and adding pixels, you don't know what color you're adding to these pixels, is that right?
I do not know the interpolation, the algorithm what it exactly is doing when it's adding those pixels.
There are programs, if I'm right, are there programs that would just default it blue, even though it might not be blue?
I do not know.
Do you know if there's programs that would take the blue pixel and the red pixel, combine them, and make a color purple when it's actually not purple?
I do not know.
Does it change? So here's the question I have for you. So if you take a picture of me right here and you expand it and blow it up, it's going to add pixels, so it might change. The pixels could become white for the color of my shirt or black for the color of my tie, correct?
It's going to be sampling the pixels that from your example,
Yeah.
and and calculating those pixels out, and then duplicating those pixels into that image.
Yeah, can you do that again? What was your answer?
I'm sorry. Could you repeat your question?
I'll try. So what we're doing here, what you've done is you've taken a still photograph, right?
Yes.
You've blown it up and added pixels to that photograph.
That is correct.
Okay. Those pixels have to contain or do contain information, right?
That is correct.
Some of that information is colored, correct?
That is correct.
Okay, so if the best example I would give you is if you take a picture of my chest, my shirt, and you blow it up, you're going to be adding pixels around my shirt and my tie, correct?
Yes, that is correct.
Okay, so the question is this. In terms of the accuracy of that enlarged image, you don't know whether those pixels are black for my tie or white for my shirt, right?
I cannot speak to the algorithm that's being used and how it's interpreting that.
And that, to be fair, that could distort or not make an accurate picture of what we're seeing, right?
It's possible.
Right. So the images, and when we're looking at smaller images that are blown up, adding color that's not actually there can make the photograph not accurate, right?
But all the steps that were taken are repeatable.
So what does that have to do with the fact that you don't know what the colors are added? You don't know the colors that are added, so how do you know that's accurate?
I do not know to the algorithm and how it's using it.
So when we're doing that on small images, like a marker in my hand or something like that, and you want to see what this is from a far distance away, it might be adding color that's not actually there, right?
It may be.
So the image that we're asking people to look at might not actually be an accurate representation of the original image. True?
It's possible.
Would it take something that was present? So the example I gave you was my tie.
Mm-hmm.
If you expand that, is it going to add more black pixels?
It will add, no, it will not add any more detail than what is originally there.
But it's going to add pixels, you just don't know what color they're going to be.
Correct.
Is it more difficult to do that in situations where you're further away, meaning the distance from the photograph? The further the distance from the photograph, the more difficult it is, or the more pixels that need to be added to blow it up,
You're
right?
saying more distant from the photograph, you mean the object depicted?
Yep. Sorry, yep. So the object depicted in the photograph, the further away that is, the more pixels need to be added when you enlarge it, right?
Correct, if you wanted to enlarge it, yes.
And the more pixels that are added, the more availability there is for distortion in terms of the color in those pixels, correct?
In terms of the color, it's possible.
And would that be also true? Would that be true for the size? I think I asked you this, but I'm trying to figure this out. The size of the image that you're trying to make larger. So the bigger the image in the photograph, the easier it is to enlarge.
There's more information. There's more pixels that are present to enlarge in that area.
Okay. So if I, for example, was if I had something on my clothing
and you enlarged it, would that make the thing on my clothing more pronounced?
It may not, no.
Would it make it less pronounced?
It may not.
It may keep it the same even though the photograph is bigger?
It does not, interpolation does not add detail. So if you are enlarging something on your clothing, all it's doing is making that image larger. The detail that may or may not be there is not added. You're not adding additional detail to that image.
You're just adding unknown information.
Yes. No, you're not adding unknown information. You're adding, you're interpolating those pixels, and you're adding those particular pixels.
Right, and those pixels contain information.
Yes.
And that information contains color.
Yes.
And you're not sure whether or not how that color scheme works in that situation, right?
I do not know.
Okay. Sir, thanks for your time.
Mr. Kraus?
Do these programs add detail?
These programs do not add detail.
And how long did you work with this drone video, all told?
All told, I received it on Sunday, and I finished all my work with regards to these requests as of yesterday.
So you worked on it for more than 3 days?
Correct.
Would you have submitted a exhibit that did not seem to be consistent with the original footage?
Objection, argumentative.
Uh,
And foundational.
It is argumentative.
Did you make sure that if the reports that you identified were not consistent with the drone footage that you become familiar with, would you have produced them?
I would not have produced them if there was any information in there that did not seem accurate to me.
So you do compare it to the original?
I did not compare it to the original in this instance, no.
And what is this sampling that you talk about?
The bicubic and smart resize.
Yes.
Those are two different algorithms that use to interpolate that information.
So do these algorithms look at, so let me ask this way. On a digital photograph, to make it bigger, do you have to add pixels?
You do have to add pixels, yes.
So if I take a photo from my phone and I want it on a 5x7, I'd be adding pixels to it.
You would be.
So this is something that's commonly done to photographs.
It is, yes.
Now, these algorithms, how do they know, to the best of your knowledge, how to add the pixels?
To my best of my knowledge, it depends on the algorithm, and that's the extent of my expertise on that.
So what is the sampling process?
The sampling process is looking at the pixels and providing more data to that file.
So it looks at the pixels and looks at what's around it, and that's how it adds the pixels?
That is correct.
So it's not just arbitrarily choosing colors to put in?
Not to my knowledge.
Nothing further, thank you.
Sir, you never compared the photograph in front of you to the original? That's what you testified to?
I did not compare the original. I did my analysis on that original video, but I didn't compare them side by side, no.
Well, you were asked, you wouldn't submit it if you didn't think it was a fair and accurate representation and all that other stuff, right?
Right.
But you never looked at the two of them next to each other to confirm that, right?
To confirm that, to compare the original to the exported file, no.
And I know Mr. Cross talked about, you take a photograph of your family or whatever and you make it bigger. Right? You're probably not as concerned in a family photograph that you're adding pixels and where colors are going as you might be in, for example, say, a homicide investigation, right?
That is true.
Okay. So making sure that the information that's added to these pictures, and the information is in the pixels, making sure that's accurate, that's an important part of your responsibilities, correct?
That would be yes.
And you don't know how that happens in this particular case, correct?
I do not know the algorithm that's being used within the software to speak to that, no.
That's all I have, Judge.
Any question?
How do you know that the interpolation is accurate?
Just based off the fact that it's a bicubic algorithm is a common algorithm that is used, and it's a sound forensic tool within AN5.
And how long did you work with this drone video and the different images from it?
It's been asked and answered.
Sustained.
Do you know how many hours you worked on it?
I would say it was approximately approximately 20 hours.
Nothing further.
Question?
I don't.
You may step down, sir.
We have no further rebuttal witnesses.
Any other evidence?
Judge, I would move that the exhibits be accepted and published as previously requested.
Any objection?
The same objection that I've noted before.
All right. It'll be received and published. Did you have some for publication too, or was that done? That was completed?
Yes.
Okay. All right then. Folks, the evidence is closed, and I'm going to ask that you return to my...
Judge,
yes, you do. Go ahead.
Can we get the screens on?
Did you...
This is exhibit 155. And now please exhibit 156.
Claim it?
It's Corey's.
All right, that's all. Thank you, Judge.
All right. All right, folks, the evidence is closed, and well, you know what? I want to talk to you lawyers for a moment. I guess I'll ask you to step into the library for just a second. And please don't talk about the case.
Come on, mistrial. Let's do this. Do justice, buddy. Mistrial with prejudice. Put it to an end. They don't have a case. Directed verdict. Let's go, boys. Let's go, boys. Get amped up in this motherfucker. Get amped up right now. Directed verdict. Arrest the prosecutor. Stand up for society. Do something, because we just lost an hour of our brain cells listening to that last testimony from a overweight guy. God. Oh. Let's go, boys.
All right, now, you have driven me into submission with your request to argue on Monday, but I'm going to extract something in exchange, which is a cap on the length of your arguments. I figure, well, first of all, we're going to do a more involved discussion on instructions and verdicts. Are there going to be any charges submitted to the jury other than what is in the information? Yes?
This table has, yes.
How many additional charges are you going to submit? Or request to submit?
I'm not sure if we finalized our request. Certainly, on count 3 and 4, I think we've discussed on other counts, but the first-degree homicide, first-degree intentional homicide, we will ask for all lesser includeds. The attempted homicide to engage gross rights, we would ask for I believe there's only one lesser included. We are not inclined to ask for lesser includeds on the reckless endangering safety charges. At this moment, we're not inclined to ask for lesser includeds on count 1 to Mr. Rosenbaum, but I think we need to discuss that more fully.
Okay. Are there going to be any special instructions other than what you've already submitted and the sixth count and the sixth count affirmative defense instruction from either side?
I believe the state will be asking, we've got to discuss this more, but I believe we'll be asking for the provocation instruction. 805, I believe.
Okay, yeah, okay. Well, the reason I'm asking right now, I'm not going to hold you to this, is that I figure that the instruction probably will take 45 minutes, I would think.
To read them to the jury?
Yeah.
Yes, I would say.
I would say easily.
And so that leaves how much of the day, since you scared me off from tomorrow because you said, well, the jury will be
Get the fucking trial done. Like,
so I think,
this
well,
is the.
I don't want to wear them out on Monday either. So
This
if
is
I'm going to be
stupid,
instructing
dude.
them for 45 minutes or an hour, that takes us to 10, 10:30, 10:15 anyway, 10:30. Maybe if you were going to confine your arguments to maybe an hour and a half apiece, is that reasonable?
Very.
I'd request,
Total time.
including rebuttal?
Yeah. Total time.
The state is going to need 2 hours for our primary and I'd say half an hour for rebuttal, Your Honor.
You know, I had the good fortune to be across the street neighbor, living across the street to the late Kenneth Grube, United States District Judge, when I was a lad. And Judge Grube is famous for his statement that the brain cannot absorb what the seat cannot endure. And if you don't like that advice, President Roosevelt, one of the renowned speakers of the 30s and 40s, when asked by his son for some advice on speaking, said, be sincere, be brief, and be seated. And so the message is loud and clear. Are you saying 2.5 hours to argue your case?
I'm saying that I think that the initial closing may take up to 2 hours. I'm not going to aim for 2 hours, Your Honor. Obviously, I understand that, but I want to have the freedom. There are a lot of videos, and we're going to be showing them. So there's going to need to be time for that. It's not just going to be standing up droning for 2 hours, but there's going to be time when we're going to need several minutes, I don't even know, probably 30 minutes worth of video that they may be watching at various times, which no one's going to be talking, it'll just be playing them. And I say don't want to be in a situation where our allotted time for closings, you propose an hour and a half, for example, we do an hour and 10 minutes or whatever to save 20 for rebuttal. I can't possibly budget rebuttal time because I don't know what the rebuttal is going to be. So I'd like that. We can put a cap of 30 minutes or something on it, but I don't want that to come out of the first closing period of time, and I don't want to be limited. I don't want to have to budget that right now out of that first closing time. So if the court is disinclined to go along with that, then I would propose an hour and a half for our primary closing, an hour and a half for the defense, and then a maximum of 30 minutes for rebuttal.
They should get no more time than us.
Well, they won't.
Okay.
They won't.
Whatever the time
No.
the court says,
Yeah.
I'll deal with it. I think an hour and a half is adequate.
I agree with you that, and you make a good point about the number of exhibits, and so I'm going to indulge total time of 2.5 hours each side. But with that, I'm usually pretty permissive when people go a little bit longer than they should. I note it to the jury so that the jurors can make their own, if they get annoyed, they get annoyed. But I just warn the people, but I'm going to be a little bit tougher, and I may tell you to just sit down in mid-sentence if it keeps going. No, seriously. And I did it to one of your, one of the DAs that in the last several sequences, and mid-sentence. So 2.5 hours per side, and yours is to allocate as you wish. So we need to come back tomorrow. Tonight, you may send me your proposals for lesser included and any special instructions or the numbers of those you want. Well, let's get the jurors in, then we'll take care of these details.
This is fucking stupid. I'm not a lawyer, but I understand now why people say our justice system is fucked. Excuse my language. Our justice system is fucked. You have this kid facing charges, 6 charges now, and they want to include lesser charges because they don't think they met the burden of proof for the first one, which is procedure. I mean, that is to happen. But our judicial system is fucked that the judge wants to delay for 4 days for closing arguments. Why? Why? Do it tomorrow. Get it done. Give this kid the freedom to walk out of the damn courtroom, or at least know what's going on so the rest of the world can continue on. I don't understand the rationale behind not allowing it to happen. I really don't. It doesn't make any sense. You want the jury to be well rested? So what? They go outside of the courtroom and see all the protesters. They see that Chicago's bringing in extra police officers in case this guy walks and they're worried about rioting, to hear about all the shit, because you can't unplug from social media. As much as they tell you can't unplug. I almost feel that the judge doesn't understand how big of a trial this is for America. It's not just about Kyle Rittenhouse. This is about self-defense and the right to defend yourself in your community. I'm irate because I don't understand why we haven't had a mistrial. We've got the prosecutor being admonished 3 times. There's allegations of prosecutorial misconduct on record under oath. Just don't understand it.
And to get the case ready for you on Monday, and then I'm going to ask that you return at 9 o'clock on Monday. Even though the evidence is closed, it's still not appropriate for you to discussed anything about the case with anybody, not even with members of your household, not even with other jurors. Even if all 12 of you, all 18 of you are in the same place at the same time, you still can't talk about the case. And when you get back on Monday, you can't talk about the case until you've heard my final instructions regarding our law, which will take, I hope, less than an hour. I think that will be true. I think that probably closer to 45 minutes or even a little less maybe. And then we will hear the arguments of the attorneys, and they have graciously agreed that they will not exceed 2.5 hours in duration each, and may be less than that. And so it'll take a good share of Monday, and then the case will be put, well, then the procedure will be that we'll use that tumbler over there, and we'll draw out names of as many jurors as are necessary to get down to 12. And then that'll be our jury that will go into deliberation. And then what happens after that is up to you folks. Any questions about this at all? We're in the final stretch. Please follow the instructions. And don't read, watch, or listen to any account of the trial. Enjoy the weekend and have a wonderful evening.
I don't understand. The defense said they were in agreement with this. I don't understand how this is a good idea. It's almost like they're oblivious to the pressure on this case and just how many people are invested in it. Right now, type in Rittenhouse. This thing has millions and millions of people watching. Fox News was airing this earlier. CNN has been talking about it. MSA. Everybody knows about this case. Why the fuck are they letting people go home for 3 days when you're supposed to be sitting and deciding the future of a 17, now 18-year-old kid? It doesn't make any sense. It doesn't make any sense. Hold on. They're not done talking yet. There's going to be more that they're saying. I just don't know when. This is fucking dumb. God. I almost want to go to law school and just say, fuck all this shit and go to law school so I can argue with a judge like this. So I can argue with the prosecutor. So stupid.
I'm sorry?
When you said you wanted any sort of lesser included or anything like that, do you want us to give you the full draft or just the number?
If it's just if it's standard, just give the number.
Okay, thank you. Is there anything else you need from us, Judge?
No.
Judge wants back.
How about we have anything else tomorrow?
No, I took everything else off.
Okay, 10 a.m. Okay.
Thank you.
Great.
I really, for the life of me, don't understand. I don't understand it one bit. You know what I'm going to do right now? Because it's exactly 5:13. I'm going to run a full episode of Wake Up America. Which means that you're going to watch me rant for an hour. All right? So I'm going to play my intro and all that, so it's all queued up for it. Let me get rid of this overlay. And I'm not going to do a show tonight. I'll probably just play this one on repeat. Let me do one thing to fix this real quick. This fucking shit is so stupid. Pizza until he comes on at 6 o'clock. Depending on how long I rant, it may be over. But man, I'm so annoyed. Hold on, I just had to restart the recording for another thing. Let me play my intro so it's good for when I put it out as a podcast, and I'll be where is it? Right here. You want to hear me rant? You're gonna hear me rant.
News channel after news channel after news channel. Ever wonder why they report the same news? This is Wake Up America.
Brought to you by Citizen Stringer.
The media has become absolute lunacy. What makes us different? We just tell the truth. Daily headlines, politics, social issues, focusing on headlines that the mainstream media ignores. Conservative to the core and honest, sometimes to a fault. Unapologetically American. Welcome to Wake Up America with your host, Stephen Oatley.
What's going on, everybody? My name is Steve. For anyone, just so it all makes sense, I'm just tacking this on to the end of a live show, but right now it is 5:15 on November 11th. And what the F is going on with our country? I mean it. Like, seriously, what's going on? Today we've heard that the defense rested in the Kyle Rittenhouse trial, and instead of just, doing closing arguments tomorrow and sending the jury and allowing the jury to deliberate straight through, instead what they're doing is they're giving the jurors off Friday, Saturday, and Sunday, and then coming back Monday where they hear closing arguments, and then they will go into deliberations Monday afternoon. Now, could that impact what's going to happen with the jury? Absolutely. Without a fucking doubt. You know why? Because Chicago, there's already articles out about Chicago's police. The FOP are fighting with the chief of police because they're canceling days off to call in extra police officers on days off because there's planned unrest after this verdict is read. So you know what? No matter how much you sit at home right now, if you turn on your TV, you're going to be subjected to something that has to do with this trial. If you go on social media, which in all these jurors are not supposed to do that. I understand. That's the jury instructions. They're not supposed to go on social media. They're not supposed to listen to shows. They're not supposed to do anything. But why? Why would the defense possibly want to delay their closing arguments with the way this case has gone? I want to make it perfectly clear. I have no legal background whatsoever. I personally do not understand why they are not closing this now. I don't understand why there's already been motions for mistrial with prejudice and why that hasn't been ruled on. Now, maybe that ruling will come tomorrow. We'll cover the trial live tomorrow. Well, the trial is done. This is going to be motions hearings and stuff starting at 10 o'clock. We'll cover that live as long as we can find it, because maybe that's where the motion for mistrial and all that stuff will come in. But let's talk. Let's talk a little bit about what we heard today. All right, and I got to start from the back. I know it's not going to make a lot of sense to people if you didn't watch the entire trial, but I got to start from the ass end of it. The rebuttal after the defense rested, the prosecution gets up and says more bullshit. They said they weren't ready to close rebuttal because they've received new information about Kyle Rittenhouse's testimony when he took the stand, which I thought was fucking dumb anyway, but because he's already winning. When he took the stand, and he did a good job on there, but they're trying to nitpick a couple of things. The first thing they tried to say is that the Great Lake Police Department, of which Kyle was a cadet, Kyle in his statement said Great Lake gave him issued him a bulletproof vest. Now the Great Lake police chief has come out publicly and said he did not. They do not issue or pay for bulletproof vests. So, but this is what will not come out in the trial. What they do is allow these candidates to do fundraisers to pay for bulletproof vests. They leave out the fact, and this is what I'm guessing, they leave out the fact that when the candidate, what do you call it? When the kid makes enough money to buy a bulletproof vest, I can almost guarantee with 100% certainty that bulletproof vest is being provided for the cadet by the police department. The cadet is paying the police department for it. And here's why I believe that. Because of the specific wording of the police chief. He said, we do not issue nor do we pay for any bulletproof vests for anybody, which doesn't mean, and then he goes on to say they allow fundraising for cadets to make their own stuff. So I did reach out to the police department as soon as I heard the bullshit fat ass, and I know I'm fat shaming. Oh God, I don't care. When I heard the stupid balding big bird looking shitbag prosecutor, number 2, when I heard him sitting up there talking about this, I immediately went to Facebook, started typing comments, and I was like, what the fuck? Like, I tell the whole truth. Who furnishes the bulletproof vest to the cadets when they do a fundraiser on their own? Because my guess is it is the police department. We'll have to wait and see. I probably won't get a response because I'm not NBC News. And even if I was NBC News, if I did get a response, I wouldn't print it because it wouldn't fit the same narrative. It wouldn't back up. Because here's the thing. If you pay for a bulletproof vest and it's given to you by the police department, who you give them money and they give you a vest, guess what? You're issued a fucking vest. But let's pretend that didn't happen, okay? Let's go on to the next subject. They said he wasn't an enrolled student. Motherfucker. Let me explain what they're trying to do now, okay? Because this is funny, because he said what was his exact quote? Fucking, oh, dude, I'm so irritated by this. What's his, he was a college student studying nursing at Arizona University. That is his exact quote. Now, they're trying to say he's not an enrolled student, therefore disqualifying him. And saying that he's not in a nursing program, therefore disqualifying him, saying he lied under oath. Well, guess what? ASU spokesperson said Rittenhouse has not gone through an admission process with Arizona State University, is not enrolled in the college program of nursing and health innovation. Instead, he is a current enrolled student in a non-degree online program that began on October 13th, taking prerequisites for his enrolled program. The fucking program is literally built. It says it on their website, and the statement from the spokesperson says that the program is geared for people to take prerequisites for a degree program later. If you want to say you're not a college student when you're doing continuing ed, guess who fucking started doing that? That's how I started, in an adult continuing ed program at the University of Vermont, and then I became an enrolled student. That's how it works when you're an older person, or when you're on trial for fucking murder and you're trying to make your life better. They're grasping at fucking straws. They showed a Minecraft fucking image and said that, oh, look, there's Rittenhouse with a gun pointing at nobody because we chopped out the people that were there. So it just shows him pointing. So now you just have to pretend like, even though the picture's not real and it's been heavily manipulated and there's a shadow in that same exact spot when he walked up there, and that's why you won't let them play the whole fucking video, and that's why you're only doing a screenshot, because if you play the video, you're going to see there was a shadow already in that spot when he walked up, and then you're manipulating the shadow. It's very irritating to me. If you actually pay attention, even if you thought this kid was guilty, I can guarantee if you watch this trial and you thought this kid was guilty going into the trial, you no longer think he's guilty. Just because of the shadiness, especially if you've been listening to the show and you know all the other stuff. Like, how many people watching right now did not know the first person who was attacking Rittenhouse that day, Rosenbaum, that guy was a child sex offender, meaning he had raped 3 fucking kids. That information is not introduced into the courtroom. So you don't know that he was a child predator chasing a child. That he was, well, who knows? Maybe the prosecution should have said, you had a fear that he was going to kill you? He wasn't going to kill you. He was only going to sodomize you. Because that was his MO. What the hell? Do you know what I mean? It doesn't make any sense. They also didn't talk about where he got that plastic bag. He was just carrying around this plastic bag. They don't mention that he just got out of a mental hospital that morning for trying to kill himself, which would be extremely relevant considering he was walking around to all the people with the big scary guns telling him to shoot him. Remember? Because that's what's been transpiring in all these protests today, or in all these hearings. Everybody's said it, that he was walking around like an idiot telling people to shoot him. N-word. By the way, you also know he's not that normal anyway by saying the N-word at a Black Lives Matter march. It tells you that wasn't a Black Lives Matter march. And in fact, it was actually an anarchist, burn down your city kind of day. It's disgusting what's going on in this country. And just for me, I take it personally because I'm literally watching the country fall apart every single day. I'm seeing everything my friends and my family, sacrificed for. I see it just falling apart. You know what I mean? It's hard. It's hard to watch that every single day. It's hard to watch this trial knowing that, okay, the right to defend yourself now. Maybe this will become case law. If Kyle is found guilty, now if a guy is chasing after you, even if he is a sex offender, even if he previously said he's going to kill you, even if he is closing that gap and has his hand on your gun, if you shoot him, you no longer have a self-defense claim. Or let's go further, because I forgot. That's the only one I talked about. Let's go over to the second person that truck fucked the guy, Rittenhouse. For anyone that doesn't know, that's when you grab a skateboard by the trucks and you hit a dude in the back of the head with it. It's called truck fucking. It sucks. It happened to me. I got mugged in San Francisco by a chick and some dudes. The chick hit me in the back of the head with a skateboard because I didn't think she was going to hit me in the head with a skateboard. So she got me. You win. But that's what it's called. Anthony Huber didn't try to do it once, because he did. He tried the first time. Rittenhouse waved it away. You see that on video. And then Rittenhouse stumbled because he got hit in the head. He stumbles and he falls. Another guy in yellow pants that nobody wants to identify for some reason. Mr. Yellow Pants, flying jump kick guy. Are they not identifying him? Mr. Yellow jump pants, I looked up because the FBI is probably watching. Is he one of yours, guys? Is he one of yours? Is that why no one's identifying him? You have all this special technology. You can zoom in and find a gun in shadows and all that shit, right? You have all that technology, but you're telling me that there's a picture of a black dude wearing bright-ass yellow pants that jump kicked a guy in the middle of the road, and nobody cares who he is when he committed an assault, which directly led to the death of several other people? Because here's the thing. If he wasn't knocked to the ground, he didn't get kicked in the face by yellow pants, guess what probably would have happened? He probably would have kept walking to the police with his hands up, because he would have been up and not down. But instead, no, yellow jump pants guy kicks him in the face. Nobody cares. That guy's not even being sought anymore. Anthony Huber comes in and tries to hit him again with a skateboard, does successfully hit him in the skateboard, and then tries to steal the gun from him. He kills Anthony Huber. And then here comes Gage Grosowitz. And oh my God, Gage Grosowitz, he's such a wonderful paramedic, devoted his life to helping people. Yeah, look at his arrest record. You're not allowed to introduce that because he's a victim. So he gets on the stand and talks about how he was a paramedic and went to paramedic training. Except he leaves the fact out that he's not a licensed paramedic because he lost his license in 2017 after a misdemeanor gun possession after discharging a firearm while drunk when he was in 2016. So he was no longer eligible. He gave a 25-minute speech about how he was a paramedic and wilderness EMT training and all this shit, none of which you can do if you're not certified nationally. He lost his national certification. His Wisconsin license was suspended as well. So he's not a paramedic. He got on the stand and lied about it. They tried to talk about his ties to this anarchist, Black Lives Matter group that out there. He says he's not part of that group, and they're like, well, didn't you give a speech? And he's like, yeah. And they're like, aren't there several of those scumbags in this courtroom right now? And he's like, yeah. So, and they leave it and they just walk away from it. Do you know that the group that he is part of, here's something you didn't know. Okay, I bet you didn't know this. The group, and I forgot what the group is called, but the group that he was part of, that he was alleged to be part of, and even though he said he's not part of it, but he did speak at one of their events, they're the same guys. Remember the Waukesha police officer who had protesters storm inside his house with guns? Remember that guy? Yeah, this fucking same radical group that Gage Grosowitz was with. The leader of that group was arrested for staging those protests at the Waukesha police officer's private home. You want to say he's not dangerous? How can you say he's not dangerous at that point? That you can't introduce any of that. It doesn't matter. It's not relevant. They don't allow it for some reason in these courtrooms because it villainizes the victims of the crime, even though the victims of the crime are all scumbags. I forgot to mention Anthony Huber, also accused of sexual assault, also crimes out the wazoo for strangling women and stuff. I believe he was a registered sex offender as well. And I forgot to mention that, remember bag-carrying Rosenbaum? The reason why he couldn't stay at his girlfriend's house is because she had a restraining order against him because he got out of the hospital, got his, antipsychotic meds to treat his bipolar, and then he went to his girlfriend's house. His girlfriend told him to leave. She didn't say that on oath, but that's what really happened. He wasn't allowed to stay there because she had a protective order against him because before he locked himself up in a mental hospital because he tried to kill himself, he tried to kill her. This is the people that they're defending. You got people on social media right now that are still think that Anthony Huber and Rosenbaum are black dudes. They're not. They're white. They're white. You have grifter in chief Ben Crump going on social media saying if you were black and the people that he shot were white, motherfucker, they were white, and he just happened to be white as well. But there'd be no trial, there'd be no outrage, there'd be no this, no that. But what are you talking about? Black people literally kill other black people all the time. This is a white-on-white crime. There's no race involved here. It's a white-on-white crime. You could call him a white supremacist, but that means you're trying to say Kyle Rittenhouse hated white people because he's a white dude? Doesn't make a lot of sense. But how come Ben Crump isn't going on social media all the time talking about everything else? And Ben Crump, your brother is a fucking sex offender, okay? You have no right to go out there and talk. And it's perfectly true. And that's why I could say that every day, and he can't touch me. You can't sue me for it. Your brother was a Tallahassee cop. He got arrested and charged with pulling over a woman and forcing her to do sexual acts on him. And he was suspended for 4 years. You defended him, you piece of shit. And then you go on national television going for the, arguing for the rights of women who were accosted by police officers. You were involved in that big jury verdict or the big settlement in Louisville. Your little brother did that. Your brother. It's so disgusting what's going on in this country and the people that are involved in this case. You got MSNBC, CNN, Fox News, Don Lemon, fuck everybody. Fuck mainstream media as a whole. In Fox News, Newsmax, you're all involved in that. Newsmax, you used to be okay until you stole the name of my fucking podcast and made it your morning show. If you want to have a good podcast, invite me on. I'll cheer that son of a bitch up and maybe you'll get some fucking views. I need a commercial right now, but I don't have one. I'm pissed off. Like, this is like a week or 2 weeks in the making. I'm fucking irritated as fuck right now at what's going on in our country. And I know a lot of you guys don't like it when I use the F-bomb, and I apologize to your kids for listening. But this is stupid. This is stupid. And it's got such lasting consequences because it's not just this. It's not just this little trial. You got BLM already saying, and I still believe there's going to be an acquittal, but now instead of a 90-10, 90% acquittal, 10% hung jury, now I think it's going to be different. I think we're about a 75-25% acquittal to a hung jury. Because why? You're giving everyone a week to look at the news and realize how all cities are bracing. Do you think Monday morning when they go in to deliberate, do you think Kenosha will be all fucking boarded up like Minneapolis was after George Floyd? Do you think that? Do you think that there will be some sort of shooting tomorrow or tonight in Kenosha and police or somewhere in the neighborhood, or maybe it'll make the news and then people are going to start protesting out on the streets again? They're already protesting right outside of the courthouse in Kenosha. You're trying to tell me that those jurors don't see? What about the guy that was taking video of all the jurors while they're getting off the bus when they were being brought to the courthouse? That doesn't matter. You're trying to pretend pretend to me. You already know there's a group of violent people that went after a Waukesha cop. A black cop, by the way, who was involved in 3 different police-involved shootings, one of which was a kid that had a gun. I mean, they all pretend like they never have guns. Remember, we've been covering this forever. There was the one in Detroit where they said they shot this unarmed 15-year-old. It turns out, no, the unarmed 15-year-old actually had a little pistol pointed at the back of a cop or front of the cop's head and pulled the trigger. Luckily, God intervened and it missed the cop. We all saw the body cam. They gunned that son of a bitch down. But you know what? He pointed a gun. And I'm like, you may say he pointed away. I'm sitting maybe 10 feet away from this wall right now. He pointed a gun closer than that distance at the police officer's head. They rioted. In Washington, D.C., remember that? They pulled over, they got next to a car, they saw, that people were wanted, they saw on social media, they had all these, photos with them flashing money and guns, right? So the police go and try to pull him over. They all run. The guy's running. He's got a gun in his hand. They keep saying he doesn't have a gun. Fucking, he comes around a corner. He's got a gun in his hand. Cop shoots him dead. They rioted there. They attacked the police officers. They attacked the police precincts, demanding videotape. Videotape was released showing him have a gun, and they said you shouldn't have shot him, though. Wait, you didn't give him an opportunity to throw the gun away. The motherfucker was running from police with a gun. What do you expect? Right here, let's do another one because I'm on a roll. What about the one in Pennsylvania? And I talk about this all the time because this is one of the worst ones, where the police officer, broad daylight, goes up to the house, knocks on the door, or actually he doesn't even make it to the house. They have a call that there's a deranged subject inside. Now, keep in mind, they already have the background on this house. They already know a couple of years prior, this mentally challenged dude stabbed 4 people in this same house. They already know the call is about him. They already know that this guy's a nutbag, and everybody knows that this is coming. Well, he's apparently, again, threatening people with a knife. The cop walks up, sees a woman in the door, sees a guy running at him with a big fucking butcher knife. He backs up, yelling, stop. Guy's a butcher knife over his head. He shoots him from fucking 5 feet away. as the guy's pursuing him, shoots him dead. They riot and protest in that little Pennsylvania town, remember? Throwing shit at the police officers, doing all that shit, throwing it. Police immediately released the body cam footage showing the guy within hours, showing the cop having no choice but to kill himself. We watched on this show, we watched protesters literally say on camera that the cop should have given his life, that their jobs are to die to protect people that are trying to kill him. So he should have been killed in order to not kill the guy that was charging at him with the knife. These people that are out here, they're fucking nuts. That's all I could say. And we're going to see it. We're going to see it. Your town, if you live anywhere near a city, it's going to riot. Unless you're in Texas, and then you're probably good. Unless you're in Austin, because they're turning into California, whatever. It's the same thing. But if you live in a city, they're likely going to riot. They need to. It's a political ploy. They're going to do it. They're already starting in New York City today. You got the leader of Black Lives Matter in New York City getting up and saying if they start these anti-crime divisions under the new mayor, Eric Adams, in New York City, that there's going to be riots, there's going to be burning, and there's going to be bloodshed on New York City streets. Motherfucker, you already have bloodshed on New York City streets. You can't even walk around in Times Square right now on vacation without getting shot by somebody. That's what America is. Look at the crime rates in cities across the country. Look at where the BLM protests were prevalent last year. Look at where they push this defund the police movement. That's exactly what's happening. And it all has to come back because why? The elections are coming up. We have midterms. Look what happened in Virginia. Look what happened in New Jersey with some of the upsets there. They have no choice. They have to do something. And they know they're not going to win by just being honest. And maybe what they could do, and this is my prediction. You want to know? Here's a big fucking picture right here. Here's my prediction. It's going to surprise a lot of you. They're going to riot, and there's going to be riots similar to what there were last year, and they're going to last for a couple of days really bad. And then Joe Biden is going to put the fucking National Guard on the street like crazy. Everything they told Donald Trump not to do, but Joe Biden's going to come out there and say, well, we have a role, we have a responsibility to protect our country, blah, 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 as he shits himself in front of the Pope. And he's going to come out and he's going to give a good-hearted speech, and everyone's going to applaud the fact that he stopped the riots. And then they're going to make it their running campaigns. They take a hard stance on crime, blah, 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 blah. And that's what's going to end up happening because there's no way in hell that America is going to sit back and allow last year to happen this year. I promise you that. Yeah, I promise you that. If Kyle Rittenhouse is acquitted, you're going to also embolden a lot of people who are sitting on the back end worried about the consequences of going out there and protecting their community. If Kyle Rittenhouse is found guilty, fuck that. This is over. It's not going to be a little protest. Joe Biden can come out and say whatever he wants. It's not going to end. It's not going to go away. You're going to have pissed off people because then you've encroached on everybody. You've encroached on every person who wants to carry a firearm for personal protection because you just passed essentially case law that says you can't defend yourself anymore. And if you live in that Wisconsin, you're fucked. I mean, if you live anywhere by Kenosha right now, you're fucked anyway. It's going to happen. All the streamers are all motivated, or, getting all ready, mobilizing, and they're getting ready to go there. I wouldn't be surprised if on Monday, Tuesday, you have every fucking streamer from Portland, Oregon, all of them. PDX Smelly Ninja, Jared Hubb, if he's not in jail for threatening the mayor. You have all these Carissa Dez and all these other fucking retards. Excuse that, and I hate using that word. It slipped. I apologize. Not really. I don't care. I'm not CNN. I say what I want. Then you have all these people that are going to come in there and protest probably. And they're all going to watch and they're going to be chanting on. They're going to be like, oh, Black Lives Matter, as they dress in black bloc, burning down black-owned businesses like it always happens. And then the only people that are actually going to be the ones that are calling it out happen to be Republicans. It's only going to be Republicans that actually stand up and say, hey, what the fuck are you guys doing? The majority of Republicans are going to sit back and be like, we fucking told you, you suck. But in all reality, the good Republicans, the ones that actually care about this country, are going to condemn this violence. They're going to be outspoken about it. They're going to try to go out and they're going to use it as campaigns. The GOP ran this campaign event the other day. They ran this campaign slogan where they said basically, or they played a couple of clips from 2020 and CNN fact checked it and said they're trying to attribute riots from 2020 to Joe Biden. That's literally what they did. The vice president of the United States literally promoted a bail fund for rioters on her Twitter page and contributed to it. I mean, you have Maxine Waters going out and telling people to be, up their game in terms of confronting people. During riots, she went out there and did it. We're in such a bad place in this country. I mean, no matter which way you think about it, we're in such a bad place. We are, and it's not going to go away anytime soon. It's not going to fix itself. You know what I mean? And no matter what the outcome is, we have riots, and if people rise up against the riots, it's still a horrible, horrible thing. Police don't have the staffing. Half of the police departments are short because they've been villainized for the past year and a half, 2 years, 5 years, whatever. Same thing. So the police officers don't have enough, and they're even getting attacked from the right because you got a faction of right people that are saying police are tyrants all the time too, that call themselves conservatives, that call themselves Americans. It doesn't make any fucking sense. It doesn't make any sense. The position that our country is in, and I know a lot of people are going to be like, well, all cops follow rules and oath breakers, and fuck all that shit. You know what? I'll always have their back. I'll always have their back. If I came down the road and I saw a cop getting beat up, I'd stop. And yeah, maybe I'd have it wrong. You know what I mean? But I'd stop. You know, maybe the cop was doing something wrong, but that's who I am. That's the kind of person I am, and it's the person I'll always be. And I will always back. I got brothers, I got family that are in law enforcement. I'll never fucking turn away from that, ever. So a lot of people hate that, and they're like, oh, you're a bootlicker. Fuck all that. You call me what you want. You know what I mean? But I could tell you what, if one person come to one of my friends that works in that field and wants to harm them or wants to say fuck you to them or spit in their face or something, I'm going to beat the bricks off you. I don't wear a badge. There's nothing to stop it. And you know what? That's what should happen. You should have a bunch of fucking people like me that are holding the line with the police officers, and we're not restricted by that badge. We're not restricted, and we should go out and defend our communities just like Kyle Rittenhouse did. Maybe not shoot people, but go out and be a deterrent. And then when they want to tussle, you tussle with them. Allow it. And police should allow it too. If little Antifa scumbags with all 110 pounds of them want to go wrestle with a big 300-pound fucking dude, police should step back and allow it. As long as they're Antifa aren't pulling out little, switchblades and stabbing people, which is their MO, or spray painting them and running away and hiding under their rocks that they call home. But I mean, and don't get it fucked up. I understand that if patriots mobilized, or Americans, fuck the whole patriot terminology. Let's just say Americans. If Americans mobilized and went to Kenosha, as I said previously, they should, as a big welcoming party for Kyle when he's released. Yeah, would there be conflict? Absolutely. But you know what? If there isn't a little bit of conflict in this world, what the fuck are we going to do? Are we just going to sit back and watch our country dissipate? Or are we just going to be like, oh, well, Texas is going to secede, Florida is going to secede, Idaho is going to succeed, fuck everybody else. Fuck that. This is America. This country is the country that my friends, my brothers sacrifice for so much. It's the country that I live for every day. It's the country I want my kids to be able to be successful in the long run. And every single day, something is taking it away. Every day. And if we don't wake up, we're just giving up. And again, just for the record, I'm not going out and telling people that you need to go with fucking, nightsticks and go vigilante shit. No, I'm not saying that. I'm saying, but people need to learn to stick up for themselves. It's so many people on social media talk about it all the time. So many people talk about, oh, I do this, or they don't come to my town, it doesn't affect me. This shit's everywhere. Shit's everywhere. If it happens in Kenosha, it's happening in your town. This is America. This is our country. And that's the thing. Our country is slowly being overridden by people who literally just want to destroy it. You think any of these Antifa terrorists that are running around in cities across the United States actually give a fuck about what they're trying to do? They want total chaos, and they want to be able to smoke meth all day. That's all they care about. They don't care about this. They want communal systems where everyone fucks each other and y'all do meth using the same pipe, and fuck that, dude. You're a bunch of weirdos. People need to just wake up and pay attention to what's going on. And this judge, what the fuck, bro? The Rittenhouse trial. I mean, this is supposed to be the Rittenhouse recap, but I'm on a rant, so I don't care. But this judge in this Rittenhouse trial, I don't understand. I don't understand the mentality of letting everybody go for 3 days. Maybe he's oblivious. Maybe he's just older and doesn't understand the fact that this case, that all of America right now is watching this case, and that every single person in America needs this case to be resolved. And whether or not you're on the left and you think he's guilty, whether or not you're on the right and you think he was defending himself, it doesn't even fucking matter. This country needs it to be resolved, and whatever explosion happens afterwards, it happens. Because that's what our country needs. Our country needs a good old-fashioned fuck-up. And where enough of Americans are like, fuck this. Because here's the thing. They can't call everyone white supremacists. They can't do that. You got leftist commentators that are coming out and being like, yo, this is an acquittal. They didn't prove their case. I mean, and who am I fucking kidding? No, we're fucked. There's no, I don't know. I don't know, because I could talk a good game, I could talk down stuff, I could talk high again, I could give up, be optimistic. In all reality, I think, like, you know, I got an RV. I just want to disappear with my kids and my wife and my dogs and guns and just fucking do shows from undisclosed locations all the time, because I really just think our country's falling apart. I no longer think that it's safe in this country. You know what I mean? I don't. I'm like super overprotective, and I live in a good fucking community. But every single bump I hear, every single bang I hear, every walking out to my truck, hands on the gun, you know what I mean? I just don't like this fucking place. I don't like what America's become. Every single day I sit back and I think about it more and more. And you got all these political commentators. You got Fox News guys that are talking about the border crisis. The next time they're talking about what color ties they have or how their socks are fancy. Fuck that. Pay attention to what's actually going on. We have a border crisis. How many people crossed last month? 232,000 people. We're up to 1.7 million people that have crossed illegally and have been caught, which means ultimately about 400,000 people have crossed into the United States and haven't been caught. And many of those people are sex offenders, drug offenders, and all that. And the Biden administration is trying to find a way to make them legal citizens here in the United States. And that doesn't include the 1.7 million people that have already been apprehended. The majority of those people, guess what? Released. They're released. That's part of the asylum process. That's how companies like Nexus and all these other people were making big money, because they bail out these people. They allow them to live in their community and while they seek asylum. Everyone could argue that it's a big voter thing. I don't even care about that. You know, but we have crises in this country that people are almost oblivious to, and it's not that they're not paying attention. They know it. They know it. You know, I think everyone needs to take a step back and actually just sit back and say, "But get your shit in order." You know, look at what's happening in schools. You know, I had to get into a big fucking squabble with the gym coach and said, listen, my kid had stitches on his arm. I literally wrote that today. My kid had stitches on his arm, didn't break a leg. Why the fuck couldn't he participate? Oh, the doctor liability. Fuck all that shit. So I removed the liability. And you know what? He came home today. He didn't break his stitches, and he got to participate in gym class, and he got all 9 happy faces, which means he gets to play Xbox today. He had a good day. And you know why? Because his dad stuck up for him. More people need to do that. More people need to fight against the curve or whatever the fucking expression is. Go against the grain and stand up for themselves and stand up for their kids. And stand up for their neighbors and their houses. Again, I ask you, if you think that Kyle Rittenhouse is guilty, I want you to think of it from this perspective. If you were driving home and you passed by your neighbor's house and it was on fire and you could see a little kid in there screaming, trying to get out, and the fucking flames are going on, would you stop to try to free that kid, or would you drive on and say it's not your concern? If you say you would drive on and it's not your concern, get the fuck out of this country. Leave. There are other countries where that is permissible. But that example is no different than what Kyle said or what Kyle did. Because what he saw is he saw a neighborhood that he was connected to, whether or not the left mainstream media wants to pretend it was. His dad lived in Kenosha. He worked in Kenosha. And he visited Kenosha. He lived 30 minutes away. It was like me going into fucking, like I said earlier, going to the nearest town to go to a Home Depot or a Best Buy. I have to drive 30 minutes to get there. I have an interest in that place, you know? So it's so crazy that people are literally saying, well, he came. People are saying, well, his mom drove him. No, he didn't. She didn't. Pay attention to the fucking news. Like, actually do some research. Stop believing what social media tells you or what some ding dong on TikTok or CNN says to you. Actually do news, back up the facts, and then make your own decision. But again, ask yourself that one simple question. If your neighbor's house was on fire, would you try to put it out? And if you say yes, that's exactly what Kyle did. It's exactly what Kyle did, to a T. And you can elaborate further and be like, well, it's different. One person had a gun or not. Fire fucking kills you. Fire kills you. Would you go in and try to put out that fire? Would you go in to try to save a kid? You know you're running the risk that something may happen. You know, if you walk in and you decide to protect a building during riots, you know that something may happen. You know, it's sad that people can't remember that's not what our country is anymore. You know what I mean? It's not what our country is, that we can't help each other without being villainized for it. Just the night before in Kenosha, which is what mobilized the majority of these people that went out there, the Americans that went out there. Just the night before, a 77-year-old man had his face smashed up by looters as he tried to put out a fire in his furniture store. Just the next night, another person viciously attacked, broke the orbital bone as he tried to stop people from looting his restaurant. That stuff happens, and that's why people are doing it. It's going to be bad. If they acquit him, people will riot. All the opportunists will drive around in cars with the license plates off again, pulling up to shopping centers and looting them. It will happen. It is guaranteed to happen. Will you be there to actually stand up and say, fuck no, I'm not allowing this. I'm not allowing it. You know, it's not about committing crimes. It's not about being a vigilante. It's about protecting your community. And I don't know how people can make the argument that you don't have the right to do so. I really don't. You know, you don't have the right to use deadly force to protect someone, or to protect a building. But here's the truth. They kick in that building and they have a gun. Guess what? It's on you. You have to protect yourself, and deadly force is justified at that point because, well, they have a gun. Or if they're chasing you, shouting that they're going to kill you, guess what? Deadly force is accepted. Or if they're smashing you in the head with a skateboard or running at you and pointing a pistol at your head, deadly force is authorized. It's expected. It's the American way. That's what Americans are supposed to do, is protect yourselves, protect your neighbors, protect your kids, protect your families. I just don't understand how people can be. I spent so long on Twitter yesterday, so long, and most of it I was just reading leftist comments, people that just don't know what's going on. And granted, you got to figure that 50% of the trolls and the comments that you see on social media right now are not real; they're fake, or they're bot accounts or whatever. That's why, like, if you go to a conservative commentator and you look at their tweets, it's all anti-conservative this, anti that. You go to a leftist commentator, you look at their tweets, it's all people in agreement. That's the way it works. Because the right isn't attacking the left. Even though they consistently say we are. They consistently say, you know, they say that, you know, if you're, anti-vax now, that's a bad thing. Because, but to be against anti-abortions or to be anti-abortion is a bad thing as well. Which one is it? You believe in the right to choose, or you don't believe in the right to choose? Well, they only believe in their right to choose. And that's what's happening across this country. They only believe in their right to protect. They only believe in their right to do things or make money. They only believe in their right to participate in certain things. That's why colleges and schools and business meetings are now having black job days, or there's one thing, if you're not a minority, you weren't allowed to attend. You know what I mean? That's racist. That's what it is. You can't call someone a racist just because their skin is white and you have you can't say someone is racist just because you disagree with them. But that's the going. I mean, they're saying this judge is racist because he did an okay sign while talking to someone. They didn't say Barack Obama was racist when he was doing this while talking to someone. They didn't say that Joe Biden was racist when he did this, or anybody else, Oprah Winfrey, all the other famous photos of people doing this, because it's a very common thing. Some people sit there and do it. I usually have a pen in my hand. I don't know where the hell it is. I usually play with a pen when I'm sitting here just in case, so I don't do this. Because then people will take a photo and, it'll try to circulate on social media. Remember, I was wearing a shirt from Rogue American Apparel, a veteran-owned Texas-based company, and it said The Chosen Few is about a Vietnam group that went over there. And people shared it on social media and tried to say I was, how can someone that's pro-police be representing a outlaw motorcycle club? And I'm like, what? The Chosen Few, the motorcycle club, is a black outlaw motorcycle club, first off. And secondly, that's not what it is. People will try to stick to every single other thing. And we do it too on the right. Let's not pretend that that's not true. They do it on the right too. There's a fact check that just came out today by Mediaite that said Joe Biden did not describe someone as a Negro today, which he did. You watch the video, he did. They're trying to say he stumbled and didn't get to finish his sentence, and then decided after saying a great Negro, and then paused, and then said something else that he meant to say this, but then he had a speech impediment. So that was his excuse for referencing an African-American person as a Negro. That's how shady our media companies are now. That's what they are. Look at CNN, look at MSNBC, look at Fox News. Like, Fox News is doing the same thing. I hate to say it because we need, I just don't have. Any of you guys have like shit tons of money and you want to just, back this for the rest of your life? Because otherwise, our major news source are going to be these news sources that don't represent us. Newsmax coming out publicly and saying, we are not mandating vaccinations after internal emails say they are mandating vaccinations or weekly testing to comply with OSHA. And then they double down on it the next day and say, we're not mandating it. We're saying you either need to do that or take weekly tests, instead of just saying, listen, we don't believe in all that shit. We don't believe in all that shit. Because here's the truth. I'll be honest. If I had 100 employees in here and I had all that money to work here, would we comply with it? Nope. You know why? Because I'd say, hey, guys, you can work from home if you want. Or, to keep it under the number, work from home. You know what I mean? Or fucking come in. I don't give a fuck. You know what I mean? What am I going to get sick for a couple of days? I think I've already had COVID like 6 times already. But Fox News does this all the time. Like, half the time they tried to rationalize the other day why it's okay to give kids vaccinations. No, I can't back that and call anybody. And I know Tucker Carlson's on that channel. Brett and all these other great people are on that channel all the time. Everyone's spinning their own fucking propaganda. Everyone's doing the same thing. I like Tucker Carlson. I think he's a truth teller, but I also think it's for, well, whatever. I'm not doing that. Pisses me off. It pisses me off because I think about just how good our country could be or not how good, just how many people I may open the eyes to, and that if they actually try to listen, with what we're doing, because a lot of you guys are new here. You've never watched me. You don't know who I am. You don't know. You were watching the Rittenhouse trial, so you have no idea who I am or what we do at Citizen Stringer, all that. We are a news company. That is literally what we've set up to do. And I'm a business guy, 15 years, 16 now years logistics experience, but I'm a serial entrepreneur, and I failed at it several times, and I just figured out the right thing. But a couple of years ago, I couldn't sleep, and I stayed up, and I saw, what was it? A couple of years ago, I'll go back. I was working in the transportation logistics industry, and I realized that the reporting on things in that industry, specifically the news articles and stuff, they were written by people who had no business writing about it, people that didn't know the industry. So they were getting it wrong, or they had sponsored ads that they were passing off as news articles. So I started my own news outlet called Freight Broker Live, and we broke all these big stories, and we got really, really big, really quick. But everything I do, I have a hands-on approach to everything. So I slowed everything down. I went and, a company tried to buy us out. I went and worked for that company for a couple of months until I realized I can't do that because I still have this sense of value that I only report what's true. But the news is my primary thing. Everything else should be secondary to it. It's, we don't have some big fancy product we sell or anything like that. We sell the news and the real news. And we want you to do it. And we don't take any shitty advertising. We don't do anything like that. We are viewer supported. But then last year, the riots started. Nobody paid attention to the riots. Nobody did it. The mainstream media wasn't talking about it. We watched, and then I started live streaming at night because in all reality, I couldn't sleep. And I was sitting there going, why isn't nobody covering this? How come people aren't covering it? And we started covering it, and we started with a couple hundred people, a couple thousand people, a couple tens of thousand people. And we just watched every night as people destroyed their countries, destroyed our country, destroyed our towns, attacked police officers, killed innocent people, 8-year-old Sequoia Turner. Killed. David Dorn killed. Frank Underwood killed. Everyone else. People dragged under FedEx trucks. People run over by other trucks. The family that was, trapped in Tulsa as they tried to light their horses on fire in the horse trailer. We covered all of that. We covered the riots, every single night's worth of riots. We covered the night in Kenosha with the Rittenhouse shootings. We covered everything. We covered all the way up until January 6th. And we covered January 6th. And all the while, we started reporting on news articles. We write articles every day. We have, 500,000 to 750,000 page views a month, all organic. We don't pay for advertising. Every month on our website, citizenstringer.com, where we're just reporting the news, honestly, with integrity. And yeah, some of it's biased because, it's pretty hard not to write honestly now. It's pretty hard not to write, because if you write the truth now, you're writing with bias because everybody else, they're all against it. Everybody's against it. And it's so hard to do this stuff every fucking day, I tell you what. but we have to. I always think, I have dreams sometimes that, one of these Murdochs or whoever's owns Fox News or Newsmax or OAN or one of these people, they just call me and they're like, all right, dude, I'll give you a shot. No salary, no nothing. You're just in control. Make it shine. I think about that all the time. I have dreams about it because I know, look at us now. We're doing it. We're bringing it up. We have a lot of people watching right now. Half of you guys won't even watch it again. You'll watch tomorrow for the trial and then you'll turn it off. But maybe, just maybe, something I said tonight is going to ring true with you. And maybe that's the most important part. Even if you disagreed with almost everything, if one person or one thing you remember, then that's all that matters. I say it with my wife all the time when we have arguments. I don't need you to agree. The only thing I need you to do is listen to me, hear me out. And that's what people just need to stop thinking that, okay, well, I know it all. I'm going to figure out everything. No, the only thing you have to do is just pay attention to what's going on in this country and realize whether or not it's going to work and we're going to make it. Because right now, as a country, fuck if I know. Fuck if I know. And I really don't. I really don't know. I have no idea. Couldn't tell you what's going to work, what's going to happen, whether we're going to do everything right. And I'm not giving up. I'll never give up doing this. In fact, we're branching out. We're starting other news outlets that are just going to focus on industry segments. The next one is supply chain and logistics. Capacity Today, we're officially launching that on Monday. And we're just going to write about the trucking industry from the perspective of the people that actually work in it. You'll see on this show, we have advertisers, Pure Truth Coffee, Pure Truth Clothing. I own them. We created our own brands in order to advertise on our platform, so we didn't have to go to all these big channels, all these other things. I turned down more interview requests than probably any other person, because to me, it's not about me. It's not about doing anything. To me, it's about getting people to listen. We turn down advertising almost weekly now because, we just don't. I'll never sell out, and we're going to keep doing it. We're going to keep doing it. And yeah, maybe someday I'll have one of these big rich fellas that'll come in and be like, all right, dude, you want a news network? Here you go. Maybe that'll happen someday, or some, rich, group will come in. Mike Lindell will wake up and be like, hey, Steve, I see what you're doing here. Let's do it. But probably not, but we'll keep covering it. Pizza and Tilly is live right now, so I'm going to be switching over to Pizza and Tilly. Thank you, everyone, for watching this. I'll be live tomorrow 10 o'clock tomorrow, and we will be covering whatever happens in the trial. It'll probably be a quick one. And then tomorrow night, I'm going to be on the Pizza and Tilly show at 8 o'clock. So anyone who watches his show, you'll be able to see me. Or you can sign up on our own platform, citizenstringer.tv, where you can watch live. Pizza and Tilly's got a great show. He'll have a lot of people in there. And then at 9 o'clock, I'm doing a later show tomorrow. 9 o'clock, I'm starting with Wake Up America. We're going to do a whole trial recap. We'll do it, hopefully not as big of a rant as I did tonight. 9:30, I'm going to have BX Bullet. She's a Twitch streamer that is a gun self-defense advocate, licensed bodyguard, gun trainer, all that stuff. She's going to be on the show tomorrow night, and we'll try to figure it out. But I'm going to go home, eat some dinner, hang out with my family. Thank you guys for watching. This trial will be available on demand at some point tonight. It takes a long time. What I'll probably end up doing is playing. Well, if it does finish processing, I'll do tomorrow. Otherwise, I'll play yesterday's episode after Pizza and Tilly is done at 9 o'clock. But anyway, let me switch over to him because he's live. Give him some love. If you're watching on Citizen Stringer, Pizza and Tilly should be watching in the chat tonight and on Rumble. He knows we're live on Rumble and on Citizen Stringer. So say hi to him. Give him some love. He's also on Facebook. If you look up the Pizza and Tilly show, he's live on Facebook as well. We will see you then. Thank you for watching. Bye-bye.
You've been listening to Wake Up America with Stephen Oatley. Unapologetically American and unapologetically honest. Join us each night at 8 p.m. for more daily headlines, politics, and social issues, covering the headlines that mainstream media ignores. We hope you've enjoyed the show. If you did, make sure to like, rate, and review the show. See more on the website at citizenstringer.com. And we'll see you tomorrow on Wake Up America.